Morning. City of Lamarque. City Council Budget Agenda of August 5th, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a budget meeting on August 5th, 2024, beginning at 10 a.m. Council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Pierre, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A. Present. Councilmember District B.
Here.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Present. Let us stand. I'll lead us in the invocation, and we'll ask our attorney, Mr. Knable, to lead us in our pledge. Let's pray. Merciful God, we certainly acknowledge your presence in this place and in our lives. What a perfect gift that you have bestowed upon all of us here today, that we might deliberate and consider, understand the needs of this great community. God, we don't take that lightly. Certainly, Lord, help us with the compassion to understand the needs of every one of our citizens, whether they be small or great. And Lord, help us to work together that we might do what's best in the interest of all of our residents and thereby giving your name the glory. Lord, we want a better community and we believe you today. We ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gus. And before we get into presentations, on last week, I assured our residents that we would have an opportunity to speak at every budget workshop. And so before we get into item 4, the chair can, as the presider of this meeting, recognize whomever he or she chooses to recognize. And so at this time, we will have an impromptu citizens request for hearing so that we would be able to accommodate those citizens that may have not questions, but overall comments. When we get into the budget, there will be a time where I will call on our community members to ask questions. Raise your hand, I'll write you down, and we will eventually get to your questions. But we want to not let this moment pass without what has become customary to us on this council, a citizen's request for hearing. So while it is not in our agenda, the chair presides and the chair can recognize such a moment. And so are there any persons attending here before us today with us that would like their 3-minute citizen's request for hearing? Raise your hand. Very good. Are there any persons online wishing to speak with their citizens' request for hearing, their 3-minute time limit? No persons online. We wanted to offer that again. Remember, as we move through this budget, there will be times for question. Raise your hand, we'll write you down, and we will get you the answers, hopefully, that you are inquiring about. So now we'll move to item 4, presentations. And for that, I believe we will yield the floor to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and residents who are present. We do have a request, Mayor, if it could be possible. We were able to have the auditing company be available to start the day off. It's been a dream of ours to always start that way. We didn't think we could make it possible, but if it's okay, if we could adjust the schedule to have them begin, so we can do a recap of the year.
The chair would recognize the auditing firm under the condition that the auditing firm would make themselves available at least by tomorrow afternoon to answer any questions that arise from this presentation, because you're giving us this presentation out of order, not out of order, out of the agenda order, right? That's a
Sure.
better way to put it.
Yes, sir.
And so we want to give council a chance to review the information, consider it, and then question if the council so chooses. So if you're in agreement with that, then we can proceed.
Certainly. If so, I'd like to ask our auditor to approach. We also have a very brief slideshow to go over, detailing what the audit was. And I'd be remiss, I believe it was divider number 31. 31 that had your entire breakdown of what your actual audit looks like to this point. This has not been brought to you for adoption. We wanted to open up with a draft so that we could formally, obviously, adopt this whenever you are ready. However, having said that, we've always wanted to get this done, have never had the opportunity to get this done, and wanted to present that accordingly.
Let's be clear from the auditing firm's perspective. You were scheduled to present this to us on the first regular meeting in August, which would be next week. Is that correct?
Is that correct? I think we were, okay.
Well, let me move to Ms. Turner.
I
Was that,
understand.
was that the
Yeah.
date?
Yeah.
And so at some point you came to us this morning, well, you came to me as the presider this morning.
Yes.
And you shared that that date would not work, not for us, right?
Correct,
Would
correct.
you can tell us
Mr.
something.
Brooks and I worked something out. He has some medical issues he has to deal with around that time. So we wanted to see if we can move it up,
Very good.
but he will be available for,
Just wanted to put that on
question.
record. Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Right, the meeting on Thursday. I'm sorry. Yeah, I do have something I cannot be here for, but.
Okay.
All right.
Proceed.
Okay, well, good morning. My name is Mike Brooks, audit partner with Brooks Watson and Company, CPAs, and I will be presenting you with your annual comprehensive financial report for the year ended of September 30th of 2023. I have just distributed the complete ACFR, as it's called, and you should have that in front of you. Under the first page, you will see a summary presentation. It's also going to be displayed on the screen, but this is the presentation that I'll be going over today. It's going to cover some of the more important numbers and statements within your report. But after I'm finished, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you do have.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. First, I just want to give a brief overview of the audit process. The audit can be broken into three general phases. The first is the planning and risk assessment phase. The planning phase is when we're coming out prior to year end. We're doing our fact finding, but the goal is to leave this stage with a preliminary audit plan for the year. The next stage is the bulk of what we do. This is the year end field work. So this is when we were coming out and auditing all the year-end account assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenditures across all funds. And the final stage is the conclusion, and reporting. This is the wrap-up of any findings that we did have, the preparation of the ACFR that you have in front of you, and the presentation and acceptance of that ACFR. Next, I do want to point out that the city has issued an annual comprehensive financial report. This is as opposed to a standard annual financial report. The comprehensive portion is not required. It is optional. It does require more technical ability on the city side, as well as give the reader a lot more useful information. In addition, this report will be submitted to the GFOA to be reviewed and potentially receive the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. The city has received this award in 2020 and 21. 22, the city was not able to submit their report to the GFOA, but 23 will be submitted, and we fully anticipate that this report will receive that award. Next, I just want to go over the components of your comprehensive annual financial report. First, we have the letter of transmittal, followed by the auditor's opinion, then the management's discussion and analysis, followed by the basic financial statements, which include your government-wide fund level and notes to the financial statements. Then we have the required supplementary information, and finally, the statistical section. Next is what we consider to be the most important part of your ACFR. This is our contribution. This is our independent auditor's report. This can have four possible outcomes. The outcome you want is the unmodified audit opinion. And the one you don't want is pretty much anything other than that. So we are happy to say that we were able to issue an unmodified audit opinion on the city's financials. So this is the highest level of assurance that we can give that these financial statements are free of any material misstatement and all footnotes are disclosed. Next, I just want to touch on several financial highlights. As of the end of the year, total assets exceeded total liabilities by approximately 29 million. Your governmental funds reported a combined ending fund balance of just under 10.8 million, which was an increase of about 663,000. Your unassigned fund balance for your general fund totaled 3.7 million, or equated to about 22% of your annual general fund expenditures. And the city had an overall increase in net position of 1,167,000 for the year. Next is a summary of your governmental activities revenues. So this is government-wide, but it does not include your utility funds. This is just your governmental funds, general fund, debt service, capital projects, and special revenue. The total revenues for your governmental funds were 22 million. This was an increase of about 1.7 from the prior year. The three largest being property taxes, which totaled 7.1 million, at an increase of 836,000. Your sales tax totaled 5.4 million and had an increase of about 293,000. And your grants and contributions totaled 3,758,000, had an increase of about 200,000. Next is a summary of your governmental activities expenses. Total expenses for the year were 19.9 million. This was a net increase of about 700,000. The three largest being your public safety expenses, which totaled 11 million, had an increase of about 690,000. General government totaled just under 5.5 million and had an increase of about 500,000. And your public works expenses totaled 2.6 million and had a decrease of about 485,000. All right, next is a summary of the revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances for your governmental funds. This is a summary presentation, so the numbers I'm going to go over here are just the net increase or decrease for the year. As you'll see on the left-hand side, the general fund had an increase in fund balance this year of 366,000. So this was to the positive. Your debt service fund had an increase of about 227,000. Your Ike recovery, which is just a grant fund, had a decrease of 273,000, which is typical for your grant funds. As the grant funding comes in one year, the expenditures may extend out over several years, so you'll see large increases and decreases. Your capital improvements fund had an increase of 150,000, and your non-major governmental revenues had an increase of about 194,000. The next number I want to point out to you is your ending fund balance for your general fund, and more specifically, the unassigned portion of that fund balance. This is an important number because the city wants to maintain an adequate unassigned fund balance reserve in case of emergencies, like hurricanes and what have you. But there should be some sort of safety net that the city maintains. The GFOA recommends a minimum of 15% or 2 months of annual operating expenditures. As of the end of the year, the city did have a total of 3.7 million. This is an increase over last year. It equated to about 22% and just under 80 days for the year. So the number is headed in the right direction. I think the goal is 25%. I believe that's the goal we're shooting for. Okay, next is a budget to actual for your general fund. You'll see the final budgeted numbers, followed by the actual results for the year, and then either the positive or negative budget variance on the right-hand side. The first number is the positive revenue variance of 422,000. So the city received that much more than your final budget planned to. And below that, you had a negative expenditure variance of about 850,000. This means the city expended more than you planned to in that final budget. Then you had also other financing sources, which are primarily transfers, had a positive budget variance in those of 2.5 million. But overall, the budget, when taken into account the revenue expenditure and other financing sources, had an overall positive budget variance of 2.1 million. Okay, next is a summary of your changes in net position for your utility funds. This includes your utility and sanitation funds. The first number is the increase or decrease in net position. These funds are a little bit different than your governmental funds in that they should be self-supporting. So they should have rates that are set at a level that do fund operations, debt service, and capital improvements. So that you'll see your utility fund increased net position this year. So you added to net position of 881,000, while your sanitation fund had a decrease in net position of about 220,000. So I think the takeaway here is the sanitation fund needs to be reviewed, make sure there's no rate issues. If the city is paying out more than you're charging the customers, there's an issue there. So this year there was a pretty big decrease. Some of that was related to timing of expenditures, but some of it, I believe, is a rate issue that needs to be looked at. Okay, so that does conclude my presentation of the summary statements. There are two additional letters that you have with you. One is our findings and recommendations. I won't go over each of these in detail, but I will point out on the findings and recommendations, the city has prepared a response for each of them. This year, we had two new comments due to the timing of the audit last year and when Christine came in. A lot of the comments you see here are carryovers from 22, but they have been addressed either currently or in the process of being addressed. The final two comments in this letter are two new comments that we did have this year, which if you had any questions over any of them specifically, I'd be happy to talk about them. The additional letter you have with you is what's called our required auditor disclosure letter. So this gives us an opportunity to discuss any issues that we had with the completion of the audit. The audit went smoothly, although not quite as timely as we would have hoped, I think city included. But overall, the execution of the audit went fine. We did not have difficulties getting the information. There were no scope limitations. And it does give us an opportunity to give you the journal entries that we propose to bring these accounts into accordance with GAAP. So you'll see those at the end of this letter. There were quite a few journal entries, which is kind of on par with how they've been in the past. And we typically recommend that that's, something the city should work to decrease. So. All right, so that does conclude my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Council, do we have any questions for the auditor at this time?
This is the what do you call it? Your letter pointing out the weaknesses.
Yeah, findings and recommendations.
Findings and recommendations. That's there at the top. Your findings and recommendations letter. It's good to see that many of the items from last year are off the letter, although we still seem to have the same number of items, but now they're different categories. So in that sense, that's a bit disappointing. But I do understand that we have a new finance director, and the information that she shared with many of us indicates that there were weaknesses and challenges under the previous finance director. One item that I want to point out, and nothing new, but that number 9, the monthly reporting to council, right? That's something that has been absent for too long. And I know, Ms. Turner, that your staff are working hard on that, but seriously, we need to have the monthly reporting. I think about it every time I come to a meeting, and I'm disappointed when we don't. The other thing, Mayor and Council, I think that we do need to seriously, finally, resolve this issue of the accrued vacation time. Yeah. It's a challenge for this small community and for our finances. And I think it's very clearly set forth here in finding number 5. I also am surprised to see as a new item the challenges we appear to be having with our accounting for the public improvement district number 1, which I believe is the Meadow.
Painted Meadows.
Painted Meadows area, correct?
Yeah, that one actually isn't new. That's one that's been brought
up. Well, not as a finding. I didn't see it as a finding.
Okay.
But I've heard it before, right? I think they've only had, but part of the problem is they don't seem to have that many meetings. As I recall too, that the members of the EDC are the board of directors of this PID, correct?
I'd have to double check if they're all members, yeah. But
I think and that was surprising when I found that out. So,
Mayor Pro Tem,
yes,
that is a previous finding. I have a response. I reached out to Katrina Harris, from the Assessments of Southwest.
right.
She is now providing us, the Marque PID account status report and the delinquent accounting listing report.
Mm.
So, we are receiving those documents now.
Okay.
Mhm.
And what role does she play? Is this
They're like an
assessment to the South?
intermediary. They collect the money for the PID. And then the money is forwarded, to another agency.
Well, so my question is, how did they become an intermediary? I know this predates you, but how was the relationship established?
whenever the PID is formed, the administrator is typically hired. So
So
it was-
is it true that sometimes administrators are in fact the tax assessor collector of a county? Is that accurate to say or not?
it's normally a separate.
A separate entity?
Mhm. The tax assessor may be they may collect the PID and distribute it. But when there's an administrator, it's typically a separate individual.
Okay. The city would never be the administrator. Our finance director, for example, would never
They
be.
could.
It could.
Mm.
Would there be any savings associated with that? To the PID?
The PID does have a fee. The administrator does charge the PID a fee. So it would just depend on how well the city could fill that role versus the administrator.
Okay. I would like to see some numbers there, by the way, then, to help review that a bit more. And then the other item that there was a bit of a surprise, but Ms. Turner, you previously mentioned it at one time, is that since 2016, we've not escheated to the state funds on either checks that have remained outstanding, uncashed, or funds that have not been utilized. Did you follow up with those monies that I pointed out that had been escheated in favor of the city of Lamar?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, I need to follow up on that. That
Okay.
kind of slipped through the cracks. I will work on that.
Okay,
But yes, that is on our to-do list coming up pretty quickly to get those escheated, because we don't want to wait any longer and incur. Hopefully, we will not have a penalty. We'll just go ahead and just escheat all at one time what we have. My main goal is, of course, we have to cut checks for accounts payable to our vendors, but I'm trying to eliminate check cutting for payroll. Just to limit the amount of checks that go out.
to go to electronic funds?
Yes,
Mhm.
yes. So that is on our very near to-do list. That's very important. We have to get that done. So we're gonna be working on that.
And finally, refresh my memory. This is the 4th year of your contract, right?
I believe this is the third.
The third year. And under our best practices, this is just an FYI, Mr. City Manager, I think every 5 years, this contract needs to be re-let.
That is correct. Mayor
Not
Pro
to
Tem.
say that it's looking at best practices. I've been very impressed with the work that you've done. Thank you. That's all.
Any more questions?
Are these going to be online for the citizens to view as well? These things, these items that were given to us.
Those documents will all be uploaded during our budget process. Any new documents that may be introduced the day of will then the following day be put online as addendums to what is online now. The audit itself, though, everything behind tab 31 in your budget books is already available online. Those additional items we would need to upload once again.
And then with the bank reconciliation stuff, we hired someone 2-3 years ago for training.
Yes, sir.
And,
Mhm.
and we're still using that person for training. I mean, how long is the training gonna
Well,
last?
we've taken over the bank reconciliations now. So, our staff is now handling the bank recs in-house. They still have questions time to time for her because they're still new at it, But I would say 95% of the bank recs, we're handling ourselves, and the 5% I can say are just questions. They don't know what to do with an item, they don't understand it, you know, they reach out to her for that guidance.
Okay.
But there are other issues that I would like to use her for, cleanup items to get some things in line. But that's only, you know, it's approved with the budget, but.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Any further?
Mayor, just for clarity. And maybe y'all did that at the meetings I missed, but the audit, have we accepted it?
No,
No.
this is just
This is the,
the presentation portion. I believe that, that the company couldn't make it on the 12th.
Okay.
And so they're just doing the presentation part. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right.
Yes, sir. Has not been accepted.
Mayor,
It's time rather than wait.
may I, just on that comment? Historically, we don't present this until much, much later. Usually, I think we presented this past year's in March. The best practice was to try to bring it to you before or during this budget process. So we're a little bit ahead of where we've been in years past. We wanted you to have this information as in line as what we're doing with our budget, and in hopes that we can kind of be better aligned with the things that we need to do leading into the year. So we're hopeful that it's a trend that we can continue to improve on.
So let's be clear on one thing so that we don't, not inform the public. This issue is sheet, to the state comptroller. We're specifically speaking about checks that have been cut to persons or vendors that have not been cashed, right?
That is correct. Either they haven't been cashed and now they're still dated. We need to either, I usually reach out to the vendor or the person, if it's $100 or more, send a letter to them, kind of contacting them. That's part of the requirements. To reach out, let them know that they have monies that they, you know, need to collect from the city. You know, we can void the check, reissue the check to them. And then at that point, we wait a shorter period of time to get their response. If we don't get the response, we then start the escheatment process to the state. And then we would direct them to go to the state to look if there are any monies that they're owed online with them, so.
Right above it, voiding checks procedure. Is there a procedure in which we use to void checks?
Yes, there is. There's a form that I created. When a check needs to be voided, the accountant is supposed to fill out that form, giving me the supporting documentation. I review it. What is the reason? You know, I determine, okay, what is the reason why we need to void this check? Once I'm satisfied with that, I'll sign off on it. They will, the staff person will then go in the system and void the check. If the check is not in our possession, then it is my responsibility to go into the bank and do a stop payment on the check. So it gets voided in the system. If we're not in possession of the check, I do a stop payment.
What happens if that, if that process breaks down and that check is cashed?
At that point, I will have to find out where the breakdown in the process happened. Either that process was not fully carried through to me, and then I will have to address it.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Kim.
Number 2, for cash management, where it says the management response, the finance director has noted that some fund cash balances are the negative and this will need to be resolved. Will we know that during this budget process, the ones that are historically go negative? I mean, do you know which ones?
I can let you know, I can pull it together for you.
Okay,
That was one of the things I wanted to use the consultant to
Okay.
work on and get that done for me.
and is that
Get
part
that.
of the culture though, is that normal or not?
It can happen,
Okay.
but you should stay on top of it for that not to happen.
Okay.
Mhm.
And it said that you're working in conjunction with contractor to get it
Yes.
resolved,
Mhm.
okay? And the auditor recommended that that is reported to council and monitored regularly. When it's negative, a low cash position, the need of transfer of funds or spending reduction should be considered the negative position. Okay, all right.
Number 7, do we have a process in place for the utility billing supervisor to make decisions? Any criteria in place for them to make decisions when they're adjusting customers' accounts, utility accounts? Is there a
Yes.
process in place and is there criteria?
Yes, it has started, since I started. I did, get with Venetia, our utility billing supervisor, that she is the one that is to sign off on any adjustments. She is that approval person to do that. Not any other staff member. It has to be her.
And is she doing that?
Yes, she is.
Is there a criteria for her to do that?
No, just any adjustments.
Is there a criteria for her to consider those adjustments? In other words, is there some sort of boundaries that these requests for adjustments have to have in order for her to even consider it? And a large increase in the amount of gallonage that has been used over and above the normal usage, things like that.
There is no specific criteria, it's just any adjustment. She needs to review it. Any adjustment.
Okay.
We can establish a criteria.
I would think, Mr. City Manager, that the council would like to entertain the establishment, and Ms. Turner, I'm doing this by charter. The council would like to entertain a criteria for the adjustment of our utilities by by whoever the utility billing supervisor is at the time. I wanted to get back and ask you, you said something at the end of your presentation about that this was a rate adjustment issue or a possible rate adjustment issue. What were you referring to? I lost track at that point.
That had to do with the deficit in the sanitation fund. So that fund did not cover its expenses for this year. So the money that was billed out to your customers were less than the money that was paid out. And the rate issue that you would want to look at is to make sure that whenever waste management, when you sign a contract with waste management and they provide their particular rates for their services, typically those rates are passed on with an administrative upcharge just for the internal costs. But those should be adjusted simultaneously. So as soon as you have the contract in place for waste management, the customer rates that's being billed should be updated at that point.
Because there are built-in increases in their contract. Say there may be an average of 3% a year. So you're suggesting that the council adjust according to what those increases would be in the contract.
Yeah, it's the goal of that fund is not to accumulate excess funds, but it's to be self-supporting. So when it's not covering its own costs, it needs to be adjusted.
I wanted to go back. I wanted to go back to your the beginning of your presentation because I wanted us to be informed on how you go about your process. The first thing that you said that you do is there's a period of planning. It says the audit process was a risk-based approach in which we focused our procedures on those areas most susceptible to risk of error. Would you elaborate on that very profound statement? You focus on procedures on those areas that are most susceptible, right?
Yeah, the extent of our procedures. So we may perform extended procedures on an area that is new, or if there's a new grant or new capital projects, or if there's turnover in a certain area, or something unusual that's occurred that comes out in our preliminary review or analytics. We're going to look at that a little closer. We're going to perform some specific procedures to make sure that those areas are correct, or we identify an error in that area. But that's our basic approach.
So it would be safe to say grant funding would be an area.
Grant funding is something we look at, yeah.
How about emergency management reimbursement? from FEMA or other governmental agencies?
If it's material enough and it's significant enough, yes, we would look at it.
How about outsourcing taxpayer dollars to private companies in the form of bid processes and things of that nature?
Yeah, we review bids and approvals and significant contracts. Yeah.
Do you also, and is this state law, do you also require every elected official, at least, and maybe even the appointed officials, to sign some sort of document that attests that there is no association with any vendor or any other persons that the city does business
Conflict of
with?
interest statement. Yeah.
Just say it for me one more time. Conflict of interest.
interest.
That's the phrase I was looking for.
Right, yeah, that's not a procedure that we do specifically for the audit, but that is a requirement.
Is that extended then to the appointed officials of our city? The manager, the clerk, the attorney?
Right, as far as having a signed statement on file for the appointed individuals, I'm not 100% if that's a state law or not, but the elected officials it is.
What about the finance staff?
Yeah, I don't know if it extends to the employee side. I would need to review to make sure.
Okay, sure. So so you, in the planning phase, you're looking at all of these possible material weaknesses, these areas that are unfamiliar to a governmental entity, new areas that have significant changes. And in the planning stage, you're doing fact finding, and this is what actually drives your audit.
That is the first step, and we put together our preliminary audit plan. So at that point, we build our programs to be designed around those risks and add procedures, maybe modify procedures in other areas. At that point, we're sitting down and we're meeting with the department heads for a lot of the significant departments, talking about their process and gaining understanding of their internal controls in place. So once we know how the process is being done, we can make a recommendation on how it should be done if there's a weakness in a particular area. So that's also a part of just our broad understanding of the city. And this all occurs prior to year end. Typically, it would be done, August, July. So, we'll be starting that process for 24 pretty soon. But all those things factor into the audit plan, which we execute after year end.
You mentioned also that the city does routinely a comprehensive financial report, which is somehow over and above the requirements of municipalities. Would you elaborate on that, please?
So the report that you have in front of you is considered a comprehensive annual financial report. The comprehensive portion has some additional sections in the front, in the introductory section. It has a letter of transmittal, an org chart. It has some additional information, but the most notable piece is the statistical section in the back of the report. It's about 30 to 40 pages in the back. It has some, trend analysis over time for your financials, demographic data, comparative debt data, capital asset data. It's a lot of very useful information, especially when you're looking at it over time to see how the city's progressing, and you can see if things are headed the right direction or wrong direction. And it just gives you a very good picture of how the city's been doing, and a lot more information for the user.
You said earlier that we have about 22% of in reserves, about 80 days, 79 days of operation in the reserve balance, which came out to about 22%. You said the standard was actually 15%.
That's the minimum.
The minimum
And
standard.
that's a loose rule of thumb.
And what's and who you mentioned the name of an organization along with that standard. What's the name of that organization?
That's the Government Finance Officers Association, referred to as the GFOA. And that 15% 2-month is just a general rule of thumb. They're not an authoritative body, but they do provide useful information for governments to use from a financial point of view. They're very well known. So they are a valuable resource to have and to review. But that is their baseline recommendation, and all cities will determine what they feel is appropriate. So typically it's going to be more than that, though.
Very good. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
page 61. Was
Of the book.
of the
booklet.
book of the, actually the audit, comprehensive audit, finance. You make a statement here, this is under stewardship, compliance and accountability. A, expenditures over appropriations. When you say that expenditures exceeded appropriations at the legal level of control, are you saying that there were that you did not see any budget amendments that would deal with these deficiencies?
Correct.
That's a point I made the point of here, correct? Mr. City Manager, Ms. Turner, I mean, that we're not doing too good in that area. So, and then following B, this is just for clarity. Your presentation here under the sanitation deficit for ending 9/30 of 23 says $221,310. Here, it says on page 62, 451,857, which is accurate.
So this actually is a different fund. This is this is a special revenue fund. This is the grant fund that we're looking at here. This should also include the sanitation fund. So that's something we can add within this.
But it says here sanitation fund.
Oh. You are correct. Yeah, this did not get updated. We had an entry that reduced that deficit. There was a subsequent correction. So thank you. That's something we need to
So
update.
the
So the actual
221 is the accurate.
That's the correct. This footnote needs to get updated, yes.
And the GLO Ike Recovery Fund, is that also known as our, what's it called, our Hurricane Recovery Fund? What is that?
Disaster
That's
fund.
one of the same,
Disaster fund.
the disaster fund. But that also was clarified, correct? We got out of the deficit that was indicated here.
Well, remember this this audit that you're seeing right now is not this year's audit. This is obviously from the previous year. The deficit you may be talking about is at the end of this last budget cycle, the direction I was given, since our budget was going to be more than what our revenues were expected to come in, was to offset that amount up from about approximately $1.1 million. I don't know the exact number, but I remember half of whatever the disaster fund would have been at that time to offset the general fund to have made budget this year. That was the direction given to us by council. So that is not reflected here because this audit you're reviewing today is a 22 budget. This fiscal year we're in right now is the one that you may be referring to.
Okay. All right, thanks, Mayor. Oh, the restricted, I know, C, restricted fund equity. I've never heard of, what's our tourism department?
It's your hotel motel tax.
Oh, that's hotel motel. That's interesting. I've never heard it called tourism. And the other one that I saw that kind of struck out at me was, well, I guess is that culture and recreation? What is that?
Likely parks. Yeah. I'll dig
Parks?
into it to see, but
Okay. Maybe we should call them by what we're used to, and that would, or just, I'm just.
At least have it,
making-
at least
we
have it
can
in
certainly do
parentheses.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
that would help us.
Yeah.
And not suddenly go screaming, oh my.
Is that
God,
some sort of
you know,
state requirement?
these are pretty standard,
Yeah.
but they're not designed for council interpretation, so they're more accounting based. But if there's another terminology you'd like us to use, there's no reason we couldn't. So
Okay. All right. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Any more questions? Well, sir, we thank you. That was a healthy discussion on a moment's notice, but we certainly will consider these pieces of information and have you back on tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. Hopefully we'll work that out, even if it's via Zoom. We would love to certainly follow up with you.
okay, great,
Very good. Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia?
Thank you. as we invite the next department up, I believe it's Fire Code EMS to come forward to present to get their presentation ready. I do know that Ms. Christine has brought forward a few documents that are going to be replacements for some of those documents that would have been in there prior that she worked on over the weekend. So I'd be remiss if I didn't ask for you to please use those edits as needed.
Are they in front of us, is what you're saying?
I believe they were paper clipped in a document.
Would that look like this?
Yes, sir. So there's 3 documents there. If you could please just adjust those as the copy for the review today. And these are the part of whatever would be added into tomorrow's upload or tonight to tomorrow's upload for the additional documents. We have a.
Good morning, Mr. Merriman, Chief Merriman. How are you?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. How are y'all this morning?
Fine, 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 fine.
Mayor and council and those following, for the tab to follow on, we're going to be looking at the budgets for tabs 13 and 20 in your budget books. And very briefly, what's been presented to you today as the estimated budget is still below what we estimate that this line will end at this year. If you notice the history, which is one of the attachments that was shown, the fire department in 2023 had an actual FY23 ending of $3.6 million. We budgeted 4 million, knowing that it was not going to still be enough for this next year. However, we're on pace or estimated to hit closer to 4.4 to end the year. However, due to cuts and concerns to get us where we need to be, we are proposing for this next year 4.1, and the numbers are all there, obviously, but just so you have those estimates. And I'll yield the floor to Chief Merriman to answer any questions about his proposed budget or any comments or statements he'd like to open with, please.
Make a presentation, Chief, or you,
Well, as y'all know, the budget was, all of our presentation packages were cut out of the budget to keep us under for a balanced budget. So, I'm prepared to answer any questions. I mean, we're pretty lean. We're going to struggle with the budget that we have to maintain all of our vehicles, our heavy apparatus, and a few other areas.
2 highlights that I would like to make just for memory here for all. If you remember, this is we will be entering starting October 1, year 3 of the fire CBA agreements, which puts all CBA personnel to be receiving the 8% increase that was awarded through the CBA agreement. That is one large jump for some of the requests that are being made. I also like to bring to your attention that up to a year ago, the numbers weren't staffed how they are today. That's another reason why there would be some increases that are expected. So now that we are close to fully staffed, I believe, Chief, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, we're down 1 or 2 bodies on the fire side.
Correct.
Now that we're very close to being fully staffed, obviously those numbers are proposed to be higher because we're expecting to be fully staffed and stay fully staffed throughout the entirety of the fiscal year, unless you deem that we need to cut, positions or whatever we need to do. Having said that as well, you also have 2 major expenses that are not shown here that we need to really strongly consider if and where or what we're going to do to get them. And that includes remounts 2 and 3 of the ambulances. We were allotting to put those as part of the packages this year. We were looking forward to getting those done because they need to be done. You have ambulances that are not working to par. And two out of those three are set to be remounted this year. And they are not currently included in the request because we had to cut all requests out to meet the balanced budget. That's what Chief was referring to. I don't want to summarize all of your, but those are probably, correct me if I'm wrong, your two most critical.
Yes.
So I'll leave you with that and we'll
What were
entertain
the,
questions.
I'm sorry, what were the two most critical?
The two most critical requests that are not shown are the ambulance remounts for units 2 and 3. You gave us a direction 2 years ago, a year ago, to start getting them done. If you remember this past fiscal year, we were able to accomplish one of them.
These were the ones that we were approved in 21 that
So-
we waited.
I'm sorry. Finish your sentence, please.
Those were the ones that we had trouble. We couldn't get chassis for. We had to change ambulance providers to find adequate chassis to get them remounted. So those that were in the process in 21, even though they were in the budget in 21, we still have not got those remounted. We have one of them.
At some point, though, these remounts were in our American Rescue Plan monies.
Yes, sir.
And so now we pulled them out. And now we're in front of council
Yes, sir.
saying that we left them out of the general fund budget when the council assigned them to the American Rescue Plan at least a year ago.
These were
Why do we pull them out? And one of the things was we don't pull things out of the American Rescue Plan monies unless we have a viable option for them out of our other financial and fiscal resources. So there was no reason to pull them out in the first place. Now you're up here making it, well, let me go at it a different way. So now you're here suggesting that you are in need of these remounts, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I totally believe that you are. But I also believe that this council provided our fire department with the fiscal resources through the American Rescue Plan Act. I believe that's what happened. And so I'm at a loss as to why we wouldn't go back to and put that back into where we got it from.
Certainly, Mayor. And if you may recall at the time, what was the original option that was done was not the remounts, but the purchase of 2 ambulances that would have cost almost twice the amount of what we're proposing through the remounts. The problem that occurred with that we said is we cannot properly procure with federal funds through the current process of getting these remounts done, what would have happened. So although there would have been a cost savings of approximately $100,000 per unit by doing the remounts as we were able to establish with the first one, we then moved those items out because we were not able to properly procure them using the federal guidelines. That's a recommendation that was brought forward, and we said we would address them during this budget cycle.
I don't ever remember any of those things happening. I remember us, and this is the discussion. One of the things that I asked for Thursday was a scorecard of all of those CEO projects and funding sources that the council earmarked for last year. We have repeatedly asked for, as this administration has pulled projects out of the American Rescue Plan and other funding sources to plug in other projects. We have repeatedly asked for a scorecard on where these monies are going, and it's really just been a whirlwind. I don't ever remember having that conversation, and now we have a fire chief who needs some remounts. When the council, in their initial response, directed and provided for remounts. That's what happened.
If
You may, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
I also need some clarity on this.
Absolutely.
The chief, I think you're first appointed, and you guys, Ms. Yancey, I know Councilperson Yancey, you were here. We had originally funded 2 remounts.
Yep.
We had. What happened? What happened?
I was told the money was not properly put away for that.
So I can probably provide more substance to that. And Mr. Racine, if you could, help me out with this process. We had to go back and look at the audits that were done for those years. When it was, I believe it was not 2020, I believe it was up back to 2020 when the original allotment was put aside.
Right, when I
But
first joined council.
When that's when it was first put aside for that. Apparently, and Ms. Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, there were POs that were issued for certain amounts to get this done. However, since the POs were never essentially used, they were never rolled over to the next fiscal year. So then those funds are then closed. Ms. Christine, that's the, could you, if you could shed some light on what you were able to find on that?
That is correct. When I first started in my role, that was one of the first things I wanted to look at. What open purchase orders do we have? Does the city historically roll purchase orders for capital projects or large purchase items? I noticed that's not what they do. Usually POs were not even closed. So when a new budget year came around, it was just starting from zero. You know, you just start budgeting from zero. No purchase orders were rolled. So in essence, if the purchase order was not rolled, the money's gone. It's
Well-
not budgeted for.
Well, Ms. Turner, that means that one of the things we did
Mhm.
was we earmarked these remounts with the American Rescue Plan monies. Are we
Right.
suggesting that the federal government gave us money that at the end of the fiscal year, that money disappears and goes away? We, as the council, earmarked the remounts with American Rescue Plan money. That money doesn't go away. Doesn't matter if
Right.
the fiscal year ends or
That's
not. The PO, I mean, you're the professional in that area, so I would have to agree with you. If the fiscal year ends and the PO goes away,
Mhm.
that may be true, but the American Rescue Plan money, that stays until we
That's true.
spend it. And so while that is a very interesting response, it certainly is not in line with my question. And my question was, didn't this council, or excluding Councilmember Lowry, he's new on, but the council previous to this, didn't that council earmark remounts out of the American Rescue Plan monies? And I'm asking you that, Chief.
Sir.
Okay, well, we can move on from that and now get to the second priority. You said the first priority was ambulance remounts. What was the second priority?
It's staffing. I mean, we have, we currently have a minimum staffing of 8 personnel. We are authorized 10 per shift, 30 personnel. 10 personnel on shift with allowing for sick vacation. The fire department has what's called a Kelly day where somebody has to be off. So we currently don't hire overtime until we get to a minimum staffing of 8, which is 2 men on each apparatus. I had put in the budget in hopes to add an additional driver for Station 2 for each shift, so 3 drivers and 3 firefighters to bring our staffing to a minimum of 4 per shift. I'm sorry, 4 per apparatus. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Which would bring us in line with the NFPA 1710 minimum staffing requirements for fire departments. And there were some other, things that were wants, but not needs in the total budget package that I had presented was to add the 4 personnel, 3 engineers, 3 driver engineers, 3 firefighters per shift. And then I wanted to, we're seeing an increase in call volume. We wanted to increase to a 3rd medic unit in service 24/7, but that takes 6 personnel to put that up. And while I know that we can't provide all of that at one time, you guys need to know exactly what we need to successfully take care of the citizens so that y'all can make the decisions on what we can do and phase it in over time, because our call volume is only increasing. Last fiscal year, we ran 6,100 calls for service, 6,190 calls for service. And as of today, year to date, if you'll look at, Kyle, let's put it on the screen. I believe this is a pointer. We are already at 5,178 calls just year to date, and we still have a couple of months to go in this fiscal year. So we're on pace to hit that or exceed it. And then some of our other stats that are there, we've obviously increased our collections EMS wise and our fire billing as well. Our fire marshal's office has also increased its collections. They've also increased their performance as far as, inspections and plans reviews, fire prevention, which is, when I say fire prevention, that's all of the local fire prevention that we do at the schools and station tours. Anybody that comes by and wants a station tour, we take time out of the day to show them fire trucks, show them the entire fire station. Any appearances at birthday parties that we get requests for, that's all part of the fire prevention stuff.
Chief, I would like to see a number on mutual aid received. I see mutual aid given. Is there a number on mutual aid that we received or we requested from,
So there is,
in particular, emergency medical service mutual aid? But I'll take any and all mutual aid.
So we have. So the reason I did it in that mutual aid is because the previous year I didn't divide them up. My own fault. I didn't think to divide them up versus mutual aid given versus mutual aid received until this year when we started applying for AFG grants for equipment and stuff. They started asking that question. So we did not break it down a given versus received, but this year, we've gone out of the city to mutual aid 385 times, and we've received mutual aid 61 times.
Okay.
So only 61 times have we needed an additional, and
that's so that's not just a fire call. That's
both.
chest pains.
That's medical calls to the surrounding areas, cities that needed assistance from our ambulances. That also includes any of our, anytime we have a structure fire or anything like that. Obviously, for staffing wise, we call in additional trucks from Hitchcock, Santa Fe, and Texas City.
But we only did that how many times?
61 times.
So let me ask you this. We receive monies from the Galveston County Firefighters Association
We do.
for our efforts in mutual aid.
Correct.
Are those monies tied to call volume, mutual aid call volume, or any sort of numbers statistical?
Every year for the county contract, we have to provide them with a number of calls that we mutual aid to the unincorporated areas of Galveston County. So that's what the county mutual aid contract is for. It doesn't cover, we're under all the fire departments in Galveston County are under the mutual aid contract. But the monies that we receive from the county commissioner's office is for what we respond to the unincorporated areas of Galveston County. And that's every year you guys get the contract, August, September, October area, depending on when the county commissioners get it to us. But that's the contract that we put in front of y'all for $22,500 that goes into our Fund 48 to provide with, equipment if we broke it, to repair equipment to repair equipment. And that's what we use to buy, damaged bunker gear if we damage it in a fire.
So the vast majority of our outgoing mutual aid is which entities?
It's medical to Texas City and Hitchcock.
And are we able then to bill the insurance companies of those residents, although they are not residents of our community?
Yes, sir. Those residents, we send by law, we have to send a bill to all residents, Medicare, Medicaid. But if we respond to Texas City because they are not a tax-paying resident of the city of Lamarque, then our EMS billing company will go after them for the unpaid balances. Unlike we do not do that for the city of Lamarque.
So what was the increase from last year that we were able to realize revenue-wise from our new medical billing system?
So, excuse me, in the previous budget cycle, we collected $365,853 in EMS billing. And in the EMS billing, they use a term called cash per transport. So that's on average, they take the number of calls you make versus, each call that they bill, the number of calls that are billable calls, divide the number that it is, and you get, an average cost of cash collection per transport. And that was $233.47. This year to date, we have collected $619,361, increasing our cash per transport number to $454 per call. The other thing that I learned through this budget cycle that our EMS administrator and our EMS billing company track is the total number of ground mileage that we are in transports. Last year, we had ground transport mileages of 8,319 miles, and this year to date, we're at 6,733. Completely irrelevant to financial status other than the amount of fuel that it would take. But I thought that was a cool number that I just learned myself that we could actually track.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Said tab 13 and what was the other tab you gave us?
20.
Okay.
Any further questions for the fire chief on that? I was on tab 13, guys.
Right.
With all my questions. Anybody still? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I do have them. Well. Wait till one of them, I think Sister needs to come back, but Ms. Turner,
Yes.
if I heard properly some of the questions the mayor was asking, and this city historically has just closed out basically at the end of a budget year any POs that have been, or any budgeted items, I should say. You said any purchase orders, but
Right.
but it basically is not carried over. If we allocated the money for the 2 ambulance remounts and we did not utilize all of that funding in that budget year, it did not carry over to the next budget year.
That is correct.
Okay, so are there, my question is going to be, and I guess a little greater, are there any items in our 23, where's my other budget book? Our adopted budget from 23-24. I guess you wouldn't know the answer to that yet. It would not be until September, huh? The end of September.
What is your question?
That you would say to us, the council approved these dollars for this, but that item has not been acquired or purchased or that. I guess you wouldn't know that until September.
My vision for purchase orders is I have instructed department heads now, I've ran an open PO report. I want for them to go through that report, note which ones they need to want to keep open, right? At that point, I want to bring it to council, especially capital items, for you guys to approve, and then I will roll them. That's what I would like to do.
Roll them over?
Yes. Yes,
Roll them.
but it's too late now because we have this
Yeah,
budget, but
that's what I'm
at
thinking.
some point I have to, at least with the next budget, I have to get into a rhythm
Yeah.
of asking department heads, here are some capital items. Do you want to roll this PO so that we can add it in to that next budget number and then you can continue spending?
So Chief.
And that is something that we have never gotten before. So this is the first, we got this email a couple of weeks ago. So that's a new process that she started for us to go look through.
So let's follow up on that. Right now, to the best of your knowledge, are there any items that this council approved in the 23-24 budget that you do not have a high confidence level that you're going to be able to acquire or follow through on the use of those dollars by the end of the fiscal year?
I don't believe so. We don't have any, the only large ones that we would have had that have been carried over that we've been struggling with is the ambulances because vehicles weren't available. Chassis were just not available.
Yes.
Everything else seems to be back to, we'll have everything that you guys have given us to move forward with.
And to Mayor's point, if it's already listed as ARPA funds, then it's no problem. We can get those remounts done.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for the city manager. He had to step out to the restroom. But as I understood, and I need to confirm this with them, we need to all, or perhaps Fire Chief, you know this. Apparently what I heard, because I also did not know this changeover, right? I don't recall it. But what I heard was that if we go out and purchase an ambulance, that's an approved ARPA expenditure. But when we opted to go ahead and do remounts with those dollars, per GrantWorks, who is the administrator, they informed us that that was not an appropriate use of the ARPA dollars. That's what I heard. And that's what I need to confirm.
And I'm unclear on that. I opted to remount because for $170,000, I can remount the boxes that the city has already bought, and to purchase a new one is $360,000.
And I don't know why they wouldn't approve. I don't believe that. I believe that, which not to what Mayor Pro Tem is saying, but I believe that there is some stretching of dollars taking place and pulling things out and putting things in, and it just gets confusing. And at the end of it, you know, the council's confused, the finance director is doing the best she can. You just want your remounts. And it's just a lot of unnecessary pulling and shifting of monies when the council earmarked those monies from those sources last year after the budget, whether it was COs or whether it was ARPA funds. We earmarked those monies, right? And if there was some sort of prohibition on those funds as it relates to a remount, then what the administration should do is say, stop right there. You can't do that with those monies. Gus should have told us that. Gus didn't say anything about it. I don't think that that's what it is. I think it's just we're a little confused on where all the money's are.
No, Meredith, then city manager, did I understand you properly to say that when we had allocated the ARPA dollars for a purchase of an ambulance, that was an approved expense? But when we changed it to use of remounted, we were informed that that was not an approved use of the ARPA dollars.
That is correct.
Okay,
That's how that occurred. But it was, this is something that had happened well before of this time.
I know. So the next question is, and I share Mayor's comment, we were not informed of that. We were not informed of that.
Okay.
Okay, so, and that would have been from GrantWorks. They're administrators on this. They're telling us what's appropriate or not,
That is correct.
right? So
They would be the ones to guide us through that process.
So along this process, at some point, I hope we see during this budget process, we see GrantWorks, because I would like to be updated
Right.
on the ARPA dollars as they work on use of on this. Now,
Sure.
having said that, is it if in order to meet our objective, or your objective, I should say, your plan of providing additional service to our residents, emergency service, if it's appropriate for us to go ahead and spend from ARPA, once again, upon confirmation from GrantWorks, the 300 and something $1,000 you mentioned to buy a new ambulance, then let's consider that. Let's look at that
Certainly.
as the alternative on that side. That's just something I'm throwing out at this point. But Mr. City Manager, we do need to keep on top of that report on allocation of dollars. And that's the administrator's responsibility. I got to say that. In my world, that's the administrator. GrantWorks needs to be presenting us, here's what's happening and here's the updates because and that's not happening.
Not a problem.
Yes.
And
But
Ms.
I
Pro
believe,
Tem-
let me say this, Ms. Turner, I want to get Ms. Yancey in, but let me say this. I believe it's the city administration's responsibility to tell the people. If we ran into a problem with which, first of all, let me say this. If the council has directed you as an administration to acquire certain pieces of equipment with certain funding sources, and that somehow is no longer, we are no longer able to do that by law, then the first thing we need to do is we need to email that council, put that on the agenda, and provide for whatever law or whatever standard or whatever policy says that we are not allowed to do it, so we can read it, discuss it, so our residents can hear us discuss it, so that there is no ambiguity on whether or not we are able to purchase or able to remount those ambulances with this money. So it falls for me right at the feet of a municipal administration for the lack of communication. Ms. Yancey.
So when you're talking about, they weren't available, the chalices, remember the fire department, I don't, that's not my wheelhouse, right?
Right.
So what do you mean by that? When you said it wasn't
Vehicle
available?
chassis. So when we remount the ambulance, we take the box off and do away with the cab and chassis, which is the engine, the transmission, the frame, and the cab of the vehicle. So during COVID, when this council approved the 2 remounts, because it was a cost savings over purchasing a new one,
Yeah.
Chassis, the vehicle portion of the box wasn't available.
So you didn't order it because you didn't have.
They
the
were on
chassis.
order, but they canceled the orders because Ford, who makes chassis, and Dodge that makes ambulance chassis, they weren't making ambulance chassis anymore
Okay.
because they were making vehicles for the regular consumer.
And so it couldn't be ordered because you didn't have access to the chalice. So that lasted from 21 until what time? Or 2020, COVID happened in 2020. So you want to say 2020 until what time is it still like that or?
So we found a different remount company that has chassis in their stock,
Okay.
and went with that company. That was because we checked I had Kiara get me the resolution for when council did it, and they didn't. My worry was that they were going to be tied to a specific company, and it wasn't. Council just earmarked the dollars for the chassis.
For the chassis.
So we found the new, which is where we got the new blue and gold Medic 2.
So from 2020 to 23,
Mhm.
you were not able to order it because there was no chalice.
No chassis available.
Okay. So, because one thing I know about this administration, when we approve the budget, you guys spend it. Pretty much. So that's why I'm like, why didn't you spend it? Like, what was the holdup? That's
Wasn't
what I was
the
asking.
vehicles weren't available.
Okay, that they weren't available, so that's why you couldn't remount.
Mhm.
So when did they become available? 24?
Yes, ma'am. Earlier this year.
Okay, so the reason why we haven't bought the remounts
Is
is
because,
because it wasn't until 24, but now we can.
and so once the chassis become available, the work still has to be done on the units. I mean, it
Okay.
still takes 6 months to remount one of those. So even though we got in with the new one, we're still waiting on we're still waiting on them to come in. They have our boxes, but we're waiting on them to be,
Right.
the work
Okay.
to be done.
So
It's
the
a time consuming process.
Okay. So why the funds weren't spent is because of the issue of availability.
Because we hadn't taken we didn't expend those funds because we hadn't taken delivery of the product yet.
Okay,
We hadn't got the unit, so we don't pay for things in
right, in advance. You
until
you have to
we
make
get them.
sure
So
you
they
get
just hadn't delivered them.
it. Okay.
So we
'Cause I'm
didn't.
trying to understand why, because I know,
May I
yes,
comment on this? The root factor is council approved this purchase in 2020. They approved it to come out of the regular fund. This is before ARPA even existed.
right,
This is where it originally came from. Purchase orders were distributed. The expense never occurred. Proper accounting principle says you close your POs or you roll them over to the next year. But if you close them and don't roll them over, then the funds don't, no longer have them earmarked.
right.
So the fact that they were not earmarked made this council, my understanding, originally put that on the list of items to then try to take out of ARPA. Okay? That came forward. And also point of clarification.
What happened in 23? Last
Uh,
summer?
21, I believe, was the
No, I
original.
know it's when we finally got it done.
The allocation of ARPA, the first allocation occurred,
Summer.
I want to say it was a year ago, give or take.
That's when we
But-
actually we came here as a council. We told you guys, we gave you direct somewhere to spend the money.
Correct. One of the reasons we were never able to do so is because ARPA allocations can only be done through council action via this actual rental. So that is the council action that we have taken to do that. We, as administration or anybody, can do anything without doing that. That's one of the delays that caused us along to
So
get
we
here.
gave that directive, but according to your chief, it still wasn't available to purchase the chalice part. Am I right?
That was when we found the new company, the different remount company.
Mhm.
You know, our ambulances, our Fraser ambulances,
Okay.
and Fraser used to have the only game in town when it came to remounting their boxes.
Okay,
But as they've been around for so many years, there are now other companies that.
Right.
So once ARPA came back around, we were able to shop around and we found a company called Trinity Ambulance that is remounting them,
okay,
which is where we found the chassis. They actually had chassis
Right.
physically in their possession. They had them in their,
and those have been ordered or not ordered? They're still not ordered. Is that what you're saying?
they have our boxes.
What does that mean?
They have our vehicles. They're in the process of being done.
So the two mounts that this council approved have now been ordered and they're working on them now.
Yes.
So by the end of this budget year, which is September 30th,
We may
They're
get,
done?
we may get one,
may get one.
but it may not be till after October.
So
and
we're in
then
the
the following
process
one
of
will
that now.
be-
Okay,
Later on, 2025.
okay. And I just wanted to kind of understand, because that's I remember the last time you came to us and told us about the remounting and, and I know that's the mayor's wheelhouse, is not mine.
Yes. ma'am.
But I wanted to understand about, why something wasn't followed. Well, now we know, because there were some issues with the ordering of the product if you can't get it.
Right.
Now, for the PO and saying that that's a new thing, so the money stays, if it's not ordered, where does the money stay? Did it stay in that particular fund? Where did it go?
So it's rolled over and it goes back into the general fund.
Back.
So essentially your earmark ends and those funds, those unused funds, those unencumbered funds would go back into your general fund.
So the remount that they're working on now, is that just the one remount that we approved or the two?
The two.
The two,
So they're in the process. They stagger them out.
okay.
They have both of them, but they start working on one. And then when they get close to finishing, they start on the other.
So by the end of this budget year, you're saying the two probably won't be finished, but the monies have been spent.
Correct.
So you're here today, because it sounds like you have the three, you will have the three
Eventually.
eventually, but
Next
you're
budget
here
cycle.
today to request in the new budget another remount?
No,
Okay.
the money's for those.
The
No,
money's for
we
them.
needed you to know that the monies are not there.
There's not enough. There wasn't enough, even though you've ordered it,
Yes.
but we'll have to pay for it. So mayor's issue is that should have come from the ARPA funds. So help me, because I'm trying to understand.
Let me help you.
Yeah.
Let me help you. And we should really just probably move on instead of trying to
I'm
defend
just trying
the,
I'm not trying to defend, I'm trying to understand, 'cause I wasn't.
So let's
understanding.
let's try it from a different section.
Mhm.
Let's all believe in this world that we live in that the ARPA funds were that it was illegal to use ARPA funds to remount your units. Do you believe that?
I don't,
Do you believe it?
I don't.
Do you believe that?
I don't know. I'm gonna get
Okay.
in touch with Grant Works so they can specifically tell me about
Put
remodels.
it in writing.
So at
Yes,
at this
I am.
point,
As
let
soon
me
as I
just.
get back there, I'm gonna.
Let
do
me
that.
just say it and I'll just leave it alone. So at this point, if we all believe that that's true, right? That means that, how much money was that, chief?
For both of them is
For both of them, 340.
340.
So at this point, then we can, as a council, look and we can say, those $340 that we earmarked out of the ARPA funds, it's illegal to remount those ambulances with that money, or they won't allow us to do that. So what we could do then is we could find other items that are allowable with ARPA funds. And we can then make those purchases with ARPA funds, and then the monies that were in the general fund, then we can then go back and get those ambulances remounted. It would have just been that simple, right? It would have been that simple to draw this out and try to drag this into a new budget year when there was a simple solution. If the ARPA funds are not available, we have other projects across our city. Let's use these the ARPA funds for these other projects that are allowable. And then a budget amendment, right? A budget amendment would have allowed us then to use the general fund monies to get your ambulances remounted. And that's the point. There was a communication breakdown. It was not done. Even if we believe that we can't use those monies, there was still a communication breakdown. The council still was not informed. We still did not have the opportunity to adjust on the fly and then redirect our administration to accomplish the goal of getting your ambulances remounted. That's all I'm trying to say. Now we can talk about budgets and how stuff rolls over in POs. We can do that for the next 10 minutes, or we can simply acknowledge that and move on, right?
Yes, sir.
I think that personally, I think we should probably try to figure out how we go about getting you the things that you need.
Yes, sir.
So, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I happen to agree with you on the methodology. Let's reallocate. All right. And Grant Works needs to be part of this process.
I
They're
agree.
ultimately responsible on this. We contracted with them. And but Chief, and this is Ms. Turner, this is the book I'm seeing here now. I like it because it appears to represent to me the beginning of some 5-year planning with regard to the proposed budget by departments. Is that accurate?
Are you looking at the packages?
I'm
with the
looking at
notes?
yeah, like behind the fire department, we've got the items listed, right? You've got here's
Yes.
the remount item.
You mean the
within the-
commentary?
And it
The
says
commentary?
FY resources requested right there. It says FY 2025,
Yes.
2026, 2027, 2028.
Right.
And for me, that's the beginning point of dealing with these
Yeah.
apparent deficiencies that we've had of not carrying over items.
Yeah.
So we should be starting to utilize that to say, okay, look, we haven't been able to do this here, but let's begin our discussions for 2026 with the monies that have not been utilized so that we're not starting from scratch and we're not forgetting about these important now purchases.
Right.
Now, having said that, Chief, I'm one of these items, I'm just I need some clarity, and that it has to do with these, with the, is it the vest that I was looking at? Yeah, here it is. Is it the bunker gear that has the 10-year? Yeah, refresh my memory. Wasn't it at the last council meeting that we utilized, or we submitted an approval to utilize a grant to acquire some of these?
Yes.
Is this the
So,
one and the same?
So the last council meeting, you guys approved for me to purchase the 10 sets that expired on August 1st.
Okay,
We also have a grant with AFG, which is where I kind of started picking up mutual aid calls versus adding stats. We have a grant out to purchase 36 sets of bunker gear to provide the entire department with a second set of bunker gear, which is becoming the best practices standard for fire departments due to all of the cancer causing carcinogens that are in our bunker gear. We applied for that grant to take care of that.
Okay.
And we are, as of Sunday, we are still in review for those, which is apparently a good thing with AFG because they've either denied you by now or they're getting ready to take you on to the approval process for their next fiscal year.
All right, well, that's good. From your mouth to God's ears, right?
And that was from our, I had a conversation, probably a 2-hour conversation with our grant lady, Miss Alice Ashley, about where we were in the process of that, because I'm not a grant person. I will be the first one to tell you that next to
Okay,
her
so-
job, I know even less about grants.
Okay, so all I'm asking is just keep it simple. Where I kind of recall in that conversation we had last month, that you were also trying to stagger these purchases so that we wouldn't be all hit with a big financial
Yes,
hit
sir.
in order
Absolutely.
when it came up. So that's still your plan.
That
Correct.
is always my plan. Because, we are run a lean budget as it is. So my plan is never to want to purchase 36 sets of bunker gear at one time. The goal behind the 36 sets would be our second set. So then I would be replacing our existing sets of gear with those to be, and then in 5 years, I would replace 10 sets and break it down so that we're on a cycle. It's a little bit more legwork on us to keep up with it, but
So the
it
only,
makes those a whole lot more, it's a whole lot more manageable to take $50,000 and buy 10 sets of bunker gear, which we've just done, than it is to buy, 36 sets of bunker gear at whatever that
Yeah.
equates to. My math
and I
is
agree with you,
fast.
I understand that. So the only request I have there is, once again, utilizing this new format, the new software we're using for
Okay.
budget, is that if it's something that you estimate is going to happen in fiscal year 27, start utilizing the form to say fiscal year 27.
Mhm.
I'm going to anticipate the gear. So that way we're
Mhm.
looking at some long-term financial planning
Mhm.
and projections, and it gives whoever is up here that knowledge and carryover, right? To say, okay, oh, this is something that's occurred. And we're too guilty in this city of not doing enough of that. Okay, that's all, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
So, and I do have some
Questions?
correspondence here. EMS ambulance and equipment, ARPA grant funding, frequently asked questions. It states here, does the grant only apply to new equipment or ambulances? The answer is funding may be used to purchase new, used, or remounted ambulances that meet the requirements of Title 172 NAC 12, Section 004.01. So, it seems that we can.
So let's be clear so that all 20,000 of us can know this together. We can, CAN, use ARPA funds to remount ambulances. Is that what you just said?
It, according to this Q&A, frequently asked questions, yes. I can circle back actually with GrantWorks to confirm.
You want to
Okay.
comment on that?
Here's the deal. The reason why these things tend to grate council is because we have already earmarked, we have already provided for these things for our residents. We've already directed staff to utilize fiscal resources, taxpayer dollars to solve problems. And when it doesn't happen, you know who they call? Us five. And they're upset and they don't want to hear, well, we had to pull this and we had to do, and see, that makes it look like we are incompetent here, right? And so sometimes it's necessary for a council to get a little feisty, especially when you're dealing with taxpayer dollars, because these are these folks' dollars. And if you don't haggle with other people's money, they're going to let you know it. And so I thank you for that real-time answer, Ms. Turner. I thank you for your candid responses, Chief. certainly let's move on. This is a job. I mean, this administration has a job to do. They get paid to do that job. And so we up here that are setting aside our time to try to navigate, to try to direct these taxpayer dollars and how they're expended, we don't have time to mess around, right? You all get paid to do a job. We are not getting paid to do this job, and we're up here dealing with people's money in a real way. And so it might not come out pleasant all the time, especially during these budget workshops, but it's going to come out the way that it needs to be said. So council, let's move on. I'm done with that part of it. I wanted to make sure we understood where my heartburn was. Are there more questions perhaps for the fire chief?
So it's more for you, Ms. Turner. Our budgeted amount is what we anticipated budget. The estimated amount's what we're going to, what we're estimated to spend at the end of the fiscal year.
Correct.
So if we budgeted for $2.2 million, we're spending $4.145 million in salary. Why are we going back to $2.4 million for salary next year for the fire department?
Let me look into that.
Okay. I just, well, that's in the actual proposed budget. It's not on.
Are you referring, Councilmember Ross, to the 2004 estimate? Where it jumps from like the budget is 22, for example, salary.
2.252 million.
Yeah, to 4.1. What was that? What happened with that? That's almost double.
That looks to be an estimate error that was
Yes.
corrected in one of the documents that was presented this morning.
What's the true?
For that line item, that may not exist, but if you look at the bottom of it,
Let's see.
where the estimate shows 7.7, the document that you have today shows a new estimate.
These are the documents that you were talking about.
Of 4.6. If we look at page, it would have been, I think, the second one you have there. Matt.
Four point six, 4.4.
4.4. If you look at the original. Here. 7.6, there was a mistake here.
So
Okay.
7.6 is right here now, right? And this should be 4.4, you're
That's
saying?
Point one.
That's-
Mhm.
Where are you?
That should be 4.1 million.
Are you following along, Councilmember?
You see this sheet right here?
So what should be that first line?
We have to give you that over again. That's what we have to provide you for this.
It should be on the new form that I gave you.
Right,
It shows.
If you look for fire,
It gives me the whole budget. I'm
Right.
looking for the actual salary amount.
Okay.
okay,
Take.
let me look into that. Let me see
And then put that in.
what error was made here.
You can talk that.
Okay.
So let's just deal with the new numbers. I guess to try to help Councilmember Ross. The budget was for 4,012,581, that bottom line, correct? And the estimate is 4.4 million. So that looks like an increase of roughly about $450,000. And so what led to that increase? I also know, while you're answering that question, that there seems to have been a huge increase in overtime. I think we were upwards of $757,000 of overtime when we budgeted only 150,000. So that's $650,000. Actually, $600,000, excuse me, of additional overtime.
That is correct.
Mayor, Councilman Ross, to answer both of your questions, if you could allow us to bring that particular
Yes.
breakdown back to you with the appropriate numbers, that will then match the new summary page that you received this morning.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Well, hearing none again, Chief, thank you for leading us off. We have work to do. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. Yancey.
So you said you still need the two remounts, even though the two are still working. Do you still need the two or no?
Yes,
You still-
those two need to be, we have a total of 5 medic units.
Okay.
Two of our front lines are 2017 Dodges, and we are expending a exorbitant amount of maintenance dollars.
So you said the remounts, the staffing, you want to increase your staffing from 8 to 12, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. That will give us, so currently we have a captain on each side of town. This council directed us last year to hire 3 captains so that we have a company officer on each side of town. So what we do have now is we have 6 captains, 1 on each side of town. But we only have 1 person that is permanently assigned to the engineer driver spot, which is the person who drives the fire truck, pumps the water, makes sure that all of the truck is safe to do that. We want
So
to
I
put,
just want to make sure, you don't have to go into
Oh, okay.
detail like that. I just want to make sure that I got it right in my notes. The mounts and staffing,
that's
was there anything else?
well, I mean, there's an inlet, but at this point, when, you know,
Give me your
council,
top 3. Your top 3. The
Um,
mounts, the staffing, and what's the last?
was an additional personnel in the fire marshal's office to handle environmental crimes.
Which is a big thing right now.
But we're directed to, come in as lean as we can, and those things just, but those would be my top 3. There's still some things, coming down the thing that are in the packages that have been zeroed out. Like new stretchers for the medic units, and the new medic units need power assist stretchers to go in the trucks, because the old boxes have an air system that dumps the back of the box. Well, over the life of that ambulance, we have found that those systems cost us so much to repair that it's easier to go without them. And so that makes the back of the box a little higher. So we need to save back injuries, the power load stretchers that help assist the load into the back of the units.
So I have staffing, the mounts, the remounts, the fire marshal personnel, and you're saying you gave me a 4th one,
Stretchers.
the stretchers, okay. All right, thank you, Mary.
Very good. If there are no further questions for Chief, we will consider everything that you've shared with us, certainly, and do the best we can to try to accommodate the needs of our community. Council, well, let's look at Ms. Nance. Did you schedule a lunch at a certain time, or?
So we did. We initially had lunch scheduled to be about 12:45, but I've spoken with the restaurant and they asked for a little bit of extra time.
Absolutely.
We
good deal.
did work through our first break. If you guys want to take a break now.
Yeah,
we can do that.
let's take a. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
or we
yeah,
can
you know
do
what?
both first.
Thank you for that, James. We'll finish code enforcement, do a 10-minute break, and then come back and get PD, and then we'll go to lunch. Is that agreeable with council?
Yeah.
Very good. Let's move now. Thank you for that, Councilmember Ross. Let's move now to page 20,
Tab 20.
tab 20. I'm sorry. Thank you for that, Ms. Jensen. Tab 20, code enforcement. Chief, did you want to share some things with us before we question?
The things that I have are highlighted up here. Our budget for the 23-24 was $605,795. administration as we've decreased that, to 563, 655. It's a 6.95% decrease. And I'll be honest with you, with my math, it took me probably longer to figure out what that decrease was than somebody else could have. But there's the revenue type of collections that we have there. Unfortunately, due to SmartGov, they don't, our SmartGov contract, we do not have the historical data tab as part of that contract, which I found out, that contract was signed by Miss Carol Butler. So, that was we've had to go through with some SmartGov stuff. So trying to figure out the historical data that you guys want, I'm not smart enough in SmartGov. We're working on getting them to come in and give us some training. And that was how we found out that our contract was, the last SmartGov contract was signed by Ms. Butler. So, I wished I had some historical data to go with this year's numbers, but unfortunately I don't. These are just the numbers that I've been given, this year. Our officers, initiated themselves 550 cases. Request Tracker, the citizens have brought in 209 cases. Our officers collected 536 bandit signs so far this year. And these are all year to date. We still have a couple of months left to go. So those numbers will obviously be different by the end of the fiscal year. As far as requests for these guys, I don't have a whole lot of requests. I would just like to maintain the status so that we can continue to learn. I'm at my own fault. I'm still learning code enforcement just as much as everybody else. So,
Very good. Question, council, do we have any questions for Chief Merriman as relates to code enforcement?
I do, Mayor. On your first page here, it says reduce lien complaints to a procedure followed by the protocols actively set in place. What do you mean by lien complaints?
find those. So as it currently sets, if somebody wants to, the biggest complaint we get from people or from citizens, realtors, what happens is anything that we have a lien placed on for an abatement, the process that we have to figure out how to release the lien, it takes us too long to do that. And our biggest goal is to try to streamline that, make it smoother, faster so when people do want to come in and pay their liens, obviously they're trying to take care of the debt that they've owed. And it either means that they want to sell the property or in often cases, a family member has taken the property over and is trying to make it right so that they can improve the property. And it just takes us so long to figure that out with having to go to the county to figure out where the records are at. Not having the historical data tab in SmartGov doesn't help us any. So we're having to figure out how to find it. Our goal is to streamline that so it doesn't take us that long to get them the total lien payoff so that they can pay their debts. Because it is an extremely time consuming process at this particular moment. And I just feel like it should be faster.
You mentioned that this SmartGov contract dates back to City Manager Butler. So, but we've been paying an annual fee, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And that annual fee does not include updates.
And
Could the tab that you're looking for be included? I just think that
I would. So when we found out that it was signed by Ms. Butler, we actually requested them to send us the current contract that we have so that we can read through it to figure out exactly what it
a
is.
good starting point.
Just to get us a baseline on it.
Yes. I have a question. Then on your second page here, great that you translated the forms into Spanish and all the items that you've done here, the accomplishments. My question is, I see 6 new red tags created, but is there a form that is just a warning that we're not causing heart attacks among people that see a red tag? But do we give when it's feasible, just a simple warning. You've got 5 days to get this corrected.
Our officers are, I believe a warning should be something that is an in-person thing, so we didn't create a paper. Listening to, I feel like we probably should. That's an area that I can certainly add that to something to do. Because I'm a face-to-face kind of person. I feel like if hey, your grass is getting a little tall, and that gives us the ability to talk to the resident and see if maybe there's an underlying issue.
Yeah,
That it hasn't
exactly.
been.
No, I understand where you're going.
But a warning sticker or paper, no, sir, currently there is not. But
And
we
I
can
just-
certainly make
I
that
just think it
happen.
would help our prosecutor as well too, if you look, hey, you've got a history that we tried to work with you and.
You know, and when I first took over, they were sending a regular letter and a certified letter at the same time, and a lot of our residents were getting 2 letters at the same time. So when sometimes the regular 33-cent letter would have worked. So we streamlined the process to where they're only supposed to get 1, and then if it doesn't work, then we'll send them the certified. I do like our fire marshal's office has what we call as a "sorry we missed you" sticker.
That sounds good.
Well, I'm thinking something along the lines of maybe not a sticker, because stickers are sometimes hard to get off of doors. So maybe some type of door hanger or something that we leave.
Yeah.
That's less invasive of a,
Yeah.
because those stickers are pretty hard to get off of things.
And this is just a suggestion, and Mr. City Manager, for all departments. In my world, and for my past practices, I would have a couple of just town hall sessions on different departments. Let us all come together as a community so that those that have an interest in it, to hear about what's going on, not just now, but during the year, hear what's the challenges going on in finance, so that we can all share and understand these things.
We were also, Supervisor Hernandez and a couple of the code officers had some ideas to do some informational videos.
Yeah.
Videos are definitely not my strong suit, so we're having to employ but acquire some assistance from our other areas to help us with the how-to videos and
Just a favor, don't do any dancing or music on it. All right.
I have had a total hip replacement. I don't dance much anymore.
Mayor, may I comment on that?
Yes, yes.
One of the things that this council has asked us to do is to come forward with a Citizens Academy that we're putting together for your review, just like we came to you with a youth council proposal. You'll be getting that here soon. It is being worked on, and we should bring that. We hope to roll that out of the new fiscal year.
And the purpose of that is to do what?
It's a civic academy.
Like a civic academy, informed civic engagement, similar to what Mayor Pro Tem was asking.
Similar to Leadership Mainland, to the
Correct.
Marque Police, the association, not the association, but the
Citizens Police.
Citizens Police, thank
Police
you.
Academy.
The association is the union. It will be classes, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, in the different areas that our residents interface with, different areas of government, code
Right.
enforcement, finance,
Police, fire.
utility billing, police, fire, to help our residents understand what the procedures are and what the job functions are.
Correct.
So how many code enforcers do you have right now?
Currently I have 2 vacancies as code enforcement officers. I have the supervisor, our code 2 officer, and 2 code officers. One of them just recently got certified as a code officer, so I have one that's in training to become a code officer.
So is it 6 or what is that?
Total slots are 6, but I do want to make one point that Christina and I found whenever it was, I think it was, who knows when, actually, the last couple of days here, is that because last year's budget, the way we put them to start at the midpoint year, we budgeted for 2 half positions.
Okay.
And we only budget them for half the year. So essentially, the budget that sits before you today, right now, that's already been handed to you, only shows 5 budgeted positions.
Okay.
So right now, what is shown in front of you is 5 budgeted positions, not the 6 that you originally wanted that we've had slots for this past year.
Okay.
So I wanted to point out that error that was made. If it is your will to go back up to 6, we could just make that adjustment. Just know that the current amounts that are shown shows that an error. It was because we had them starting at the halfway point.
Right.
So today, that's what it is. And currently, right now, you have 4
With
currently
one
hired,
vacancy, with 2 vacancies.
and 1 you're imminently about to hire because you've been interviewing. Okay, thank you.
So SmartGov, you guys have not received the training yet in SmartGov.
No, ma'am. However, during the process, DCM Pritchett and Mr. Hunter managed to find a hidden file that had how-to pamphlets with SmartGov. So we have those that we've been reading through. So it's helped us a little bit.
Right.
But the written material can only take us so far, which is why
Right.
we reached out to find out if we can get
Because when you say that there's not a history, this type of thing is my wheelhouse. And I just, that's
It's-
really weird that it doesn't have a,
so there's
a
a
history.
there's a tab there for
Right.
historical history, but
Right.
apparently we don't pay for the service for the engine, the search engine to, what did he say? There's SmartGov is like a search engine, and
right,
apparently
right.
we don't, so we have to go through each individual case to find what we're doing all the
Yeah,
way back.
Yeah, so it may be something that we pay for and we're not using. I think we talked about that before. Because I mean, I will be very honest with you, that is a weakness right now.
Yes, ma'am.
In code and the calls that I'm getting from residents about how District 8 looks. And so, I know we requested that you all guys give training in May. And so I'm kind of concerned that we've gone through a whole summer and you still haven't received the training. But let's talk about the good stuff though first. I've always been told, say the good stuff first, right? And so you guys now are an active member of the Code Enforcement Association.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
See,
and we
code
weren't
enforcement is.
before? You weren't before? Okay.
So when I first took over code, in an attempt to recruit,
Mhm.
much like the fire department, we have the Texas Commission on Fire Protection website. There's a listing there that says jobs, which encompasses the entire state of Texas.
Mhm.
So I just Googled code enforcement, found that, and we had to become a member for us to get our job posted up there. And then when Supervisor Hernandez came on, he was familiar with SEAT and got all of our certified code officers that are members of that organization, as well as the code department now.
So then you can learn the best practices and things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and you have body cameras as well now?
Yes, ma'am.
For your
All of
code
our code officers do wear a body camera for officer safety. The other things that we've provided them with is, if you look at their vehicles now, because a lot of times they stop in traffic,
Mhm.
they have reflective chevroning on the back of their vehicles, in an attempt to help make them more visual. Our goal was to put yellow and blue emergency flashing lights on the top of the vehicles,
Mhm.
and to put radios on each one, portable radios. And unfortunately, due to the budget, I don't think we're going to be able to do that this year.
Okay. And the forms translated to Spanish, very good.
That was
That's
quite a
necessary.
feat between Ms. Myrna
Yeah.
and Supervisor Hernandez to get those translated.
Okay, very good for that. The other thing, and I'm gonna continue to read this part, and I'll probably have more questions as we process through the budget. You said a special programs code enforcement officer. What is that? What is the vision for that? Focus on newly created programs that require yearly registration, inspections, and record keeping.
Let me find, I'm sorry.
It's right in the middle, under fiscal year 2024-25 objectives. Mhm. Is that right in the middle? I'm just trying to figure out what is that?
It's under fiscal year 2024, 2025 objectives. Probably 5 or 6 down on a bullet point. First page after tab 20.
That's not on the sheet of paper I have.
It's one under department goals.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what that is. That's all. It's just a question about that position. Because that'll be a new position, correct? Or
That-
not a new position, but someone will.
Well,
will
that
receive-
was, I apologize. I failed to take, so
Okay.
when we shifted that, that was what I was wanting for environmental crimes.
Oh, okay.
We, in talking with fire marshal, deputy fire marshal and the code enforcement supervisor, that needs to be more of a TCOL certified officers.
Gotcha.
So we decided to move that. I apologize that that's
Yeah,
still
no,
there.
that's fine.
That was the one that
That was the one. Okay.
for
Yeah.
deputy fire marshal.
And
I apologize for that.
That's okay.
No problem. So the traffic incident management safety program, tell me about that.
So the state of Texas has it's safe practices for highway. The State Institute comes up with because of vehicle crashes on the freeways and any types of streets. All firefighters are required to take traffic incident management
Okay.
and
So you're just trying to
when-
get them a new.
well,
a new
when we
skill-
had
skill
when we
set.
had that fatality on 45 and we had to Deputy Chief Wagner and myself, we had to try to get everybody off of 45. We had to use our code officers to help control traffic in some of the areas.
Wow.
And I realized that code officers don't necessarily understand
Mhm.
traffic incident management. So we've got them taking the same program that the fire department does for traffic incident management, just to give them some knowledge so that if, the police department or the fire department needs an additional person to control traffic.
They're trained.
And and in that same note, we also bought, safety vests for those guys and put the chevrons on the back of their vehicles to help them be more visible during that kind of program.
And so it's 5 budgeted positions, so we're coming down from 6.
Right now, the budget listed for you today, and again, whatever decision council decides we will go for, but I did want to note that mistake that was made in the calculation. We have 5 budgeted instead of the previous 6. So I want to know the number that lies before you today for the proposed code budget shows 5 and not 6. We noticed that after this had been printed. Making the change after the fact would have then allowed the budget that we proposed to not have been balanced. So we wanted to bring that up during discussion.
One of the things that this budget book does not have that has been a feature of previous budget books was in the front of the tab, the breakdown of employees. It would say that you would have 4 fire captains, 6 engineers this year, and then the next year it would show 4. You remember that? 4 fire captains and 6. So the council would be able to follow along to see if there was a proposed staff member increase or a proposed staff member decrease, right? And so I'd hope that we would be able to implement that as we move throughout the rest of this process. Couple of questions, Chief, if you don't mind. I noticed that, and I am now on your budget, after the first page. Proposed budget fiscal year 2025. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
So let me lay the groundwork for this, these next few questions, if it makes it that far. But you are reporting to us today that you had less than a full staff for this past fiscal year.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying to us something of the effect that you had 5 or 6 allotted personnel, and you only realized 3, right? So
4.
yeah, 4.
Yes.
Okay. So there were less than.
Yes, sir.
And in that, if you were to look at line 1040, which is overtime, you would be able to see the flow, right? If you have less than the amount of personnel, your overtime budget would increase significantly. When you get down to that next section, when you get down to 2019 and you get down to postage, and then you look at fuels and supplies, and you look at uniform maintenance and gear, you see huge increases. 2019 postage, there's a fiscal year 29,000. There's an estimate of 25,000, which is a small decrease. However, if you were to look at fiscal year 2023, there's a zero there. So somebody's been using $25,000 worth of postage in a department that's shorthanded. Fuel supplies. There was a budget of $4,500, and the estimate is now $7,800. Although there was a shortage in personnel, somehow our fuel has increased over $3,300. If you skip back up to 2010, operating supplies with a smaller staff, you were budgeted $6,200. And your actual looks like it will be about $21,000 with a smaller staff. When we get down into line item 6090, what we see is there was for weed control and mowing, there was a budget of 60,000. And we are somehow at 117,000, even though we were told that the Parks Department, that the Public Works Department and the Parks Department within the Public Works Department have been mowing some of these areas that need to be mowed. So while you are suggesting to us, and not you, while we are hearing, better way to put that, that we had a decreased staff level, we are seeing that there were increases in several areas of our line items. And so I'm asking you, number one, to reconcile that for me. And then number two, I have a question on 6094 liens. And the general question is, are those the monies that we use to inform the property owners of the liens that are placed on their properties? Are these monies that we use to file those liens on those properties? So
Yes, sir,
that's what that line item is.
All of those, it's all of the above, the
Okay.
notifications, I know that's the fees that we pay the county to notify them. I would also assume that some of the postage would also fall under the lien notification of the property owners as well.
So again, you have a smaller staff, but in the area of operating supplies and postage, and fuel supplies, and uniform maintenance safety gear, there has been a significant increase. Would you like to elaborate?
Yes, sir. The increase in the uniforms, maintenance, and safety gear was the uniforms, the body cams, the truck striping, and then some of the office supplies were when they separated developmental services and code enforcement to me. We found we had to purchase a lot of operating office supplies and equipment for the offices.
So why wouldn't the assets of a department, when a department is transferred from when a subset or a sub-department is transferred from one major department to the other, why wouldn't all of those assets be transferred with that department? Computers, printers, phones.
I don't have an answer for that one, sir. I was just told that we didn't, all of those items belong to developmental services and we had to acquire our own equipment.
Well, let me then quickly move to Kyle as facilities manager. Easy question, Kyle.
Okay.
why wouldn't those assets transfer with the department? And were there assets? I guess the first question
Yeah,
is,
I think a lot of it was just mixed in because they were, obviously the departments were merged and ran by one director. And at the time, I think she was just purchasing supplies and then coding it off to development services or to code. And then when the departments got split, she basically said, this is our stapler, these are our scissors, this is our printers,
Okay.
things like that. If y'all gonna split, then you need to buy your own. This is just something we've over the, years have built up a stash of computers or printers and things like that that was shared. Another aspect I do believe, I was trying to look it up right now, but I believe we purchased iPads for code enforcement out of that year's budget,
okay,
even before the department was split.
okay.
So that would be a large increase if we bought 5 iPads, let's just say at $1,200 or so, then that would have made that operating supply budget rather large for the 1 year compared to the previous years.
Well, okay. The last thing though, I can understand where perhaps those departments were mixed in their sharing of resources. I can see that. But what does that have to do with, and question, how did we go to 117,000 in our weed control and mowing when we were told that staff members were doing some of the mowing? Yes, please.
So, sorry. If you remember at the time, whenever staff would have been doing that staff, it was done on overtime. So all of those expenses would have been tied to that. 1, 2, there's been a significant amount more now being mowed and maintained than was before, whether through staff or through contract or anything else. The amount that is being maintained and properly maintained. Perhaps the frequency in which we knew it for a while was not being adhered to as much. If you remember, we changed vendors throughout the year where the vendor previous was not, could not keep up with the amount of mowing that was being done. The direction I gave was to make sure that we did as much as possible to clean all of our lots up that were in disarray. The amount is an estimate right now, and I will ask to make sure that during the break, we can confirm that estimate will actually be that high. But if you allow us to do that, maybe we can have some more of that. Also, Mayor, one thing you mentioned as far as the postage was concerned, if you remember, at one time, the postage was split between development services and code, and perhaps that's why it was 0 before and not now. So that could be, I don't know if that's the reason, but that could be an explanation as to why.
So let me just stab at it before we take a break. Your response suggests that a great portion of these $117,000 were because those staff members that work directly and primarily for us, that they were making overtime, or they were working outside of their 40-hour work week. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. All that work was done after.
So then I should be able to, I hadn't done this yet, but I should be able to go into the public works portion of this budget, and I should be able to go to the Parks Department, and I should be able to see a huge increase in overtime. And if I do, there's a problem, because you can't put it in 2 places.
Huge decrease.
Well, it should be an increase because they're still our staff members.
Right.
So why, in other words, let me say it a different way.
Sure.
Why would we have that reflected in the line item that's used to outsource mowing and not have this increase reflected in the public works overtime budget? Because these were our staff members working overtime,
Yes.
right? So perhaps
you
it should have
see
been
that.
put in a different place.
You should have seen that correlation, yes.
Okay.
1 and 2, Mayor, if I can also,
Yes, sir.
our staff was only used in between contractors, and they were used for a very short amount of time. I don't want to say that.
And only for, and now, and anything that we were putting a lien on, we contracted out so that we had a proof of receipt for services rendered.
Okay.
That way, if we went to
Yeah.
the county to put a lien on a person's property, it doesn't look like, oh, well, the city just went over here and mowed this,
Yeah.
and I'm going to put a lien on it for this. No,
Yeah.
we expended the funds. That's checks and balance.
Sure.
So to say.
I get it. I want to make sure that it's reflected in the public works budget. And there again, these are the types of questions we get when we get home,
Absolutely.
right? And so we want to make sure that these questions are asked and that we leave as many stones turned over so that we can get a picture to our folks so that they can make decisions on what this budget should look like.
And I'll be honest, Mayor, I would have to refer to Miss Christine over the 117,000 because when I pull up my department inquiry, I only have 60.
You have 68,
16.
16. So that-
60.
60.
Yeah. So the other overage, I can't see that.
Could you help us find that, Miss?
I sure.
And again, with this, I know we've started out the gate tough, and I get it.
Oh, no worries.
But we're making progress. So here's the thing: if it is in fact a line item that should have been put in a different place, all of that's okay, right? We get it. We want to get it right, though.
Yes.
That's all we're saying. We want to get it
Yes.
right. Any more questions for Chief Merriman as it relates to code enforcement?
I have a couple. Can you
Go
put
ahead,
your-
Mr. Ross.
Your slide with the permits back up.
Give us a second.
So while he's doing that, then I'm gonna. ask some questions here. Okay. So game rooms, we have 15, but we have 22 permits for 8-liners.
So the game rooms are the ones that they're all coin operated amusements, or A-liners is what the term that we use for them. These 22 additional 8-liners are the ones you find in gas stations where they only have 4. Like
Yes,
my,
I understand.
they only allow, if they go over 4, then it becomes a game room issue. So the small convenience stores, gas stations that have those, those are the additional ones that we have in the city that aren't in game rooms.
How close are we to making sure our rental registration program is 100%? I mean, 544 is better than what we had last year, if I remember correctly.
It is, I don't know what I don't know. I know it's better and I know we're making active assets towards that. I think we still have some room to improve. As a whole number, I don't have the whole number, like, to be honest with you, I don't have that number, how close we are, because I don't really know how many rentals there are in the entire city. I just know that we've made a good progress on improving it, and we started by making sure that most of the people who have 10 or more are under that. Like we made sure we hit those first, and I still think we've got some more room to go. We're not there yet. But as we get closer, there's still a couple of them that I know that aren't on the rental registration that we're still working on making access or making contact with those property owners. Much like the ones in your district that you requested, we still haven't gotten response from that property owner. So I know those aren't on there, but we're still moving towards that. So
Outstanding.
that's where we're at on that. I wished I had a better number for you to tell. I wish I could tell you that we were 60%, 70%, 80%, but
And knowing that you're looking deeper into Avenue B to get that guy to. That
and it's not just,
warms my Grinch little heart for him.
but it's not just that one we're looking at. Like Mayor said, anybody that has over, 10 is where we would consider they're making money on those. Those are the ones that we're really trying to nail down first. And I don't, obviously we're better than we were last year, but I still don't think we're where we need to be. And I just don't have an adequate number to tell you what percentage we are on rental registrations. And I apologize for that.
And that would include Airbnbs as well, rental registrations.
No,
It does not.
no, that's hot tag.
Yes,
Short term.
Oh, that's hot tax.
that's hot.
Okay.
No, we don't have an ordinance for that.
All right, so my last one here is, when I look at the budget here, you got your operating supplies. We'll go back to that one. 2023 was 13,000, went down to 6,200, but you spent 2,100. Then you go back down for what you're budgeting for next year, back to 6,200. Why not just bump that number up to $12,000. There's a ongoing pattern.
Who- If I could help answer that, two things. Staff was instructed to cut to make sure that we met budget. That's one. Two, we also felt that because some of the expenses that were made now on the onset of the changeover that occurred, we're hopeful we can keep that number to a more manageable amount.
My initial request was cut by 13,000 to maintain a budget.
Okay, so another one, fuel supplies. We know gas prices have exponentially gone up. Why go back to 4,500? That's an easy one not to go over budget on.
It was also cut by $5,000.
But I mean, something that we know is gonna stay at $3 a gallon or more,
Mhm.
or even 288. I mean, that's not even feasible for how many, 4 trucks?
Yes, it was tough trying to, knowing what to cut, what not to cut. We can always increase it at the, council's instructions.
And I mean, the same thing with postage. Postage is now at 69 cents for a stamp. I believe is the last time I looked, so when you said 33 cents, I about laughed because it's tripled in the last 8 years. I mean, I remember a 35-cent stamp. It was a long time ago.
I believe I just showed how long it's been since I bought an actual stamp. Sorry, my wife has her own business and has a postage machine. So if I need something, if I need to mail something, I just stick it in the postage machine and send it out the door. But we have that, excuse me, Councilman Ross, code's budget is not, I mean, we have the same problem with the fire budget. My fuel cost was cut, my truck maintenance, they were all cut to produce this budget that you guys have before you.
And I get cut in some of those some of those line items, but the simple things that somebody's gonna look at and say, you've got 4 trucks, you're really gonna spend only $1,000 or $1,200 a year in fuel on a truck. That's an easy one for somebody to come back and say,
Yeah.
oh, they're just hiding something.
Oh, I agree. But I also have the same problem with my fire, not to mix the both, but my fire fuel budget is only 45,000 for 5 diesel engines and gas engines. But it was where the cuts had to be made. Like I said, we're running a lean department. My maintenance budget for fire trucks is 75,000 and one set of tires, an annual pump service, which is required by TCFP, and a preventative maintenance is about 30,000. That's if nothing else is wrong. That's no brakes, no electrical gremlins, no anything like that. And I've got 3 heavies. I'm sorry, 3 fire trucks. The heavy is a term we all use. And so
Okay.
Those are, Ms. Turner, those are just small fruit that.
I understand. I
guarantee
can
there's
definitely
about 7
increase it
people
back.
out here in
Mhm.
this audience that'll give me a phone call later and
Absolutely.
say, why are you doing this?
Okay.
And I don't.
I'll restore those to the original amounts. It's gonna throw it off, but I will increase
Well,
it.
well, let's understand this though. How much, see, the deal is this. We've cut, the administration has cut to produce a budget, items that they felt needed to be cut.
Right.
But we all know that that we have new growth, and that has increased our revenue significantly. So now we're at a loss as to how is it that we have significant increase in our new growth, and yet some of the basic functions of our departmental staff and their operations have been cut. It doesn't make sense. We're
I mean,
going this way, and then
When you say a significant increase, what, in property taxes?
on new growth,
On new growth?
on new growth.
I need to get back to my computer. I'm kind of at a handicap right now. But I can tell you exactly what our new growth and new development growth is.
That would be really important for us to know.
And with property tax, because even with our debt, I had to balance out to make sure we had enough to cover our debt obligations. So I had to change that formula for the property tax rate to increase it more on the INS rate portion, which is our debt portion, to cover our 2.16 million in debt.
Mhm.
And that lowered the property tax portion to keep it at the 41 cents. So it's all kind of factors, moving parts to get it to balance, but I need to get back to my computer.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Yeah, I think that would be important for us to know.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Joe. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
I think on the, by the way, I recall seeing a figure 2.9%
Mhm.
on new home growth. It's just something, and I don't know what that
Okay.
equates to numbers. Chief, question, I saw up there on your fee, the permitting, what's the permitting fee for our, what do you call them, eight liners, the slot machines?
So the fee for the machine is the same as our game room. It's I believe it's $1,000 a machine. Or $1,500 a machine. Don't,
No, we didn't go that high,
and then I think it's
a
1,000.
1,000, because it had been at like, we raised it from about 500, I think.
500, I think.
I think so.
500, then we went to 1,000.
So the
And my hope was we get to the 1,500.
yes, I know even though they only have, each place only has 4 of them, the cost of the machine, the permit fee per machine and the permit fee per machine is $1,000, and then there's the application fee to have them. But if you're not a licensed game room, you can only have the 4, like the gas stations, but they still have to pay the permit
The
fee
permit fee.
because you have coin operated amusements, and we still require them to have the same background checks and information provided on the application that you would as a full game room.
And I'd ask council to consider that. If
Absolutely.
either to also increase that fee, at least by $250, if not make it to $1,500. I recall we were told that when we increased it by the 100%, they immediately paid the fee as well at that point. So that was my only thing there.
Very good. Any more questions for Chief Merriman as it relates to code enforcement? Again, thank you, Chief Merriman. You have started us off. We thank you for it. Council, we will take about a 10-minute break. We have our police friends here with us, and certainly we want to give them the floor. After that, let's report back here at 10 minutes to 1. I'm sorry. I thought you just said, is it lunch here?
Should be in route, so I don't know if you want to do.
Well, let's look at the police.
You have animal control, Mayor.
Hmm?
I believe you had animal control to start and then PD.
Chief, you wanna get some lunch and come back, or do you want us to do a recess and then, because all your people are here? What are y'all thinking?
Help y'all on that animal control, and get a steak on it, and I want to go eat some.
You hungry? Okay, that's fair. Let's do do y'all want to get lunch, Chief? Gandy? Okay, let's break for lunch and we'll reconvene 2 o'clock. Let's reconvene at 2 o'clock. That gives us an hour and 20. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in session. This time we will be visiting with the police department. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, before we do, we had a couple of items we hope that would clarify some things. One on an issue with code enforcement, with the way that we enforce the code, another on the technical aspects of procurement as it relates to our remounts for our fire department ambulances. It's not that we cannot use ARPA funds, correct? That we can, but there's a caveat to this particular instance.
One, to clarify, we did under, again, the number saves me, assignment number 2251, if I'm not mistaken. Christine's in the back, she can probably confirm. We did allocate enough for there to be one of the two remounts taken care of at an amount not to exceed $178,000 for one of the remounts. We were not, however, able to allocate the two due to the timing of the procurement of the second one. So that is something that we were still navigating around. And as information changes, we will bring that back to you. But one was allocated for.
Very good.
Thank you.
Out of the ARPA.
Out of the
Yeah,
ARPA.
yes, I'm sorry. Excuse me, I should have started with that. Out of ARPA.
And let's drill down on that, Mr. Garcia. The issue was not that the monies could not be spent, but that the timing of the way that the RFP, the request for proposals went out and how that abutted against our fiscal year caused it to not be valid in that one instance. We could have redid it, but that particular instance caused problems.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
And I apologize for any
It's okay.
miscommunication before.
That's okay. That's okay. We're dealing with money, so we have to be thorough.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, outside of that, there was something one of our constituents visited with you,
Oh, yes.
and we wanted to clarify some things.
Thank you to Ms. Laura Devine for pointing out that I'd asked a question of Chief Merriman about warning on code enforcement. And in fact, the red tag is a warning. It's not a ticket. It's just a red tag. Get this taken care of, or it may result in a ticket. So that was that clarification.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We are excited to have James Osteen with us. I'm teasing James.
Glad to be here.
We are excited to have the police department with us here today. Welcome. We look forward to this discussion. Chief, are you the person that will lead this discussion for us, or?
Yes, sir. We might, if we may, can we start out with animal control first?
Whatever your
If
pleasure.
you'd be
Yes,
all
sir.
right with you all.
Yes, sir.
We got James here. He's the primary board member. He goes to all the meetings. I'm his alternate. He and I make sure we're doing the right things right. So if we could, Kyle's got the current expenses, if you would, Kyle.
Let me interject something here, if I can, Chief. If y'all look at your budget, it shows 128,000. That number is incorrect. It should be $133,504 for this coming 24-25.
133.
Yeah, and that's what I gave y'all up there earlier. I had Kira give y'all. I verified that this morning and
Councilman, what page are you on?
huh?
What page are you on?
No, I gave y'all this.
Oh, from this document.
Yeah, but
From
the page is 149 in y'all's book and 148.
Are you looking at this document?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But the 128,000 is on page 148 and 149 of y'all's budget book.
Okay.
This is what we receive every year from the Alfred County Health Department. Our response is total, as James said, is from 33,504. That's based on population. So our prorated share, and if you go to the next slide, Kyle, you'll see it's
Chief.
12.6% based on census, and
You can talk to the microphone.
okay. Yeah, it's based on census, our costs. You'll see two fees, field services and shelter, just so you'll know. The field services is what the animal control officers bring into us, animals, canines, dogs, cats, so forth. And the shelter services is, a lot of times, citizens bring, in the animals, canines and so forth. But that's the cost of keeping them in the shelter and all the stuff that goes on there, the veterinarian work, et cetera. And I know there's been, Cesar and I talked about it. I think every time I've been here, over the last 10 years or whatever, there's a question come up and James and I could support this. Oh, it's a lot of money. Yeah, it's a lot of money. But if we had to do that, and I had animal control under me out of my 8 cities that I was chief, at least maybe 3 or 4 times, we're getting a good deal. If we had to do that, it would be 3 officers, 2 vehicles, a shelter, maintenance, insurance, a whole bit. It'd probably be 350 to 400K a year. So we are getting a good deal based on that. I added something after talking to Caesar just to show you how much work is done by the animal control. So Kyle, if you would flip that on there for me. Darlene Anderson, who we deal with over there at the county, she gives me and James a report monthly. Now, I think that's great, but I wanted you to see what they did for the whole year of 23 and what they did for this year current. So Kyle, if you would put that on. Could you put the 23 on first? The calendar year 23. Yeah, that's the whole year of 23, and you look at the stats, numbers are pretty high. A lot of canines and dogs and shelters and euthanizations, so forth. Very busy process. They changed their rules since my first run here. It used to be they would only pick up carcasses if it's on the roadway. Now they pick up on the roadway, anywhere, sidewalks and so forth. They will do that, and they do that for us. And I don't know about other cities, but I know they do that for us. If they didn't do it, Public Works would have to do it. So it's a pretty busy operation. Possums and cats and dogs, whatever, they handle that. But they're very busy. They do a good job. And I know I've talked to, we had a meeting the other day. Laura knows what I'm talking about. There's concerns. And I'm telling you, animals, people sometimes take more umbrage of messing with their animals than they do sometimes other members of the family. So you got to be careful. But you'll see dogs running at large, but they do a job. And if something gets really out of hand, they'll call me or my top staff, and we'll work with them. They can do citations, and they do that. And they do that all the time. But there's a lot of work being done, as you can see the numbers. So if there are any questions, I'll move on.
Councilman, did you want to add something?
Yeah. On a 3-year average, they pick up 322 dogs out of our city. On a 3-year average.
322 per year?
No, for the whole year,
So for a 3-year period, they've only picked up 322.
322. Now that's not counting, that's incoming animals. That's not counting the calls they get, and they write citations and they give warnings, that type thing. I want to break, y'all don't have this information, but I want to break this down for you. Field services, that's where you have your dog catcher picking up the animals. We pay 48,000. Let me rephrase that. That's changed. Initially, when we done this budget, the city done this budget, we approved $135,708. And that went to the health district to get it approved by the board. But they knocked it down to the 133,504. They brought it down some. So that's where we're at. But use this 135,000 because it's not broke down on what they gave me this morning when I got a hold of them. Field services cost us, I'm going to see here, it probably cost us about $43,000 a year for field services. The shelter cost us $86,829 a year to shelter them. To piggyback on what the chief said about us trying to do it ourselves, we still have to pay that $86,829 if we done it ourselves or built our own shelter. Okay, if you look, Texas City pays 473,000. That's just for the shelter. They have their own dog catchers. And the reason they have their own dog catchers is they want to provide that service to their citizens so they can pick up dogs pretty quick. But if we had to hire a dog catcher, and you can look on that printout I gave y'all, we put it in the budget this year to buy a truck and a box to haul dogs in, $70,000. That'd be the first thing we'd have to get. But right now, all we're paying is $48,880 for a dog catcher. If you look at it that way. We still have to pay the $86,000 for them to house animals that the dog catcher takes to them. And you're gonna have to have two dog catchers because you can have them sick, you're gonna have them off, you're gonna have vacation. So it's a no-brainer when you look at it that way. We're paying $133,504, and that's based on a population of 19,000 and 147 citizens that we have in the city here. That was a 2022 population census that they got, that they figure off of. But if y'all got any questions on your thoughts about doing it yourself, I'll be glad to try to work y'all through it. But I don't see where it's financially our advantage to do that.
Council, do we have any questions for Councilman Rothstein, who serves as our board representative on the Galveston County Health District Animal Services Committee?
Mayor, I have a brief question.
You have a
Just
brief
for-
question?
For clarification
Uh,
of the amount.
Mr. Garcia, then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm looking on here. I noticed it's probably more common for myself and Christine. I noticed that on here, we have budgeted 128.5, and I heard a different number today, which is higher. Just for the sake
Yeah.
of that.
If you remember, Cesar, after I finished up these budget meetings with the county, I told you to put 135,000 in there. Remember that?
Yes, sir. That's why I want to confirm, but it was
Yeah.
135 flat, because obviously we
Well,
missed it
because
on.
they still was massaging it, but that's what we agreed on, but the county had to approve it.
I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same
Yeah.
page, and I see Christine nodding at me that we have to make that correction. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you're suggesting that we take this in-house?
I'm sorry?
You're suggesting that we take this in-house?
No, not by any means. I
Okay.
think there was some concern of some of y'all up there that y'all could do it cheaper. No, you don't want to take this in-house.
Cause I keep getting checks by dogs. I'm having an issue right now
Oh, this is very reasonable.
when I walk. So I thought you were saying, I guess I heard it wrong. So 127,
No, you're at 133,504. That's what
for the
that's what it's
proposed.
gonna be this year.
Proposed.
And it's gonna go up next year. But we try to keep it as low as we can when we have our budget meetings.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This number of the 133,504
Yes, sir.
was calculated saying that we had an increase based upon a 2022 population census. What's the number for that year that they used?
What y'all
The
pay?
2022 population amount that they utilize. James.
The census. It says they
Oh,
use the 2022.
it's just the old census they had, I guess. They hadn't done a new one yet. I don't know when they done it. That census was back to, in 2020, the census that they figured this off of was 18,030 people. In 2022, it was 19,147.
Good.
And I mean, we got a new census now. I don't guess they plugged it in yet.
So 19,022?
Come on, Joe. 19,147.
Okay.
You know I'm older than you are.
Come on, Joe.
19,147, okay.
Now, they used to base it on population and, but they've changed that this year and, the chief wasn't aware of that. But, it now includes incoming animals in addition to population. So they basing it on the animals that are picked up, which made it more fair to these cities that only pick up 5 dogs all year. And it, you know, it's a good formula that they did. Yeah. Okay. Initially, when we done this budget, they was trying to get 147,000, but we went into the reserve and made the difference up with that to get it down lower for the cities.
Councilman, in, I believe, page 2 of 25 in the document that you presented to us, under the field portion of it, the figure of $73,981 of a net increase in personnel.
I'm sorry, start over.
It's salaries and benefits. There, it says that there's a $73,981 net increase for personnel from prior year budget. 43,000 of that increase is for what looks like unbudgeted dollars for all current budgeted positions. Now, you go down to shelter, and you have that same type of reporting. It says 77,000 out of the 114,000 of the increase in shelter. It says those unbudgeted dollars were used for 1 full-time and 1 part-time veterinary technician. But in the field, the $43,897 increase does not indicate what that increase was for. Do you have any idea?
They had 4 dog catchers, and that some of that was for their wages. Gave a percentage of increase in wages. And you know, you got to figure your retirement in there and your, you know, everything else. So that was for 4 people.
So I'm curious then if that was, if that sounds like then a scheduled and planned salary and benefit adjustment. So if it was for wage increases, added benefits, other types of incentive programming, seems to me it would have been budgeted, right? So what's concerning to me is that it says that it's unbudgeted.
Yeah, you know, the way they do things, Mayor, it's you know, it's kind of confusing, but what that is that they're saying that the unbudgeted is, they wasn't unbudgeted the previous year. It's not an unbudgeted item and they want to put it in there.
Gotcha. So it's unbudgeted from the, they term it unbudgeted.
Previous year.
That's because it's in relation to what was budgeted the previous year.
Yes.
I noticed also that, and I can understand, and maybe I'm off base a little bit, but I can understand that the city of Bayou Vista has had a 30% roughly decrease in their contribution, small city. I can understand the village of Tiki Island has had a 29% roughly decrease, again, small city. What I'm puzzled by is this 11% decrease in the county's contribution. And we know that the county is responsible for all of the unincorporated areas of our county, which would suggest to me that there perhaps would not be any leash laws. So to me, that would be the area that we pick up, and again, we're just speculating here, but that would be the area that would be the most pickups,
Yeah.
right? How did they decrease?
You know, some of us had heartburn over that, but we really, let me get, you were here when, we done a budget and we presented it to the health district and they overrode us and gave it and made it a bunch higher and 2 cities dropped out over it. And we was talking about dropping out and forming our own, going in with the cities and forming our own, animal control. But we didn't. And, one of the cities that did drop out, Santa Fe, last year got back in. They come back because it wasn't cost effective, but, there ain't much you can do if the county kind of dictates it to us. I know, we had heartburn over it, but I didn't like that either. But they letting us take more, the cities take more of the load.
Council, have any more questions for the police department, for Councilmember Osteen as relates to the Animal Services proposed budget fiscal year 2025? Very good. We know that we've noted the change to $135,000 as budget from 128, you said it was in the current budget proposal?
The current budget proposal is 133,504.
133,504.
Mm-hmm.
But we had in our budget proposal, we had 128 is what,
Yes.
Yes, sir.
have we made note of that? Mr.
Yes,
Russell?
we made note of that. All right, we'll make that change right.
It looked like y'all had what last year's was.
Last year's, yeah.
Last year was $127.80, so it was 128,000.
Very good. Councilman, I want to thank you for your diligence. You have been like a dog with a bone on these animal services. And we are definitely better for it, especially when you just said that the county sometimes tends to make decisions and move forward with those decisions without our input. So the fact that you are there helps us tremendously. Thank you for that time that you committed to it.
I'll try to put a pretty good battle with them on this budget. You know how that is.
See, we come from the school of council where we are on here together, where we actually challenge the budget, right?
Right.
And so that's what we're doing now, and it isn't always nice. But
You
it's
gotta know when to
effective.
push and when
to
to
push.
back off. That's what.
Did you hear that, Mr. Garcia?
Absolutely, loud and clear.
I gotta know when to push and when to back off. All right. You see who taught me? I'm just kidding. Chief, go ahead.
Okay. We have, as we did last year, unless you request otherwise, Mayor, we're going to cover kind of the highs and lows. I've got a very brief PowerPoint.
What page?
I don't know.
What tab?
It's, he's going to show it, Kyle. It's on the,
Yeah, which
So,
tab?
so the presentation itself will be there for your viewing pleasure. The PD tab is going to be tab 12.
Thank you, sir.
you. Okay. Dad, you got the changer? Can you do it or Kyle can do it?
Can you do it? Yeah.
Okay, first. All right, I'll kind of help along there. We just put some of the major things that we've increased. It's pretty monumental on some of these things. Calls for service, going back to that. That's when we're dispatched by our telecommunications center to do something. That's the standard and nationally. We years ago, maybe 19 or so, we were using the wrong number. We were using everything, even self-initiated things. Now we've split it up, but we have to use, when I say a call for service, it's when my officer gets dispatched by dispatch to do something. Okay. 23, we had 14,230. You see the increase in 24. Projected calls for service in 2024. Looks like we're going to have around 18,965. It's a 33% increase. If things continue the rest of this calendar year, we use calendar year in law enforcement for crimes and stats such as that, okay? Just want to let you know, we're using calendar year. We try to use fiscal year, we can mess everybody's mind up and it really makes it difficult. Okay, officer initiated activity, we threw that in there to show you just what, when we stop a car, do a and we added that to it. So with that, you see that 23, we did 17,332. 24, we're going to do about 26,000. And looks like we're going to have 45,000 this year. Okay, want to move on? Adult arrests. Look at DWI investigations, 90% increase if we continue the way we're going. Drug arrests, 42% increase if we continue the way we're going. Crash reports, that'll be an increase. Just want to show you we're working harder and hopefully smarter. Okay, move on first. Citations. I promised the city manager and then when Susie, we talked about traffic enforcement. When we had the people, when we had the opportunity, we're going to put officers on the shift that only do traffic enforcement. In other words, I call it uncommitted time. Officer Jones, your job today is to make traffic enforcement, keep our community safe. That really has made a difference. Look at the increase. If we continue the way we're going, we're going to have a 157% increase. Stacy Froschner is going to be very busy based on that. Warning tickets. The term warnings are not in our vocabulary. I do not allow warnings except if an officer stopped a car and there's a shooting or something serious, they got to leave, say, I'm sorry, you got to give, we got to go. That's a warning. We only write warning tickets so we can keep racial criteria for the annual racial profiling report. Warnings are not in our vocabulary except what I said. It's a written warning ticket. Look how much we're doing. 98% increase. Total traffic stops. Go to 7,424. Go ahead, Chair. Criminal investigations, a 29% increase. Lars, you want us to talk about that?
Yeah. So I command our CID division. And so we have about 2,800, well, we're estimating about 2,800 cases that'll come through CID. What we do with those is mainly me, we evaluate them. And then the ones based off of solvability factors, based off of work that still needs to be done on a particular case, they get assigned out to one of 5 or 6 detectives, counting our auto crimes detective. So it can be a pretty grand total. We obviously prioritize violent crimes over property crimes. And also we consider solvability factors when
that solvability factor is an important concept. We can't solve all cases. It's got to have certain criteria, leads, investigative leads. If they're viable, we'll work it and try to solve it. So it's just with the number of people we have, we just kind of limit it. So solvability factor is important. Before us move on.
I kind of want to brag on my guys a little bit. Since 23 to 24, I've got some of the best detectives, I think, in the state for sure. They work very hard with limited resources. We've made some big solves of all our homicides and some major cases. Want to make the homicides are definitely time consuming. The sex offenses, which we have a significant amount, are very time consuming. They require a lot of background. We get hundreds of CPS, APS reports of child abuse, and we cull through those, and that's what's resulted in a lot of our felony charges. So. Also want to highlight some of our significant training accomplishments. We've got a couple of hostage negotiators in our CID division. There is a big emphasis on human trafficking. And they're really good about they've picking out some cases or some trainings that give them good certifications that will carry a lot of weight in court. for example, like the Reed child abuse investigation interview. Reed is kind of a nationally known interview technique. All of our guys go through a series of Reed interrogation trainings,
By the way,
make them efficient.
this photo here is Officer LaCroix was Officer of the Year. That was at Moody Center. And a good shot there. They had our deputy city manager. I couldn't recognize him in the back there. He's here.
Yeah.
Talk about that, Chad.
Yeah, we had a cold case detective for a little while, then we had to reassign him. One of the big cases was a 2017 capital murder case that was able to be solved. Another one was a aggravated sexual assault, serial rapist that we were able to solve as well when we had the resources. Like I said, we had to reassign him, so we don't have anybody currently working that right now. But when we do, it's very productive.
SRT, Lieutenant G-Rod.
So in 2023, our special response team conducted 22 operations. Unfortunately, every time we run an operation, it's very manpower heavy. And due to financial constraints, so far this year, we've only ran 6 ops. Our training it's about 282 hours currently. Go to the next one. Our narcotics and OCTF division in 2023, they had 213 total investigations. Out of those, 36 were in Marque. 165 search warrants were executed, 15 of those in Marque. 390 charges were filed, and 4.1 million in street value of narcotics was seized. 71 firearms were also seized. These stats are through April of 2024. So far 120 investigations have been launched, 61 search warrants, 165 charges filed, and $288,000 worth of street value of narcotics seized, along with 41 firearms. Training in 2023, our officers trained for 2,911 hours. So far in 2024, we have a little over 1,700 hours of total training. Our state proficiency requirements through TCO, we have 16 master peace officers, 5 advanced, 6 intermediate, 5 basic, and 9 who pretty much just have a peace officer license because they're fresh out of the academy.
Right here is Lieutenant, used to work for the Sheriff's Department. Sean, raise your hand. Zeke now is with us. He's used to be the commander of the Organized Crime Task Force for the county. He's with us now. So we've got some powerful team now. Sean.
So our dispatch, our telecommunications section, 2023, we had 102 hours of training. 2024, 49 hours. We have 1 master, 4 advanced, 1 intermediate, and 2 who just received their license. Our crime suppression unit began June 17th of this year. So in 2 weeks, they had 48 calls for service, conducted 31 traffic stops, and made 10 arrests. Again, that was just in a 2-week time frame.
And only 2 people.
Crime suppression, you raise your hand. Jason Davis and Sean Lazik. 2 right now. We'll be building that up.
I want to talk a little bit about our recruiting and hiring efforts. We'd gone through quite a bit of we'd gone through some turnover a couple of years ago. So we've really focused on that the last 2 years. And I'm very proud to say we've hired 13 TCOL certified police officers. That's guys that are already coming in licensed that we don't have to send to the academy. And in addition to that, we've hired 3 cadets, which those are guys that we hired under a reduced rate of pay. We're able to send them to the academy. They all went to the academy. They passed, and now they're on the streets and in field training. And then kind of a highlight. This kind of alludes to something that Chief was just talking. We've made some good headway as far as attracting experienced officers from neighboring agencies. 4 of our recent hires came from neighboring police agencies, and combined, they have over 70 years of experience. So we're not only bringing in guys fresh from the academy, we're sending guys to the academy, but we're also bringing in guys from other agencies that have experience that can pass off some of that knowledge to our guys.
Currently, we have one officer opening, 0 telecommunicator openings.
I just wanted to take a moment, I'm sorry, just to say that we went from at 2021 to 22, you had 12, 13 vacancies. And that was before you authorized the 6 additional. That's when the allotment was 39 sworn officers. Your allotment is now 45 sworn officers, and we have 1 vacancy, which I believe we're trying to fill before the end of August.
We'll be getting an officer from another city.
And on that, I want to highlight that too. One of his best, Detective LaCroix. He leads our recruitment efforts, and man, he's really hit the road running. He's putting in the effort to get out to these academies and bring guys in. And then the other side of that is, sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
Stephen, raise your hand.
No, but we've made a lot of, and we that's what I wanted to say. In the 17 years that I've been here, we've never been fully staffed. Right now we technically have that 1 opening. We have 1 guy in background for that. And then behind him, we have 3 or 4 guys on a waiting list. It's unheard of right now in law enforcement to have a waiting list, much less be fully staffed. So I'm very proud of those efforts and getting us to the point where we're at now.
And your dispatchers are also now
We're fully
the
staffed on
first time.
dispatchers too, which again is
Yep.
it's another huge accomplishment that we've been able to achieve.
Okay. You've seen the upside. Now we're going to look at some of the downside with the good and the questionable. With our budget, and I know we have to meet the mayor's criteria, and we had a lot of slashing. These are the things, these are the issues that we will be facing. This is the impact if we go with the current budget. Now, and as I told Caesar and Christine, of course, they had a job to do. If we reduce certain areas, and then we got it itemized by line item, if you wish to go through that, Mayor, we will show the services that we can't continue to perform in a professional, safe manner with the current budget that we're faced with. And I realize that, when we all know that, I always kid about it. Money's not the most important thing on earth, but it's way ahead of whatever's in second place. And you understand that. We understand you can't do anything without financial resources. So these are some of the things that we're looking at. I'll talk about them if my staff wishes to jump in. Accreditation, it's very important. We're en route. We're doing pretty good. All right, everything's looking better. But it's very manpower intensive as far as there's resources we've got to do and there's cost involved. My vision, our vision, was to finish accreditation sometime during calendar year 26. I've told Caesar that many times. We might have to put that on pause. How long? Maybe 18 months in the future. The Safe City Initiative, we have really hit the world pretty strong on that. It was contributed towards the All-America City. We won in 22 something for TML. There's other stuff I can't even talk to you about. It's secret. We got other awards coming. We've got awards coming in October. Another secret for ICMA. We're doing something pretty good. We're making good things happen. Again, it's not me. It's all of them, all my people. I just point the way, and I want to thank them. But we can't continue doing what we're doing without the funding to pay people. Okay. Cutting Citizens Police Academy. We've got one starting September 5th, ending October 10th. It's going into the new budget year. We might have to consider not having it. HOA meetings. We go to HOA meetings, which also serve as community watch meetings. I go and the officer goes. Sometimes they come off duty. We've got to pay them overtime. Fuel. We got to patrol. There are cities that I've worked where we had to stop patrolling and only leave the PD when we get a call for service. So preventive patrol is just gone. We got a traffic unit. I just talked about it earlier. We got an officer on each shift that's working nothing but traffic enforcement. That's cutting us back on a lot of overtime involved. Proactive policing, I just mentioned that, actually going out and looking for crimes to preventing them from happening, we might have to slow that back. Vacation checks, it's nice to have, but it takes fuel, it takes time and so forth. And escorts, I've had cities that had to stop funeral escorts because it costs money, overtime, we have to bring people in. So these are things we need to think about. Again, we don't want to do that, but we can't do stuff without the funding. Staff, you want to add anything that I missed?
Well, this next page is just some more things. A lot of our overtime, a lot of our equipment, a lot of our funds go into narcotics, OCTF, those kind of gang enforcement that's very important to this city. I think with the cuts that we're looking at right now, that's something that would probably have to be scaled back. A lot of our overtime, one of the downsides of being a small agency is that we can't have full-time divisions. We don't have a full-time SWAT. We don't have a daytime and a nighttime CID. We don't have a full-time crash team. So a lot of these overtime details are unavoidable. Like I said, our patrol shifts handle patrol the best they can. But we have a lot of, somebody takes off, somebody goes on vacation, somebody goes training, which is all very important. You know, that overtime has to supplement those. And we, when we have those major cases at, a homicide at night, we have to call in our CID guys. When we have those major fatality accidents, we have to call in those crash team investigators. And it's just unavoidable because we can't leave that to the regular patrol shifts because they are so minimally staffed.
So in essence, a lot of this means we've moved very smartly towards being a preventive, proactive crime prevention type agency. We might have to go back to where the old way is, be reactive. And I don't want to do that, but I'm just letting, bringing it out because I would be shame on me if I don't mention that. Go to the next one. Or is that it? That's the end. Oh.
Yeah, as far as Gandy mentioned patrol, we've got, right now, there's 5 people on each shift. That's a sergeant and 4 officers, or sergeant, corporal, and 3. You never have that on the street. That means you always have a district that's not being filled. We have, more than likely, you have 2 districts that aren't being filled. Our minimum staffing before we call overtime is a sergeant and 2 officers. That's 3 people total on the street. And that happens a lot, where you only have 3 on the street. And then we have to call overtime.
What you see there is, these are the packages or resources we've asked for. I know it's a lot of it, and I've got the grants we've applied. We've been very fortunate. We just got a big one recently with 49 block cameras, camera tower, and unmanned aerial vehicle, right? Now that's worth $747,000. What a gift! No match, unbelievable. But there are grants out there, and I'll cover that down the road, Mayor, that there's some of this stuff that's in there, but it's a crapshoot. We're not sure we're going to get it. We would like to get it. These are all safety items, and we like those tasers. We're using tasers that are donated by the military, right?
Correct. We received from the DOD for the 1033 LISO program.
And they don't even have repair parts anymore, so.
And the problem, like the tasers is a good example. The problem is if you get, because those things are beyond end of life, getting them fixed is impossible. If the city was to face litigation or anything like that related to a taser deployment, taser would not back us in that litigation as if we were using equipment that's within its lifespan. It's just, like I said, everything, I think we narrowed that or culled that list down to stuff that, we've got grants out there for these things, but we can't go till next budget hoping that we get grants. And especially like with the tasers, we have officers that don't have.
We have 10+ officers that aren't carrying a taser right now.
They don't have non-lethal options on their belt. And I don't want to put we don't want to put the city in that, and we don't want to put the department, and I don't want to put these guys. They work too hard. We've got the best officers in the county. They don't they need this kind of equipment, so. It's kind of where we're at.
Let me say this. This is the second department that has come up here and suggested that we as a council gave orders to cut your budget. It's not true. That is not true. Let's look at tab 3. Here's the problem. Tab 3, general fund revenues. The actual in fiscal year 23, 16,500,000. The estimate in 24, 16,273,000. The proposed in 25, $17,847.64. Even from the budget amount of 24, there is an increase of $347,000 over the last year's proposed budget. That is an increase and not a decrease. But when you look down at the expenditures, and here's the work for council, watch this. Under the administrative category, the actual for fiscal year 23 was $496,000. Do we all know what the administrative category is? That's the administration. Fiscal year 23 is $496,110. The budget for fiscal year 24 jumped from $496,110 to $909,000. That's over $400,000 in increase to the administrative budget. The estimate this year would be $538,000. The proposed for fiscal year 25 is $897,665. Not to mention when you go down to 06 fire, there was a fiscal year proposed budget of 3.6 million in 23. That jumped to 4 million in 24. The estimate for this year is 7.6 million, and apparently there's some miscalculations in that area as well. And then it returns back to about 4.1 million. Here's what I'm saying to you guys. The council, in the span of 3 or 4 years, went from about a $12 to $13 million budget, and now we're being asked to consider a $17, $18 million budget. We've increased funding, and yet you all are being asked to decrease your services. That's not coming from this council. I want to be clear. I have not heard one council member say anything about decreasing a fire budget or a police budget. I just gave you a clue on how our budget is getting bigger somehow, and yet you are being asked to do more with less. Again, that's not coming from this council. This proposed budget that this council is considering was not made by this council. It was not crafted by this council. It was not even directed by this council. It is not a council function. That is the function of our city administration. So somehow the budget is growing, but you all are being asked to do more with less. Now, we're going to get to the bottom of where this money is. I assure you we will. But I want to be clear, nobody on this council has ever asked for a decrease in the services. All of those things, I believe that Lieutenant Gandy and Chief Oregon so eloquently suggested that we would suffer from all of these cuts in services. This council didn't ask for that. Again, one more time. Look at the end of it. There is an increase in the proposed fiscal year budget. And yet you're being asked to decrease your services. We're gonna get to the bottom of that.
Can I say something? if that's
Shoot.
okay? Just, I don't want to overstep, I hope, but however the sausage gets made, that's outside of our purview. But we just feel like, as an administration, I think that we wanted to make sure that you knew
Absolutely. Thank you for
that
that.
everybody knows what we're facing and the ramifications of what we're facing. And, cause, you know, and we recognize that, hey, maybe that whole apple can't be bitten at one time, eaten at one time, but at the same time, we have to start making steps forward, I think, because, for my 17 years here, we've been told a lot of time, or repeatedly, over many, many years, that next year is your year, next year is your year. And I think it's our job as a PD administration to make sure that our guys know that we're fighting for the stuff that we know that they need to do their jobs safely and efficiently, and provide the citizens with the level of service that they need. Now, I think, you know, despite, you know, some limitations, I think overall, these guys have done a really good job. And I thank them for showing up. I thank them for showing up every day and doing what they can with what they have. But also for bringing all these guys in, I want to keep these guys, and I don't want to lose them back to these neighboring. And I think some of these things is what we need to deal with.
Absolutely.
Two of our focuses has been keep the foot on the gas and retention. Most of us remember what it was like in 2021 when we were having a gang war around here, and we've made a lot of progress, but we've got to keep our foot on the gas. We have to. The other thing is we have to retain. We're getting a lot of good troops in here from other agencies. They come in, they see they're not used to the lack of equipment and things like that. So that's all part of our retention plan.
Yeah. Let's be clear. Again, I have not heard any member of this council direct the city manager, and we can't do that personally. We have to do that in an open meeting on this dais or any other designated area that we post meetings. We have not directed the city manager or his staff to cut the police budget, nor have we directed him to cut the fire budget. We have continuously supported our police department and our fire department, and I've heard nothing but moving forward with that idea and with that line of thought. Again, the budget is increasing, and so there's a question to where all of these funds are going. And again, that's why we're in a budget workshop. I, for one, will move and push for us to continue the progress we've made in making our city safer. And so I want to establish that here with you guys while we're here. You've been asked to craft your portion of a budget by city charter. That's your job. But it is the administration's job to present that budget to council, and then it's council's job to go through that budget, to make amendments, changes based on the discretion of council in relation to the will of our constituency. And that will happen, and I wouldn't foresee any of those areas lacking. If I were you, I would foresee this council entertaining other ways to accommodate the request of our police department. I think that if a budget has to be cut, it can be cut in other areas and not in the area of public safety. Those are my thoughts. I believe I saw Joe, Mayor Pro Tem, raising his hand, so we'll yield the floor to Mayor Pro Tem.
Some observations. This is like that movie Groundhog Day, right? We go through this every year, right? Same. Everything you said we were hearing last year, by the way. But we passed the budget, even with the challenges then, right? With a rollback and everything else. We passed the budget with far more challenging situations, and yet you were able to achieve amazing stuff out there. You're able to bring stability to a department that for too long was unstable, all right? So I want to point that out, that this is not a doomsday situation here. And this I'm going to say to my council, it will be a doomsday situation if, as a council, once we get the tax calculation worksheet, if we don't seriously consider maintaining the rate that we have in order for us to continue the work that we're doing, to maintain public safety, and not to give in to just it looks good situations. That's the challenging part, I feel, on the council part, right? And that's something that you as residents out there that are very much involved need to communicate to us up here. Is that right to do, right? In order to maintain the services, the fire and the others, because Lamarck is a growing community. It's not growing on the income side as fast as we thought it would, especially on the sales tax side. I'd said up here before that I'd hope that we'd have a really spectacular increase on the sales tax side. We haven't seen that yet, but we have a lot of businesses that are about to come online there. God, when that McDonald's gets going there on 1764, I think that'll generate quite a change. So that's the challenging, but I just want to remind us that just like that Groundhog Day, there is a brighter day, there's a positive story. You guys reflect that positive story. The fire department has reflected a positive story in terms of the outcomes that have been achieved there, and all departments as well too. Now, he stepped out, and I was going to say this. I'm used to, in terms of working with budget, is to make it very collaborative, right? And I think Ms. Turner.
Ms. Turner's there.
Yeah, here she is. So I kind of, I don't know how you go about doing it, but I just kind of like to have everybody there and saying, okay, we really need this, right? And as opposed to ultimately saying, all right, we're just going to put a pencil through all of this on that side. I don't know. I think it's just a process. I'm just not that familiar with what goes on at that part in terms of, as the mayor said, what the administration brings to us. But as you're accurate in saying, no one here on this council has said anything with regard to cuts. That's the purpose of this process. But realistically, we also have to look at the income side. We need some stability as a community on our income side. That's all my point.
I just wanted to make a quick statement. I am going to relook at our income side because I know our property tax, it is what it is. It's going to tell us what it is. But for the FY24 estimates, I'm going through each line by line to make sure we're ending up where we think we should, because we still have 3 months. Even though July, we're in the middle of July close. So we really don't have those numbers yet. But that FY24 estimate column, it could change. But our proposed budget, I know there was some corrections that I'll need to make for animal control. But we'll look at property tax and we'll look at it together in a moment, what the property tax looks like for us.
Very good. Thank you. We didn't want to interrupt y'all's presentation, but we wanted to be clear because I kind of caught the sentiment of both departments. This is not coming from us. It's on our desk now, and we will adjust accordingly. Majority council vote. And so again, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, we were handed this, and it is our job to add in certain areas and cut in other areas. And so this is just the first step in that process. Chief, you wanted to get into the numbers, so you may proceed.
Yeah, and in a nutshell, looking at what we were awarded in 2024, FY24, it was $5,603.70, $5,603,793, and the approved so far at the city manager's level is $5,538,030. It's a $64,000. Just an overview. It's $64,000 less than we did a year prior, approved. So right off the bat, I mean, that's just to show that we're supposed to be growing and we're getting bigger and we're getting more officers and we're starting out even less than we did a year prior. That's just the big picture. But when you go down in each individual items, there's some that we don't even have enough to cover overtime. I'll give you an example. I'm Mayor. We got it written down. We could be here till midnight if I go over this. We asked for $350,000 for overtime because that's about what we've been spending, and we got 100. I mean, that's just people, and on and on and on. So we can't function. And I'm just saying that. And I know we got the city manager and Christine. I know they were pulling their hair out. They've probably been up to midnight for the last week or two because they kept me up to midnight. The thing is, they had to make a balanced budget. And because of that, we're living with what we have. And of course, if we keep the tax rate, and I'm not the tax guy, if we keep the tax rate the way it is, it's fine. We're going to be a balance, but all these shortages are going to happen and everything we mentioned there might, emanate. And I hate that to happen, but I'm just telling you a straight story. If I don't tell you that, I'm feeding you a line, and I'm not going to do that. My staff can't do that. So we want to support the city as a proactive, preventive police department. And if we can't patrol and keep the community safe, because our gasoline is asking for 140,000 and only getting the 80, we're not going to get there. And that's not even counting inflation. So these are things I want you to please help us with. Okay.
And Chief, to our defense, last year y'all were budgeted 150,000 for fuel. I mean, excuse me, for overtime. For overtime.
We went way over.
And y'all went way over. Yes. So
Yeah, that's the way it is. We can't. Only way to stop it is stop doing officer support, and I don't want to do that. But I mean, that's something we got to think about. And we're not the Lone Ranger; it's a national dilemma. But
Like I said, being fully staffed doesn't fix it. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of being a 45-man department rather than HPD. They have a full-time SWAT team. They have day shift and night shift CID. They have full-time track teams and stuff like that. Those are that, and we've also had a lot of auxiliary
Ms. Turner.
that we're kind of put on to, or that we have to do between, the security for the special events, the bike fest, the different events. Also council meetings is a draw on our overtime. It's just the nature of being a department our size.
Ms. Turner.
yes, sir.
The men and women of the Marque Police Department shared with us in their PowerPoint that they, I believe, doubled the citations that they've written in the last year. So how is it that the fiscal year budget for court fines and fees, is that the right line item, court fines and fees? You see what I'm talking
Yes,
about?
I
So
understand
that's
what
where
you're
that's where the ticket money goes, right?
Yes.
So how is it that they've doubled their efforts and yet the proposed revenue budget for that line item went from $585,000 to $437,000, and that's I think one of the big things that we're dealing with here is there is skepticism when it comes to the accuracy of our city's finances. And so when it's put to our people that we ought to entertain some sort of tax increase, the first thing that I hear and the first thing that is discussed is this skepticism on whether or not all the numbers are right. Doesn't mean that there's anything nefarious or illegal going on, but they're fighting, right, for basic responses for our community. They're saying they want to be able to to provide a basic level of service that they've provided at least the last year or two. And they are being told to cut their budget, not by us, but they're being told to cut their budget. And then when we look at a line item that would suggest, according to their own reporting, that that line item should be significantly increased, it's decreased.
Yes, I'm gonna
Right?
have to I'm gonna review that, Mayor, and see
So we need to-
exactly what happened.
So that might be $400,000 in that line item. Then when we look at this line item, this balloon and I don't even know why the administrative budget is $897,000. I've never seen, James, we've never seen a budget for administration be anything over $300,000 to $400,000, and now it's $897,000.
But you
that-
see, in 24, it's budgeted for 909.
I understand that, and so but if you look at 23, right?
Right.
So now we got to get back to some normal patterns of behavior. There is only in administration, let me check. There's an administrative assistant, there is a city manager, and then there's a deputy city manager. Right? As far as I know. Kiara, help me. Is that
May
it?
Not completely, Mayor. If you remember, you added communications to that budget.
Yeah.
So there was the addition of the deputy that wasn't there back in the original 23. So that was an added position because we just added that position February of this year. So that would have been this year's
When did all this take place?
February of this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Debbie, if you're in the room, I think
So-
February was when he took the role. So this year was when we added the deputy into the budget. We just added that position this year. In addition
Is-
to,
Is the Economic Development Corporation still paying for, when did that end? It hadn't ended yet, has it? So they're still paying for it. So that's what, 70, 80, $90,000? 50 plus fringe, let's add fringe. It's 50
Wow.
flat. Oh, you mean but the position is how much?
which
It's what with fringe? When you were hired in that position, you were getting paid how much? 65, right? And the contribution from the Economic Development Corporation is what? Right, so I'm asking, how much more over the 50 were we paying from the taxpayers' coffers?
This side of everything, but it was 65 compared to the 50 being given by EDC.
So even in that, I'm still struggling to see how we get up to a $900,000 budget. It's these types of things that cause frustration. I'll let you, is that Kara? Yes.
Just a record, records clarification. Some of those positions were only partially funded for last year. So this new budget will show them fully funded for the upcoming year. As well as any adjustments that were made during the last budget amendment.
Right, but so here's my issue.
And Mayor, also in this budget, HR is included in there. Administration, HR doesn't have its own line, it's all included in administration.
When did HR, did a council previous to this council officially adopt all of these said positions into our city administration? When did we do that by council action? Is the human resources budget in this budget book? Is there a section for the human resources section portion?
Yes,
So is that separate from the city administration's budget? It's separate from the city administration.
it is separate, but it's included in this report to get as lumped together.
Okay, I got what you're saying. So my point is this. Our budget is increasing, but then we're asking our major departments to decrease the resources that we allocate for them, through them, for our community. And that's why there is so much heartburn when it comes to whether or not we want to continue to cut taxes. The community has said to us through a rollback election that they will continue to want their taxes to be cut until whatever administration it is can competently and consistently disclose information in a way that our citizenry can grab a hold to it, understand it, and move forward. That's the problem. The reason why nobody wants to raise taxes is because there is no trust in the numbers. Again, not that anybody's doing anything nefarious, no, any of those things, but the level of competency and consistency and clarity is lacking. And that's why we're having to have these conversations on the fly about budgets increase and budget cuts being suggested to some of the more vital parts of our service. Did you want to proceed, Ms. Turner?
I don't have anything else right now.
Chief, you proceed.
With that, you've seen the highs and lows, and the lows in some of the stats. We have, I have a list here. We worked on it today. Clarify what we asked for, what we received, and how much the deficit was. And it's a lot of areas. Mayor, I don't know if you want to go over every one of these or maybe do it as a committee or a group or something, but it's quite substantial that we're not getting things. And
which areas are you referring to, Chief? Things that you all were cut?
so one is overtime, and I'll have my staff jump in.
I would like to hear those areas that you were cut, and then we would open it for council to ask you about any other areas that they're concerned about.
All right, overtime,
350,000 is what was requested.
we asked for 350, and we got down approved at 100K.
That is behind tab 12, Ms. Yancey. It's behind the, yes, ma'am.
Because you went to 3, now you're at 12.
We're at 12. I went, yeah, yes, ma'am.
40. Operating supplies,
We asked 45.5. We received, we got 31,140. Oh, I'm sorry, 30.
38, $7,500 cut. It's not as critical as other things, but it's K-9.
We asked for 78,000. It's cut to 31. If I can jump in on that one, that's one where one of the ways that we feel like, we don't want to move, we don't want to go backwards. There was a time where we had at least two K-9s, one on each rotation. They were assigned to the night shift. We're down to one. Last year we asked for 2, we got 1. This year we asked for the other one. Or we might have asked for 2 because one additional, or I'm sorry, one additional one, and that was cut out. And we looked at the grant avenue on just about everything on here, and it's just we get it where we can.
Fuel, that's a biggie. We asked for 140K. We got 60 with $80,000 in the hole.
Just to put some facts behind that too, just it's our we've got more officers than we ever had. We've got more cars than we ever had. Gas ain't getting cheaper. So we're burning about 10,000 a month right now.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, but at that rate, we'd be the more you want, if you want the guys doing proactive policing out there, patrolling and moving around, and it costs money.
Reynolds, that is 2031, line item 2031. That's astonishing. We asked for 214,450, and we'll explain, elaborate what that it consists of. We got $23,000, roughly 24K.
You want to elaborate on that now, Chief?
Yes.
214,000?
Vehicles and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, some of those were more vehicles, and we have grown our fleet considerably the last couple of years. To give a little bit of a background, back, I think it was 2020 or 2021, we had put in an order for like 14 cars. And to city manager's credit, he has helped us track down a lot of cars, and I think
we've gotten about 14 cars over the last year and a half. Unfortunately, it's a catch-up from what we were missing because of the chip shortage.
Those are not all on the street yet.
Yeah.
We still gotta get the equipment.
And again, the equipment that goes with them, we're still trying to outfit. That's some of our,
10.
goes into some of our other requests. Our vehicles for our, we use rental vehicles for our narcotics investigators. Those, I guess, presumably were pulled out of this as well, so not really sure what we're gonna do without those. And I mean, just a lot, it's hard the software is a little tricky for us sometimes. We're not finance guys, so it's a little hard to understand exactly what's out, what's still in. But yeah, it went from 214, 450. And basically anything that has a subscription or a rental to it is under that line item for us. A lot of our softwares and stuff like that are subscription based fees, you know, our tools for our investigators are under that line.
We have 23 going into this fiscal year. We had 23 patrol vehicles. We added 10 more. We're at 33 patrol. That's patrol marked units. We're gonna look, and in this budget of rentals, we asked for 5 patrol at least, fully equipped leased, and 2 admin. And the reason we did that is because even though we got these 10, and then thank God the city manager and we drove to Georgia, did all kinds of things to get them. We know we're gonna have to lose some vehicles because they're getting old. So we're gonna lose 8 vehicles in this new fiscal year. 2 are 2014. We're driving 2014 cars, police cars. 3 are 2015 and 3 are 2016. Those 8 are gonna disappear. They're worthless. They're dangerous to drive. They have lots of miles on them, you know, and you gotta know, you know this, we talked about it before. When you get 100,000 miles on a police vehicle, it's like 200,000 because with the idling and all, it just multiplies the use of the engine. So we know we're going to lose 8, and that's why we asked for 5 marked and 2 unmarked, and that's not in there. Moving on, narcotics investigation, we'll cover that for us.
We asked for 20,000. We're gonna have more officers working narcotics this year. We got 8, which is less than we got last year. Software will copy that later. Uniforms, we'd asked for 117. We got 80. It's uniform maintenance. Small tools, we asked for 3,000. We got 1,000.
Janitorial, we're not sure, Kyle, that's Kyle's contract. We don't know what that is, but we're not gonna cover that.
Repair and maintenance, building fixtures, 35.5 is what was requested. We got 15. We always have air conditioners go out constantly. There's always something going on with the building that we gotta repair. Repair and maintenance motor vehicles, we requested 164, we got 80.
Now, by the way, the cost of ownership increases when the cars get old, and we're paying a lot of money, and we're making 5-star pretty wealthy. But I mean, there's no way around it. We have to have the vehicles fixed. And there's very high expenses with the old vehicles.
Those leased police vehicles don't have we don't have a maintenance contract with Enterprise with those leased?
There's certain things, Mayor, that we have to do and certain things that they'll do. But
I believe Kyle has a better answer. We do have a maintenance contract on some of the vehicles. Some of the vehicles aged out of the maintenance contract and they're on a maintenance program. But I mean, some of it's just wear and tear. It's not, you know, it's because the PD was forced to what they call hot seating the vehicle. So they were running the vehicles literally 24/7. So car never getting a break, parts break down a whole lot faster, more mileage on it in a short amount of time, which is just going to cause constant repair issues.
these 8 that we're dropping, those are all owned vehicles.
Those are owned
Those are
vehicles.
owned
I was
vehicles.
gonna ask, so when they're leased vehicles, that's part of the contract is maintenance, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Certain maintenance.
Certain things, correct.
So if we were to exhaust the life of that vehicle, let's say we leased it for 5 years, correct?
Mhm.
Sounds like, what do you call it, hot seating?
Hot seating.
So sounds like hot seating might get us to the life of that vehicle sooner than 5 years.
Correct.
So what does the contract allow us to do when that happens? Are we able to change out vehicles, or does the maintenance responsibility somehow come to us, or what happens when that?
So what we
occurs?
usually do when once the vehicle, you're saying it's still under the lease, but
Right.
is wearing out faster. So the maintenance contract does give us a discount on a lot of, shop time, maintenance time and parts, but it doesn't cover everything.
Okay.
Because, they're not responsible for the vehicle breaking down because we're using it 24/7. Now, one of the things that PD was mentioning was that we did finally get our hands on a set of vehicles, meaning I want to say somewhere around the range of 12 new vehicles for PD, 14. And we're still working on outfitting all those equipment in those, and that will help take offline some of these vehicles that we're constantly just dumping money into to keep them running. And then we'll probably auction those off, and then I believe they're asking, or they put in a request for some more vehicles just to stay ahead of the game so that they don't have to hot seat.
So do we own these 14 vehicles?
They're leased.
They're leased?
They're leased. They're about 1,500 a month, fully equipped.
Yes.
All right, moving on, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Their maintenance equipment requested 32.5, actually got 0. Professional fees, 82.5 was requested, we got 21.3.
on that, included special fees like, Alice Ashley, the magic grant goddess, we call her, but she's very successful. That's an expense. If we were to hire somebody full-time, we'd probably be paying 80, 90K a year. There's an expense to getting all these free items. Go ahead, Jeff.
Arbitration requested 5,000, that's pretty much what it is every year, got 0. Civil service testing requested 12,500, got 7,500. Advertising and promotions requested 49,000, you got 18,250.
That includes the sign-on bonus in there, Mayor.
Which we can tell you right now that just based off of the current second half signing bonuses that we owe right now,
We won't have
that won't cover that.
The ones that we've already committed to.
We've already committed to, we've already agreed to. That, or that portion.
Training requested 48, got 36,000.
And that's included, we get Leos money, which is around 3K a year. And we use that first, but that's all we get is 3K, so it helps us somewhat.
Dues and subscriptions requested 4870, we got 6,400.
We got more than we asked, and then we should have said that.
Communications, we requested 50,000, got 0.
So the 50,000 is something a little bit, so most of our communication stuff is handled by Kyle. That 50,000 is something that honestly I requested. So our building B that we're being, our detectives are housed out of, there's a connectivity issue there to where it's putting a tremendous, we've asked for this a couple years in a row now, it's just, it hasn't made it. So it's to run a dedicated line right into the Lead City Consortium so that our detectives are able to handle or log into our records management, our CAD and everything, and it actually work in a timely manner. Right now, it is tremendously slow. So,
And that was all. Building B was a temporary solution. This kind of turned into more permanent. Major facilities, 115,000 requested. 0. Which we know, and I'm sure, like, we don't know how the entire budget works, but we, at least from our perspective, our building is going to have issues, major issues.
What was you all's understanding? At some point, this council had earmarked $500,000 for building maintenance. And then it was at some point pulled.
It was
remember
coming
that,
from
Joe?
another,
Yeah.
there was another
At one
source.
point, it was going to be an ARPA.
So it was pulled from ARPA, and what do you think?
And then, but because it was an alternative source for that, it was either monies from the bond or.
Yeah,
I think
there's
money.
we know it as the KO, but yes, there's a bond that had some money on it, and that's what we were going to use for.
How much was it, Kyle?
The KO total, I believe, was 750,000.
CO?
It's actually was called a KO. It's like a CO, but there's some verbiage that made it different.
And it's 700?
It was I want to say 750, and we were giving like 500 to PD for their modifications of the PD or upgrades or maintenance. And then the rest of it was going to like City Hall, Public Works, Fire Department,
Okay.
things like that.
So there is money for police facilities maintenance.
Correct. And what we did was we started doing reviews of the building before spending the money. Because, you know, once there's a pot of money, everybody wants to go ahead and get the upgrades. Well, they do have some AC issues and things like that, but before replacing the ACs, we had the roofs evaluated. And that's how we found out that we have about 5 roofs on about 5 facilities that need to be replaced, PD being one of them. So we held off on replacing the ACs because we have to replace the roofs first. You know, starting up at the top to get it structurally sound concept was what we're going to do. We've been in the process of getting quotes and getting some of that information to bring to council, and then we got hit by the hurricane.
So what we thought we were gonna have 500,000 to spend on is actually gone down because now we have to replace a roof for like what? Couple hundred thousand?
The roof for PD, I want to say was close to 300,000.
Yeah, because we had internally, made plans to do a significant remodel inside to, even if it didn't get us any space to improve the conditions of the facility inside where it would be noticeable. But like I said, or like Kyle said, you know, with the AC issues, the roof issues, I mean, that's kind of hunts that ever hunting, you know, that ball just keeps getting kicked on down the field. So we're not there yet.
Go ahead, Matt Burton.
The roof issue, was that accentuated during Borough? It was?
No, we started looking at some of the most of the facilities for that to see what issues we had on what facilities before, you know, before painting a wall on the inside or building a wall on the inside to create room. We need to make sure that the building from the top to the bottom, what needed to be maintained.
I understand. To what extent can we, in my world, I do it, but I'm asking you, make the submission as under.
We are.
Okay, under FEMA.
We are, yeah.
That, okay. And that would bring back the money if there's reimbursement.
Correct.
It would bring back the money then.
If any of our projects qualify and things like that, that is correct.
Okay.
5-year life assets requested was 778,000.
That's this, Mayor, that's the list of those things right there. That's those items.
The 5-year life?
Just to kind of go down that list though, I mean, the body worn cameras that we have are kind of at end of life. The handheld radios, as far as going forward, are at end of life. The tasers are beyond the end of life. The emergency lights on our CID units, we had kind of a real rude awakening, at least I did, is when our CID when we had that auto pedestrian on the freeway where the freeway got shut down both directions for several hours. You know, we were trying to dispatch our detectives to different locations and they weren't able to get there because they have no emergency lighting on their unmarked vehicles. That would be kind of essentially undercover lighting, I guess, covert lighting, something to where they can get to where they need to be.
Question.
Yes.
Didn't we discuss getting body cameras in some of this CO ARPA money?
We received no ARPA money, I believe.
No, we made that change.
So the only thing that was in the ARPA money.
Was that in the ARPA request?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So to be fair, we've included all this stuff in our CIP and everything like that along the way. The ARPA money was the flock cameras, but that I think that got reapportioned because we did get the cameras through the grant. So that was able to take some of that grant took some things off of our CIP.
Yeah.
So the list would have been longer.
So look,
Some of
so
these might go through a grant. We got grants out that have some of the stuff.
I remember seeing some of these things on a grant, but council, I want to call our attention to, and I'm not trying to be hard, but when you're dealing with people's money, and people are serious about their taxes. The other day, we had this whole conversation about 600 some odd $1,000 that we would earmark for a concrete walking trail it'd be a walking trail over by I don't even know the name of the place. What's the name of that bar right there? Y'all know what I'm talking about. The
On Delaney?
Pigpen. Is it still
Red
called
Roof
Pigpen?
Inn.
Is that what they call it?
Yeah, that's.
Pigpen? Well, wherever, yeah. So there'd be a walking trail by Pigpen, and then there'd be this sidewalk that went all the way down Delaney Cove and hooked a right over by Saltgrass, and then it'd take a left down 2004, and it would end up at a park that's not in our city, $600,000. And the reason why I'm feisty when it comes to people's money is because all of these things are being asked of the taxpayer when we are actually contemplating a sidewalk leading to a park that is not housed in our city. That brings the level of agitation. And so as we're thinking about that sidewalk, we spent an extraordinary amount of time talking about. It would have been great. Would have been great. What about the officer safety? What about those body cameras that they need? What about those tasers that they need to protect themselves? What about the patrol canine that they might need to be able to sense if there's some trouble or some danger or some sort of a potential criminal that's about to harm them or harm other people in our city? These are the things I'm talking about. It seems ridiculous when you put them together, right? And so, council, I'm asking us to, as we consider the budget, let's consider common sense, practical approaches. And again, the reason why nobody wants their taxes raised is because they heard a council 2 or 3 weeks ago talking about a sidewalk to nowhere. And now they're hearing a police department who has led our Safe City initiative and who's been on the ground battling with that criminal element in our community, begging for body worn cameras. That's why well, y'all ain't feisty, I'm feisty. That's why I'm upset this afternoon, because it doesn't make sense. Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead.
Last thing is that you mentioned the K9, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Also, the crime scene scanner, that seems crazy, but every time we have a homicide, every time we have a fatality accident, the DA's office, your modern jury, they want accurate crime scene representations. We need that to help us solve any of these serious crimes. Gone are the days where you can be out there with, pulling tape measures and using the rolling wheels to determine distances. We're trying to drag ourselves into the 21st century.
So would that just be a camera that you would be able to just.
You can set it right here, it scans everything and it gives you a 3D representation of the whole. Whether it be an indoor crime scene, outdoor crime scene, fatality accident, whatever you need, or anything serious, which we have our fair share of.
Thank you.
Moving on to 6 officers, I know it sounds like a lot, we're getting, if we get the grants that we put in for, Alice has applied for, it'll be 6 officers, but one, you remember the Safe City Initiative, we need to have a gang officer. That's one we're hopefully getting on a grant. 2 will be a cops grant, which would be like the 6 we got, but it'd be a cops grant. And then you got 3 would be added to the crime suppression operations under Lieutenant G-Rod. Work nothing but directed patrol actions, keep our city safe. So these 6, Chad, you want to cover what that would be?
Yeah, the 6 officers, 4 of which would be directly to patrol. Like I mentioned before, we have 4 districts that very seldom are always covered. The city's divided up into 4 districts. By adding another officer to each shift, we should finally be able to get every district covered and still be able to maintain, like right now, we've been doing traffic units, but we're robbing Peter to pay Paul because we're just taking them out of the district. We cannot do that anymore. our calls for service have gone up, everything's going up. So it'd be 4 more there. And then the cold case, like I said, that's something that we got started. We've got quotes from family members that said, thank you for not forgetting us when we solve some of those cases. It's something we have to do. And then an additional person in the evidence room. We talked about accreditation. We talked about accreditation, but a big emphasis, a big part of that accreditation is a property room. We have made strides in the property room, and it's the property room has kind of been, as far as personnel, a little bit of the can kicked down the road. We haven't staffed it as much as we probably needed to, because we're just moving pieces around constantly. So we need to get the right amount of people in there, the right amount of people in patrol, and then we have a proactive unit that's out there working now that we're trying to get going. That's our grant position.
With that, that was one of the packages, I don't think anybody's package. We have a part-time evidence property person. We wanted that to go full-time, would be about 15K more to make that a full-time position. One telecommunicator, Mayor, the standard rule to have a person sitting in a seat is you want it 24/7, you multiply that times 4.5. So if you want to have 2 people sitting in a chair 24/7, you need 9 people. Now you might say, people say, oh, well, that's so much sick leave, vacation, training, all that stuff. So we have 8 telecommunicators. You want 2 people sitting there, multiply 2 times 4.5. That's 9 people. We got 8. And I've been asked for that for the last 3 years. I've asked for that before on my first one. We really should have 9 in it. And then of course, it's going to be reducing the overtime. It'll more than pay for itself. But we need to have another person sitting there, and we'll actually have 2 at most of the time. Now it's like many times we only have 1, and at 3 in the morning, she needs a restroom break. We got to have an officer come in to relieve the person to go to the restroom. I mean, this is not right. And or to eat lunch. So we really need 1 more. That's was a packaging, of course, budgetary reasons we didn't get it. And then we asked for a corporal.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, our special crimes unit, Lazika and Davis right now, and then we have more coming over. We need to have a supervisor for that unit. Right now, Lazika's handling as a team lead, but it's not exactly fair to him either. We need to have an assigned corporal or sergeant to that, which we're asking for a corporal to be assigned to that team. They're out there at different hours of night. The patrol sergeant is responsible for the patrol shift. This is a separate proactive unit that's going out there, and they need to have a supervisor for them.
It's not bringing anybody in from the bottom, just classifying an officer to be a corporal.
Yeah.
About $12,000.
And just going back real quick to the additional officers, we have, I know we kind of just blazed through it, but that first slide, we have 45,000 calls. Whether you want to say it's coming in through dispatch or an officer sees something when he's out, 45,000 calls divided by 16 officers. That's a lot of calls that they can't keep up with. There's no way we can continue to be proactive and all that with that number. We have to add. There's no reason we should be doing a sergeant and 2 officers in 2024. That should never happen. And we have to pay overtime to make up for that.
I know, Mayor, we've asked for a bunch of items here, and none of it is fluff. We really need it. Keep up doing what we're doing. We want to stay preventive. We're doing well. We're very successful. They're recognizing our city. Out of all of the cities in the state, out of 21 cities, we're winning awards. We're doing something right. We want to keep it going. Please help us on that.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. Council, do we have any questions for the police department?
Yes. So what's the life expectancy of the body cams and the radios and tasers?
The tasers that we currently have, the X26, reached end of life in 2014. The body cams we currently have is the body cam 2. They are now up to the body cam 4, but Axon has not given an end of life expectation for the body 2 that we currently have. The handheld radios, the ones that we currently have, the APX 6000, certain models of those have already stopped production. We have the ones that are still in production, but they are going to be phased out here in the next few years.
So what is the actual life expectancy though of a taser? 5 years,
5 to 10, depending on.
5 to 10? So instead of dropping $155,000 every 5 to 10 years, why don't you get 15 this year, 15 next year? That way it's staggered out and it goes out, you can actually have a plus or minus 10 to 15% on hand and then have room on the budget for something else. Same thing with your body cameras. I mean, you can do the same. Your handheld radios, I mean, I understand they got 10-year life shelf before they start dropping. You drop your, you have to recode them and everything. But the batteries, you can have a stack of them sitting by and stuff. We can do that with all of that. $425,000 if you buy them staggered out.
Right. My goal was to treat this like buying a car where I throw out 50, you would counter with 5, and then I would counter 40, and we go back and forth until we came to an agreement. That was my hope.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but to be clear, in some form or fashion, this has been coming up.
the last couple years,
Because
right?
We have, I mean, in-car cameras is another one that's not even on this list, that's been denied the last couple years. We still have, I think, how many cars without in-cars?
9. I would rather,
So,
but I would rather make sure that we start buying everything so that it's on a rotating basis that way. Because I mean, 50 body camera is really not that expensive overall compared to 50 handheld radios, but we can buy those in a batch that's going to continue the life expectancy out for a little bit longer.
Yeah, as long as we give everybody on patrol, because we can't risk these guys not having less than lethal. That's what the concern is.
Oh, 100%, but that, I mean, I'd rather buy, if we can buy 50 tasers now and then next year we can buy 10. That way we can keep a stack going for a longer period of time. And when they start to run out, you know, I don't want to see them without anything, but I don't want us to have to every 5 years buy 50 of them. It would be easier to take that pill in a small chunk than it is to take the pill in a big chunk sometimes.
So I think that's what's happened is it's all kind of piled up now.
Right.
Now it's trying to buy everything at once.
Yeah.
So
No, we're in council questions. I think Ms. Yancey has questions.
So I'll give you guys 5, your top 5. What would be your top 5 needs
Top 5 for,
for your department?
well, as far as packages, Councilwoman Yancey, or just?
Well, is it staffing? And then we'll come back and, could you say one evidence, is it new vehicles or just prioritize it for me?
Well-
And if you can't right now, we can do it later.
Our top 5 was, in the packages was, the officers, the, part-time person to, full-time, upgrading an officer to corporal, and what was the other one?
The equipment.
I mean, we can't send our guys out there without.
Yeah.
We can't send them out there without handheld radios. We can't.
All the tasers. Yeah.
So you said staffing is 1, number 2 is equipment,
Equipment.
number 3,
I had it right here.
was it the new vehicles? I think you mentioned.
1 was 6 officers, 2 was part-time to full-time, probably 1 full-time telecommunicator, and the reclassification of the corporal. That was the 4 packages the only packages we asked for. Now, the equipment is
That.
there. Okay.
Okay.
And,
Number 3.
And of course, some of the line items in the budget that we need to roll, we need to have fuel, we need to have overtime. And supplies.
I think basically kind of what he's alluding to, the basic necessities, we gotta get back to, I mean, where we're operating with a full deck.
Yeah.
So I have officers, what I would say is staffing, and we'll go back and look
Right.
at it. piece by piece, equipment. And number 3. That's it, okay.
They definitely need more space. I mean.
Oh, we know that, sir. We
Yeah,
know.
I mean, that's the
Okay.
thing. The building is a
Well,
tale of its time.
And we know that the council has basically directed the resumption of the Public Safety Building Committee. We believe as a council that we would be able to send this to the voters. We might be a little late for November, just based on time. But we believe as a council, we might be able to send this to the voters in May, so that we can get an answer from the voters. So the council has heard the need for a new police station, better facilities, and we're going to pass that on to the voters. And I believe that this time, personally, I believe this time we'll be successful, because there's yes, sir, a general obligation bond, because it's up to the voters on whether or not they want to incur debt to build a police station. But I believe that there's a lot of support for our police officers. So I believe this time will be different.
you know, we've talked about so many options, with city manager and so forth, on buildings. If we're going to do some work on our current building, which is 10,000 square feet, I know it was built in 1970, but when they were down here 3 years ago, a lot of cities are actually refabricating older buildings. You know, they tear the walls down, keep the structure, and they build onto that. So that might be a savings. I mean, I don't think the building's shaking. It's just the stuff that's attached to it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we could just build there, build up, build out, tear the walls down, tear the carpets up that have been there 70 years.
Sure.
53 years, 54 years.
Absolutely. Any more questions?
I just want to what Gandy said, you know, I've heard for years, next year is going to be your year. And we've heard that year after year after year. We're not giving them the basic tools to do their everyday job. It's like sending a framer out to do his job without a hammer.
Yeah.
We got to give them, let this be their year. We got to give them what they need to do their job. This is our first line of defense right here to keep us safe. And they're worth it. They need it. They got to have it. So let this be their year to get the resources that they need to do their job.
Absolutely.
And to be clear too, these guys are here because it's important to them. We didn't ask them to be here. We didn't make them be here or anything like that. They saw what's going on and and wanted to show everybody, you know, that they value this department in this city as well. So I personally, I'm the cockles of my heart are warmed to see these guys here. So.
Sure. Absolutely. And that's why we wanted to clarify how this process works. Those of you on the at the table understand how it works, but we want to make sure that our rank and file, those that may not be here with us frequently,
Sergeant King.
we want to make sure that they know how this works. This is the first crack. The council will go back and do our work. This is not over. This is simply the beginning. As a union guy myself, I always try to make sure that we have a platform for the rank and file to be heard. That's not Chief Oregon or his administration. That is always our union president. And so Corporal King, you are here today looking very nice in your suit and tie. And so we want to hear from the rank and file members of the Lamarque Police Department.
Sergeant King, thank you for showing up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Conan King. I am the president of the Lamarque Police Association, and we are here in support of our department, and we're in support of the city as well. I think it's really obvious that we have lacked the equipment and necessary things to do our job. And I've been here for 14 years, and to be honest with you, that has been the same for 14 years. A lot of that equipment up there on that screen right there, those are life-saving devices and they're life-saving equipment. For an officer out there on the street, we ride one person to a car. Our backup could be halfway across the city, or it could be around the next block. But that radio, that's our lifeline. That's how we communicate. That's how we know where we're at. Dispatch knows where we're at. They know what's going on. Somebody's in trouble. That's how we communicate that. Having the appropriate equipment for the officers, trustworthy equipment. We've had radio issues with some of the manufacturers that we're using. The officer has to know that his equipment works or her equipment. They have to believe in it. Their life depends on it. The tasers, just to be honest with you, the tasers, that's a necessity. And I may be stepping over, but I think that purchase of tasers was actually more of a lease program.
It was like a financing for 5 years.
Yeah, which if I'm not mistaken, now I'm not going to get all into the specifics of it, but it basically allowed you to be able to continue that and rotate equipment as it went along. We don't even have enough ticket writers and printers for all of our officers on the shift. We're actually borrowing equipment from Kima PD to even have enough to even remotely have some of our officers with ticket writers that are actually functioning and work appropriately. MiFis, that's what we use to connect our in-car laptop so that we can communicate with the CAD system, take calls, enter notes, and all of that. We barely have enough to outfit a actual shift, meaning that when the crime suppression unit and these other units are out operating, there's not enough equipment for them. We need the equipment to do our job. We want to do our job, and we want to serve the citizens of this city. We get a lot of enjoyment out of serving the citizens. We wouldn't do the job if we didn't. But we've got to place this above everything else. It's got to be a necessity. We can't ask our officers to do more with less any longer. And I'm grateful to hear that y'all are willing to consider not reducing the tax rate at this point, because the bottom line is things aren't getting cheaper, things are getting more expensive. And if y'all's budget does not grow some, then we'll never be able to balance a budget and be able to do the things that we need to do. And we can't grow as a city. Okay. We have to grow some in the budget area in order to increase the services and provide the services that our citizens deserve. I know it's a painful subject for a lot. I don't like paying taxes any more than anybody else. But without taxes, we can't do the job that we need to do. We can't continue to keep crime at bay, and we can't keep that going down because it's going down. I was actually approached by a citizen yesterday, and he asked me if crime was going down. I looked at him and I said, yes. He goes, I thought so, because I've noticed that. I've noticed that there's not gunshots around my house anymore, that I don't see people running down the streets. I don't have people walking up into my yard in the middle of the night. The citizens see the difference. They notice it, little changes here and there, but they see it, and that's important. He feels safer in his community because of those things. Those people standing in the back right there are the reason why that is. I expect that y'all will do the right thing. And I hope that we can work together to make sure that happens. You know, we need to move forward, but we need to make sure that we take them into consideration, because we have kicked the can down the road so long that we can no longer stand by and be silent about it. And again, just remember, we've got to grow the budget in order for us to continue to be successful in what we do.
By the way, Mayor, the MiFi's, Kyle's working on that, and the Stacy's working on the printers for ticket writers. So that
Okay,
there's knowledge of, we need that.
Okay.
They're working on it.
okay. Council, do you have any questions for Corporal King? Sergeant, congratulations, Sergeant King. I called you Corporal King earlier.
My name is Conan King. It doesn't matter what's in front of it. It's still Conan King.
Well, congratulations on your promotion.
Yes.
Sergeant King, council, do you have any questions for Sergeant King?
I just have a comment. Sergeant King, I appreciate what you're saying and doing. It's been a little over a decade when I had to do this at a command in Washington State. That we protected nuclear weapons, so I understand exactly what you're talking about. Our body armor was so out of date that I had a 4-inch plate that I still put in it when we went to move weapons. So yes, I get it. I just think we need to, as we do this, if we do it now, let's make sure we get a rotational basis so that it's not all coming due all at one time once we fix the issue again.
I believe that's a very good answer to that problem. One that needed to be addressed a long time ago.
So there are some grants too, Chief, that are out there about smart technology for police departments. I get that listserv as we try to find ways to stay competitive and making sure that we have the best tools.
Yes, ma'am.
There are a lot of new innovative programming that's there for policemen.
Sure.
And I encourage you guys to look at that smart technology as well.
Okay.
To try to, because you did a great job trying to circumvent with adding new cops due to the grant that we received earlier, I believe in the budget year.
Yes, ma'am.
Last year. I am a huge proponent. It's very hard to do more with less. But because of the tax rollback, which was really unfortunate for you all, you guys had to eat a lot of that, right? So hopefully we will have a better narrative, as you have said, Sergeant King, about it's time to make sure that that we're fair with our departments, but especially because of our policemen who have helped to drop the numbers in Lamarque, that we need to make sure that we continue to improve in that area, because now we do have more cops. Am I right? It's how many versus last year? How many more cops we have today than we had last year?
We have 45 authorized. We actually have 44 in
Right.
place.
And before, I think the number was like
We had
32,
39.
30 or something like that.
2.5. We hired 5 this year.
Right, right. And we're still growing too as a city. So,
Right.
and as the mayor said, we want to hear from you. Tell us what you want. And we will try to do what we can to find the resources. There's a lot of things with HGAC, a lot of different ways we
Right.
can do that as well too. But I am being a government teacher, I understand without law enforcement, you have chaos.
Mhm.
And because we are growing and people are moving here, we've been told that 1,000 people are moving to Houston every week now. And so we're getting some of that urban sprawl. So for one, District 8, I appreciate everything
Mhm.
that you guys have been doing to help control it. I've heard as well about crime, even though we've seen a little uptick just in the last couple or 2 months, right? But we are on it. I've already talked to you and Cesar about to make sure that we hold that line. So I would do what I can to look through the numbers and do the best that we can with that. I agree with you about the 41% though. I do. Because I think we need to continue to improve, especially now that with the cars issue, which comes up every year,
Right.
But I didn't know they were almost 10 years old. That's old. And then the issue with the taser, that's pretty new. I didn't hear that last year.
We've been very fortunate, Councilman Yancey, on grants, like just got that one for $747,000, no match. We got 2 others are out there, no match. We have a very successful grant writer. But I like I told Allison, the city manager, we're probably getting these grants for 3 things, 3 reasons. Number 1, we have a high crime rate. Number 2, we're doing something about it. And they're seeing that. We're actually illustrating that we're not just sitting idle. So those 3 factors are what's making us successful with grants.
Let me say this, because somehow we've inadvertently tied a tax rate to you all's success. 41-cent tax rate is not going to guarantee you all success or even guarantee you all what you need. This council can give you everything that you need and still cut taxes because, and I'm speaking for me, I believe that there is fat and fluff all through this budget. I believe that with all my heart. And so it's just a process that this council has to go through to cut the fat. There are areas that have been bloated that shouldn't be bloated. And there are areas that probably need to be reduced that can stand and handle the reduction. So let's be clear. You can get those things that you need to move forward, and that's not associated with a tax rate. If it ends up at 41 and some folks want to support it, then that's their right. But for those that may not want to support a 41-cent tax rate, maybe they want to go lower than that. Certainly those folks can also make sure that you have everything you need. So let's be clear. This is not necessarily tied to a tax rate, because guess what? You all are going to get caught in the middle, and I don't want to play that game. Right. And then if taxes are reduced, then it's, see, the council and lower taxes, cut taxes, and that's why you can't get that. Those two things are exclusive of one another, right? And so I want us to be clear that we can do both. We can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. We can still cut taxes, because I am an advocate for that. All my life I will be. And at the same time, give you exactly what you need to do your job. So those things can work in the same room together. Any more questions?
Yeah, I think I just want to make sure we felt like our job was to come up here and tell our story, lay everything out of what we need, because maybe in years past, I know last year some of us were on our way to Louisiana to pick up somebody, and we just want to make sure we lay everything out.
Absolutely.
Because in some way the can has been kicked down the road, and we gotta we are on a good, I'm telling you, 26 years here, I'm the most proud of the department we have now than ever before. We're on a good track. We just got to keep the foot on the gas.
Very good, very good. Thank you guys for this candid and rigorous debate.
Thank you, Mayor.
It's hot in here, isn't it? Because it's so hot, is Public Works ready? Perhaps they're not. They decided to cancel. Let's give a 10-minute break to the council, 12-minute break to the council, and reconvene at 4:20. All of our police officers, thank you again for your service. And this council will do all in our power to make sure you have everything you need this fiscal year.
Thank you, Mayor.
We stand in recess. Right. We are back in session at our budget workshop on August 5th, 2024. And I believe we are going to step back a minute so that we can look at the general fund revenues and expenditures.
Yeah.
I believe we're going to look at the general fund revenues and expenditures to give council a bit of clarity as it relates to both. And so we will yield the floor to either City Manager Garcia or Finance Director Turner.
Just real quick for reference, what we have noted that we've shared is a new tab to be installed in front of page 3. And we felt the need to make sure that it clearly showed where our debts were, as well as where our total revenue was slated to be. So I wanted to show this because in previous years, we have sometimes and have not, according to our records, properly reflected how the debt would be. So if you noticed on here what's been budgeted to what has not been budgeted, you could see on here where we show what the true value of our budget is when we add the debt and the actual capital expenses, if there were to be any. This is a reflection. This is just to show you that number. I do want to point out in reference to where we were last year budgeted to where we passed the budget for revenues. So I want you to note specifically that column and specifically to look at where we stand for where we think we're going to hit the year for property taxes. Although it looks like we are going to outperform property tax for the year, please note that that is also including the amount that would go towards the debt. In addition to that, it looks like we are going to be slightly below where we are with sales tax. And I'll ask Ms. Christine to please comment on that.
So dealing with property taxes, how can you put the property tax up on the screen? Yeah, okay, I got to change glasses again, y'all got computer glasses. Okay, so this is the property tax spreadsheet that I use, and it came directly from the appraisal district's tax roll sheet. Leaving the FY 24 tax rate at 0.418058.
I'm sorry, Ms. Turner, is this the updated one? The most
This, you
recent
haven't seen
updated?
this one. This-
No, I'm talking about
Oh.
for property tax roll that you said you received from Cheryl
Yes, it
Johnson.
is. I
That's the
updated
most recent
yes,
one.
It is,
Okay.
yes.
Can you
Can I
increase the
step up
size?
here?
Yeah, I can't see anything.
You-
Yeah, that's
you-
better.
You can also note that the actual tax spreadsheet that was approved by her office is behind tab 4.
But there's a new one for that. There's an updated one that came out this morning.
You gotta use the microphone, Ms. Turner.
So, if you see at the top, let's calculate the taxable value. So on line 18, the certified values is 1.8 million. Line 19, the current values on protest, 137 million. Excuse me, 1 billion. Then 1,137 million. So that totals 1.9 billion. Then you have your line 21, 20, 21, 23, and 25. That's our current tax ceilings or deferrals. That's considered like extra revenue. You know, you're probably gonna get it, but you may or may not want to count it, but you may get it. I know it sounds strange. Then line 21, our current taxable value. 23 is current value for new improvements. Okay, I consider that's some more extra revenue that's gonna come in. Then on line 25, from the worksheet, 1.6 billion. Okay, that's our taxable value.
Yeah, Ms. Turner, just always talk about plain English and finances also. For those of us laypersons, the 1.6 billion represents the taxable value of property, both residential and commercial within the city limits of Lamarque. Is that accurate? Okay, all right.
Okay, so here is our tax rate as is now, 0.418058. This is our total levy. Okay, so if you scroll up.
Kyle,
So
could you
now-
scroll a little bit? There you go.
Okay, so now I want to break it out. Here's our M&O rate as it is right now.
And once again, if you could explain, that's maintenance.
Maintenance, excuse me, maintenance and operations. That's,
Okay,
paying for the general expenses of.
of the city, maintenance and operation.
Then we have our interest and shrinkage. That's debt service. So part of that money we can use to pay our debt, and the other part is used to pay our operation.
Ms. Turner, can I just pause you right there for the sake of just what we're talking about? It shows 41 cents total, but of that, we use 31 cents with the decimals afterwards
Yeah.
to run our day-to-day. And then almost roughly 10.7, or let's round up to 11 cents is used to pay debt. Okay,
This, she's talking about.
Okay. So. Me knowing what the debt, how much debt we owe is like 2.1 million. When I did this sheet originally, I said, okay, well, I need to put enough to cover our debt. So let me adjust this M&O rate so I can make sure we cover our debt. So I'm thinking, okay, we gotta cover our debt. So if you scroll down just a little bit. Down, well, up a little. Okay, that's our debt number. 2.1 million. So originally, I need to go up again. If you right here, Kyle, you type a negative 0.025. And then put a positive 0.025. So you can take that out. Okay. So I said, okay, well, I want to make sure we cover 2.1 million. So this will be a portion of our property tax rate, the 4.6 million. And if you scroll up and to the right, I said, you know, I need to add that plus kind of our unaccounted revenue of 977.36. And that was what was on that original form that I sent you, those two numbers added together. But then, you know, we're going through all of this, we're talking about the budget, it's not enough money. I said, you know what? Let me just do pretty much how our previous finance director did. She didn't account for it that way. She just straight said, okay, go back up, take those and make those zero. So now we're back at our rates again. So we add the 5 million plus the 1 million here. And that would have given me what's on your sheet now, the 6 million.
The 6.8 million?
6 point, is it 6.1?
6.14.
Yeah,
6.1, where's that one?
that's on the top line property tax. On that summary sheet.
on this sheet,
On
on this sheet.
Oh, a new one.
Yeah, the new tab
Oh,
3, the
oh, I
top
see.
right of
Yeah,
new
yeah,
tab
yeah.
3 under proposed.
Yeah,
25.
Okay.
And the reason for this exercise is to understand the why and the how we got to these numbers. So any change or tweak as the small change that Christine showed there would show specifically what that equates to. Historically, we've done whatever we need to do to make ends meet, but that is specifically what she talked about. The worry with this current model that's now, Christine, could you explain what happens if we keep this current, how you have it listed now? What happens to the difference between INS debt
Okay.
of 2.1 and the current
So-
1.75?
We know our total debt is 2.1 billion. If we take 1.7 million here, add it to INS. Not that, over here. That would be a total of how much if we add those two together.
Which one did we have before, the 6.8?
Put 1.7, just clicker here.
Equal sum of cells C19 plus I5.
So the 365 And the 1.7. Okay, 114. Okay, we're close enough.
So we just want everybody to understand the how and the how we got here on that perspective.
I really don't understand what just happened. I'm just being honest.
Okay, no, it's fine, it's fine.
We have
It's fine.
no clue what you're doing,
Okay.
I
what
know,
you just did.
y'all don't see
Okay.
this part. You
So-
know.
I know that you added some stuff and took some stuff out and it
So-
did some stuff. That's all we know.
So right now, the rate that is, the budget is listed at right now, 0.418058. Christine, I think we had everybody to the point of when you started adding and subtracting. Can you explain what the new improvements amount means?
It means that the property tax rate now, the original amount I had in there from the older sheet had 5 million. Now we're looking at property tax rate of 6.1 million.
Because she sent the updated.
What's the increase in hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Look at the old ones.
And we're talking about what we were dealing with today. We're getting ready to have a $500,000 increase just because council questioned property tax revenue.
Well, it's because I was focusing, to be honest, I was looking at that, our debt rate. And I want to make sure we fully covered debt.
Yeah.
At that time. New calculations came out. It's changed slightly now.
How much more we got now?
Okay, so we have,
I think she's getting ready to, Ms. Yance, to tell us that we have additional resources.
seven. We have about $322,000.
More.
Mhm.
Okay.
Excuse me, assuming that the tax rate remains
The same.
the same.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's, okay, very good. So,
So-
I'm sorry, so
Go ahead,
that's,
Joe.
the total then would be what? The 500,000 plus the 300? Or what? What's the total amount then?
I threw out 500,000 because I was being happy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But what's the total amount increase?
322.
322,000.
What? From. No, I guess from the 4.8 to the 6.1 is really what I'm looking at
Yeah.
as a layperson in terms of revenue that we're working with.
Or you're talking about the estimates? Okay, now, let's talk about FY 24. That's what you're looking at, the estimates.
No, he's looking at the budget fiscal year 24 of 4.8 and the proposed fiscal year 25 of 6.1.
6.1, that's
So-
what I'm looking at.
So 6.1 is the new number. On your original sheets, the number was actually 5792, so almost 5.8.
I understand that. That's all, that's what I'm trying to confirm.
Yes,
That-
the
that's-
number of 6114 is the new number.
Of total revenue
Total
from property
tax expected.
and
proposed.
with that change in the amount of property tax, will that change the calculations associated to the property tax, tax rate calculation worksheet?
Yes. I demonstrated it right there.
It's at the bottom of this page where it says 39. It's still 39 cents though. No
Yes, it's still
tax.
39 cents. It's a few pennies difference that they sent over on your no new revenue tax rate.
Is it no longer 41? It's now 39?
Your no new tax
No,
rate.
no new revenue is 39. You're right.
Yes,
You're right. I got you.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I see M and O maintenance, the maintenance and
It's at the bottom of the sheet.
operations.
Yeah.
So what did go up though was the voter approval, because it wasn't in at 46.
Exactly.
Now it's 48.
48.
Yes.
So once again, this figure of the 6.1 is based upon our existing rate of 41.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's assuming that.
Yes.
And so it would, for this council, as it's looking at our budget numbers, would it be fair to say, Ms. Turner, that we're really working with, what's that difference? The difference between 6114 and 4830. If it's 8, that would be 2. An increase of 1.2 million for us to work with. Is it fair to say that? Once again, I'm the layperson here.
So
From the original estimation. If you want
Yes.
to look at it like that, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Joe, did you?
No, no.
Because I just, listen, we got to prove this out, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
First off, this sheet says M and O rates. It says line 39 adjusted to current 39,851.01, and it says do not go below. There is no stipulation that suggests that we cannot go below that number.
That is my notes. We can wipe that out.
You're good.
That's
You're
for
good.
me.
You're good, Ms.
Yes.
Turner. I want to make sure, I'm just saying this
Yeah.
out loud
Mhm. Yes.
for all of us to hear.
that is her spreadsheet that she.
Cool.
contributes
Yeah,
to.
if that's what that is, that's fine. I just want to make sure, I didn't want anybody
Right.
to mislead the council or the public as
Got
if there would be a law broken if we cut taxes,
Got it.
right?
No.
There is no law against cutting taxes.
No.
Cutting taxes is good for everybody. Listen, here are my heartburns. So as I start looking down this general fund, this new revenue list, my eye stops at fire EMS revenues and fees, number 1. And it says fiscal year 23, we generated $620,000 roughly. It says we budgeted in fiscal year of 24, 961,000, but then it says, here's where we start to have problems, that we only estimated, we're only estimating that we'll generate $765,000. I just heard Chief, what is his name? David Merriman. I just heard Chief David Merriman say that they have generated in excess of $300,000. That's what I heard him say. And yet, from fiscal year 23 through the estimate of 24, there's only about $145,000 worth of increase. Wait. So there's another $150,000 that he's saying that they generated that somehow we have not captured that they generated. So that's one. This is why people start to look at the numbers sideways. Yes, that's one. That's one. Grants and proceeds. Now, Mr. City Manager, you are the king of grants. You get all the grants.
I don't know if we would say
You
that.
get the grants in the rolling hills of Kentucky and all through San Francisco. And yet, when we look at grants, looks like we're budgeting the same amount of money as budget fiscal year 24, down to the, looks like to the dollar, 320,083. And you have just asked this council to accept 18 million different grants. So how is that number the same? I'm just asking questions. So then we start to get down to permits, licenses, and fees, right? And we heard from our dear Chief Police Randall Argon that the police department has doubled the amount of citations that they've written. And yet, when we look at this line item, we don't see a reflection of the doubling. It's 2.2, it's 2.4, we're hanging out at 2.7. Now we're still hovering at the high end of 2.7. That's not doubling citations. We have not captured that. We have not captured the trend or the flow. We have not captured the more officers that we have on the street or the more contacts that we're requiring our officers to make, or the fact that we have, this council has directed the police department through you to spend more time on traffic safety and traffic control, which means that they're monitoring traffic patterns and they're probably writing more citations. None of this is reflected in these, just first glance, Mr. Garcia, first glance, y'all gave us this sheet, first glance, I found 3 areas of concern. Now, when I go down to the expenditure side, I'm just looking at the sheet. That's all I'm doing. When I go down to the expenditure side, I see that there has been from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25, listen at me, there have been a budget cut in every line item with the exception of 2. Those 2 line items, I'm sorry, Ms. Turner, go ahead. Did you want to say something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
When it comes to our expenditures, and I'm going to be very honest with you guys, okay? there were several line items that were grossly over budgeted. And when I'm trying to sit there and balance it out to try to get as close to the real figures as I can, it's not making sense. I have seen several salary line items that were grossly over budgeted. One of them was in mine.
When you say grossly over budgeted, Ms. Turner, we want to understand you. Are you saying that there was a pencil pushing clerk that should probably make $2 that somehow was making $5?
No, that is not what I'm saying.
Okay, help us to understand when you say
What
over
was
budget.
budget? Let's just say, I'm just gonna throw some figures out. A salary line item could have been budgeted for 500,000. But really that salary line item should have been about 275, 300.
There it is. And there it is. And now we can actually start dealing with the budget. I said that there was fluff in this budget, and I don't think that they're bad people.
No.
I think that we just don't really know how to get it done, right? Nobody's doing anything bad. There's nothing shady going on. It's just that we have not reached a level of competency with people's money that would bring confidence to this council. Let me finish. So the two line items that I see is fire. Fire increased by about $106,000. And then it looks like the animal control contract that former Councilmember James Osteen alerted us to. Both of those line items combined only account for another $111,000 increase, as far as I can see. You can give me a minute, James, and then I'll let you jump in. Yeah, give me a minute and I'll let you jump in. So how then did our budget go from being 18,633,000 to $19,062,149? I don't understand that. And even if you add capital and debts, now you're getting into an entirely different ball game, because that equates to about another $979,000. Here's the point that I've been trying to make all day, Mr. Garcia. The numbers are not adding up. They're not adding up. And I think that we need to slow down and make sure those numbers are adding up. Here's what I think. I don't think that they're not adding up because Ms. Turner has anything to do with it. I think that she's doing what she can with the numbers she's being provided. And I'm not even saying that the numbers are not adding up because you somehow are doing something that you shouldn't be doing. But what I'm saying is, once this budget is filtered from the departments to the department heads, we as staff need to do a better job of verifying those numbers, making sure they're adequate and accurate before we present those numbers to Ms. Turner, who will then create all sorts of documents and pieces of information that she would have to then present to us, right? It's unfair for Ms. Turner to have to defend something that she was given, that she has no knowledge of, number one. Number two, again, we're growing here, right? And as hard as I am on you, that's just the way that it has to be to make you the city manager you need to be, right? You have the potential to be a solid city manager. And so this is tough love, right? You're going to you're going to be the city manager of the city of Houston or somewhere. It's going to be great for you. I promise you. You're going to write a lot of books. But right now we have to get to the best. We got to get down. And I'm throwing humor in there because it's been a hard day for you. But I want the people to understand that I am being hard on you because I expect more from you. Right? And when we leave this dais, we're going to get all sorts of calls about how everybody wants things to be different. And so if we don't do this, right, then the people won't be satisfied that we've went through this budget thoroughly and we've held you accountable. That's part of it. It don't feel good right now, but that's part of the governmental process, right? So the numbers are somehow not adding up, right? But this is a budget workshop and you have the opportunity to verify, right? We may be missing something as a council. And so it's your opportunity, not today, but throughout this process, to help us verify these numbers so that we can move forward. Make sense?
Yes, sir. If I can, real quick, two items I'd like to hand out to you to follow up
And
on
then
that.
James, we'll get you.
To
Let's let,
just give you some documents. What I'll hand out to you is the updated ARPA sheet that you passed on April 12th. I don't believe that it's in your budget books or want to give it to you for reference. If you want to chew on something, also a copy of the latest sales tax revenue report so you can run your projections. Your estimates that are in front of you were taken very simply on July 30th.
Yes.
So almost one day before the end of the 10th month, we took whatever the numbers were, divided them by 10, multiplied them by 12, and that's how we came up with our estimates. So please understand, that's where the estimates came from. One, two, I have sales tax for you here. Kyle, could you do me a quick favor and put this sheet up real quick? One quick second. You don't have this one updated? Who has that?
I emailed it.
Not the updated one.
Okay.
Okay, just for the sake of sharing on screen, you guys have a copy as well. I just want to point out why we're probably having, why we may be having as far as some discrepancy with some of the numbers. I do apologize. You guys have a copy in front of you, but we don't have one to Kyle yet for him to share real quick. And I'm not much of a writer, Mayor, but from your mouth to God's ears, hopefully I'm able to write several books. I just
And FYI, Mayor, the city of Houston.
Amy's the librarian. She said that you could probably write 5 books.
Thank you, Miss Amy, for your support on that.
What do you say?
I said FYI, the city of Houston doesn't have a city manager.
That's what I mean.
As we get this pulled up, I wanted to just understand where we are compared to last year. And I wanted to show primarily, Mayor made a very important point that was made as to where our budget has been going the last few fiscal years. Shown here, you show FY 23 budget for the revenue to have been 16.5, to which we ended FY 22 in expenses at 16.2. So in theory, we ended up $300,000 in the black. Okay. As you remember, we are now entering year 3 of this rollback. Some of the things going back to FY 23 that we did were we passed CBAs for your police and your fire. So your fire was going to be 6, 7, 8% increase by year, 6 on first year, 7, and then 8. Your PD was 4, 5, 6. So this year that we're entering now for FY 25, you will notice that that is reflected in the budget to show 8 for fire and 6% COLA for police. I wanted to note that of point. Also, as we get this pulled up, you got 2%, and there is you asked us to try to strive for 4% COLA, I believe, Councilman Yancey. We could only afford 2% with what the budget that we have before you today. Did Kyle get this yet? Okay. So for share for the sake of time, FY 24 budget, if you remember, we had some very big expenses we needed to incur for the year, which put the budget to be at 18.6 is what was passed. That is what was approved by this council. But we had revenues proposed at 17.5. So I want to show that's what we're trying to make up this year. While we had affordability to do it maybe differently last year by how we passed this budget, that's something that we cannot afford to do in this upcoming year. We're relying on the strength of our growing property tax this year and relying on our strength of our growing sales tax, knock on wood, that we hope to have this year.
Well, wait. You said what now? You said we passed the budget when? $18 million budget when?
To have started October 1st of 2020.
18 what?
18,633.
18.6. And you said that we generated, so you're talking about this fiscal year, you said we generated how much?
We budgeted to generate 17,541. Now, great for us. We outperformed that 17,541.
And so you're suggesting here in the minutes that you've recorded, does your minutes reflect that this council passed an $18 million budget, knowing full well that that would create a over $1 million budget deficit? Is that anywhere in your minutes or your notes?
I'll have to check the exact numbers, but I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know that there was a discussed deficit.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
were you here last year, budget cycle?
No.
Her first day, I believe, was the day we passed the
Did we
budget.
passed it?
I just don't believe that this council willingly and knowingly passed a budget, knowing that they were passing a budget deficit. I don't believe that to be true. I don't. I don't. There was nothing said about that last year. So you're suggesting that to us. I would have to see proof of that. Folks would have been in up in arms about us doing that. So there may have been some sort of miscommunication that happened. But this council would have never, I would have never passed a budget that I understood. And that's part of the problem we're having, is that there's some things being lost in translation, right? That's not going to ever happen again,
Absolutely.
because I don't believe that to be true. Mayor Pro Tem, let me exercise your memory here. Last year, we were in budget workshop. Do you remember ever making some sort of amendment or some sort of a motion, and we're going to ask Kiara to check the records, that would suggest that you wanted us to pass an $18 million budget, $18.6 million budget, and make up the lacking revenue out of emergency disasters funds?
I personally don't recall that. Nick.
Okay.
I personally don't recall.
Okay.
that, So.
Okay.
It would just have to be
Right.
shown that I did it. I don't know.
Right.
Mayor, I do know, looking at the budget book from last year, that I do see that.
Okay. Okay.
We need to go back and get Kiara the minutes to the meeting
Yes, sir.
to find exactly if the mayor pro tem was supposedly the one that made that motion, and he has no recollection of making a motion, we have a problem. We have a problem, because I'm telling you, outside of Councilmember Lowry, who was not here, he's saying that he didn't do it. I'm saying that I don't, well, he didn't say that. He's saying he don't remember. I'm saying I don't remember. Look, watch this. Councilwoman Yancey, did you pass the budget that you knew?
I do not recall.
So,
that.
and, well, let's end it. Mr. Ross, did you pass the budget that you?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so let's not even get into that type of,
Because we were told, it was a balanced budget.
we were told it was a balanced budget. So Miss Turner, I would really like for us to go back and relook at some of those line items, especially those line items that raised alarm with you. When it comes to a salary line item that should be $250,000 that ended up at $500,000. And I know it may not be that,
Right.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Osteen, did you have a question? Find a microphone, please.
Y'all working off wrong numbers again. Okay, y'all, this new sheet that y'all was given,
Uh-huh.
if y'all go down to animal control, where it said estimated 2024, $186,410. It was $128,000.
So 135.
Next year.
Let me pull that.
Right, so that's the estimate.
Yeah, that's what the
Right, that was
estimate is
the
gonna be. It's $128,000. It's a fixed amount.
Right.
So, okay, I see what
So
you're
that
saying.
raised that 18,000, that's too high. See, it's 2023, 60,000. I'd have to look at my notes out in my vehicle, but that should be around 113,000 in 2023. In 2024, it was 128,000. And that's what it's gonna end at, because it's a fixed,
number.
yeah, we don't come back. We don't come back and ask for more money. We gotta live what we told y'all.
And that brings up an excellent point. So if, there again, former Councilmember Osteen, that was a fixed set rate.
Yeah.
Right, so that rate should not have went up as if there were overtime or other expenditures. That's a set amount of money, and here it is. These numbers are suggesting that we've exceeded the 128,000 to a tune of 186,000.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying. When
it's assuming it's gonna be 186 at the end of the budget year, but it's not gonna be. It's gonna stay at 128.
I got you.
But I noticed y'all used that line number a little while ago, and you can't use it because that's the wrong figure.
Right.
So the estimate for the estimate for animal control contract F-124 should still be 128,500?
Yes, ma'am. When they build the cities,
Right.
it's a fixed thing for the whole year.
Yeah, you're right.
So what would the proposed number then be? I think you said it earlier.
133,
504.
well, 133, 500 is good.
500, okay, well, that's there, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then you're talking about this, being over the budget. If y'all didn't remember that conversation back then, you'd remember the hell I was raising if y'all tried to pass it.
And that, so what we were just, so here it is. My friend, Mayor Pro Tem showed me what did you show me?
I think I understand it now, by the way. This is last year's budget book that's and excuse me, I don't think that what we did last year was, you're accurate that we had that $1 million
deficit
deficiency. You're accurate in that.
1.1.
Okay, 1.1. But you said something about a hurricane fund that we utilize. I don't remember that at all. That's what I'm saying. I don't remember. But I don't think it came from there. I'm looking at this. What we did was we transferred in from the utility fund the monies for that. We didn't transfer in from a hurricane fund. And I'm looking at it right here.
It would have been in addition to the 1.1 that transferred from utility.
Well, I still don't find the 1.1 in here. I'm looking, I'm gonna go look for it. But the other thing too, by the way, Ms. Turner.
Yes.
I personally, this is me, I'm a layperson, right?
Mhm.
I find this line here, and I'm simple English, simple numbers. This line for estimate FY24, why is it even in here? I'm interested in what we did for the budget of FY24, and I'm interested in what is being proposed. Those are the two numbers I'm interested in. I don't even know why this estimate is there for me.
So
why is it there?
So what we were asked to do in the past was the fact that if we cannot provide year to date, because we're projecting where we're going to be at the end of the fiscal year,
right,
to provide some form of estimate as to where we're going to end. So what we do is we take the year to date as to wherever our stopping point is. In this case, it was at the end of month 10.
Okay.
At the end of month 10th, we take that number, divide it by 10, multiply it by 12 to estimate where we believe, if everything stays consistent, where we will end.
For the budget year.
For the budget year of the current.
23-24.
Yes,
we're
sir.
currently
Yes,
in.
sir. Correct. That's
So-
where we estimate that those line items will all end. If everything were to stay consistent by the way the calendar has been moving.
You need that, you need that estimate for year 24 in there, Joe. You need that column in there because it lets you know if you're going over budget.
Yeah.
So you can look at your 2024 budget, then you look at what they estimate and you can see if they're going over budget.
Yeah.
Like that first one, administration, they're predicting they're gonna be under budget.
Yeah.
You go down to the bottom down there, fund expenditures, they're gonna be over 300,000. It's a good tool. You want to leave that in there.
I see, now it's explained to me now. Maybe
then-
I just need another line there. If someone wasn't a finance person
Right.
to say, like estimate year end FY 24.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the clarity that I need there. Yeah, year estimate year end FY 24.
Now, what Mr. Osteen was talking about, animal control, the 185, 186 is sitting right here in STW year to date, 185, 670.
And we know that's not accurate.
It has a line item for Galveston County contract It was budgeted at 78,500. Year to date was 121,664. Then there's a ACO shelter operation. I'm not sure what ACO means.
The shelter.
That was the
Okay.
shelter.
The budget was 50,000. The year to date actual is 64,000. And that's given a total of 185.
So that means we've expended those resources to the health district? Do they have that money? Because they have way more than what they asked for.
No,
Mayor.
I don't know
Mayor.
what y'all sent them, but
Can I
For the
clarify
last-
what may have happened?
for the last 3
Whenever it
years.
was invoiced, it could have been last year's final invoice may have been paid in this fiscal year. That may be why it's reflected like that. Allow us to look at the invoices and see if that would have
You can't
happened.
do that, can you? I don't think
Well,
you could do that.
Depending on when it was, Mayor, I'm just saying, because clearly we have a contract for 128.5 for this year, whatever the number
Yeah, but
is.
you can't do that way, Caesar.
I'm not saying that
I'm
it's
not
right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying, allow us to look at how we got to 180 something.
Well, while y'all are doing that, let me ask you this, Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Here's where the rub is. Are you familiar with this? It says adopted annual budget.
Yes, sir. When you say familiar, what do you mean?
Have you seen this?
Absolutely.
Do you remember when we received this? Like what month? How long ago?
I slept since then, but I know it's been pretty recent.
So it's been in 2024, you would think?
Yes, sir.
So here's the deal, Caesar. Here's the deal. When you go to certain lines, and this is what my friend Mayor Pro Tem was sharing with me, and I appreciate him sharing it with me. But he's showing in this book that there's $1 million deficit, and it is in this book. But this book was published and distributed to council in 24. It does not necessarily reflect council's discussion and council's direction in 2023. And so if there was a misunderstanding, Mayor Pro Tem says, perhaps he remembers these monies being transferred out of utilities. Somehow you're saying that they were transferred out of a storm fund, right? Sounds like there is some clarity that needs to happen. And that's part of this whole thing. For example, in this budget, there is a position, I believe, for a utility supervisor, something to that effect. The public works budget, help me with it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The position that you want to move a person into. What's the name of that position? The new one that has not even been created yet.
Oh, you're talking about for this upcoming year?
Mhm.
That would be superintendent.
Right. Utility superintendent or something of that
Correct.
effect.
That's
And
what it-
and so it's reflected in his budget. Not this one, I'm sorry. Let me take that one down. It's reflected in this
I was
budget.
gonna say,
It's reflected in his budget. But council hadn't approved that.
it's reflected as proposed.
Right, but council hadn't approved that. And perhaps you might already be making moves and taking actions to secure that. And council hadn't approved that. We have not, until this budget is approved and until we approve that position, right? Literally with a council action and minutes and job descriptions and things of that nature, it is not a position. Here's my point to you. Some of these things that are in these budgets, I am fearful that they were just added without some sort of clear understanding and voted direction from council. It has to be voted direction from council. Not a good idea, not best practices, voting direction from council. None of these folks, these four folks here, said that they understood or knew that they were passing a budget with a deficit. That would have never happened. Never happened. And yet it's here. But I guarantee you it's probably not there. It's probably not reflected in her minutes. And until we get that understanding that we cannot just do things in that way, we're going to continue to have people. And this is just a reflection of what people are feeling out there, Caesar. That's what this is. People don't trust that we've done, as a municipality, our due diligence with the numbers.
Mayor, looking at animal control
you,
again,
Jen.
now that I'm digging into this here, it sparked my memory. Finance received a few invoices from 2022 dealing with Galveston County Health District for the payment of, what is this, ARC? Let me change my glasses, I'm sorry. I can read. ARC Field and Shelter City contracts. So these were invoices that finance received, I believe, back in May from 2022.
In May of 24?
Yes. Yes. And I questioned, I said, why are we receiving these invoices almost 2 years later? And I was told that they billed us late. It was no clear explanation.
So if
So
council,
that's why that budget is, when I have my year-to-date actual numbers, estimates, that's where that comes from. So. And that's why I stress to department heads, get your invoices in on time. So they can be paid on time. If not, then they need to be accrued at year end. I'm gonna have some different procedures on how to accrue invoices for year end.
so let me ask you this from a legal perspective. If the council budgeted in, let's say 22, if we budgeted $128,000 and they did not invoice us the entire 128, how is it that they are able to then arbitrarily invoice us a year and a half, 2 years later?
I don't know how they can even
How does that
operate.
work? How does that work?
I mean,
They've already expended resources for that year. They are a governmental entity, right?
Mhm.
So they can only receive revenue and expend revenue in the same budget year like us. How does that work? And why are we paying that? And why wouldn't we, when the council approved the budget, and you weren't here, this is just a question. Why wouldn't we then, if the council approves 128,000, why wouldn't we then put that on the schedule, get that out within that budget year? We've already given them their 128 or whatever it was for that year, so that they wouldn't have to invoice us, right?
I believe they bill quarterly, don't they?
They do. It's 4 times a year.
Do we have to wait for them to bill us?
Good question. I would have to find out with the police.
Why wouldn't we just expend those resources, whatever it is, Miss Turner, whether it be quarterly or semi-annually or whatever that looks like? Why wouldn't we as a municipality, why wouldn't we say every quarter we're going to send 1/4 of our allotted expenditures to the health district for animal control?
Well, they
And
probably wait for the invoice to come in, then pay it.
that got us where we are now, right?
That, I understand, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just, that's what.
Sure, yeah.
Could I-
Go ahead,
But-
Mayor Pro Tem.
And I understand you were new and city manager as well too in that regard, but when you said that, when you saw this charge come in with these 22 expenses, you went to the department person
Yes,
for clarity, right?
yes.
And they said, yeah, this happens all the time and
Well, they
Just
just
pay
said,
it.
well, they said they didn't invoice us, so it needs to get paid,
yeah,
They say we have to pay this. And I said, from 2022?
yeah.
And there was, yes, it has to get paid.
So
You've got to,
Go ahead.
And this is,
Go ahead.
I have, once
you've
again, by
got an
charter,
invoice for 2022
charter,
that hadn't been paid.
council.
I can't believe that.
Councilmember, just.
Go ahead, Mayor
This,
Pro
I,
Tem.
Not-
by
not for
charter.
you.
I know.
Mayor
My charter
Mayor Pro Tem
says
has the
to the
floor.
city manager to convey, Mr. City Manager, we need to make sure that especially the finance director has the authority to say no to stuff like this, right? That if it's that
And you know what? I did say no. I said, we're not paying this from 2022. I mean, I'm just talking like how I talk.
yeah,
I'm not paying this. Well, it has to be paid. If not paid, this, it'll set off a chain of events. So my hands are tied. I don't want services to stop.
Well,
Oh,
this-
you know.
this-
Well,
there's
well-
got something that.
Watch this, watch this. And again, Ms. Turner, I appreciate you because I believe that you're getting us on the right track from the financial perspective. And so again, there's a lot of passion and intensity, but it's not directed toward you. We're just
Okay.
animated because we get, for the other 360 some days of the year, we get beat up out there in the community behind little stuff like this. So it's coming out, but it's not directed at you. But watch this. Councilmember Osteen, you attend those meetings and you're in,
I'm the chairman of the meeting.
you're chairman of the meeting. Has anybody from the health district ever pulled you aside and say, hey, bud,
You need to pay us.
you need to
No.
pay?
You don't reckon that's been paid and y'all just didn't mark it paid?
I've gone back to I'm looking at 2021. There are four payments, quarterly payments. $2022.
How about 23?
23, there were only two payments.
And this is for what services? This is the
Animal control.
animal control. Oh. I thought you said health district though.
Well, they
It gets paid
operate.
through the health
Right.
district?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, whatever the title of that invoice was.
Okay.
The health district operates the animal control.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
It would really surprise me if the county didn't get their money. They get their money, or they let you know, I believe. I don't know what's going on, but that's something y'all gotta work on. That's not nothing.
We may need to ask for an accounting, yeah.
Right.
Huh?
From them.
And
give
make
us
sure we
a-
didn't double.
Oh,
pay.
you know, I can get involved in it if you want me to. I know who to get a hold of, and they got a new finance director. I can give you a contact, Ms. Turner.
Okay, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I got with him today to get this information.
Get to the bottom of it. Yeah, let's get to the bottom of it.
Well, Mayor, it
Yes,
looks
sir.
like right there under FY 23, that's probably the bottom of it there. It looks like in FY 23, all the payment were properly reflected on that fiscal year. So it's likely that maybe it crossed over to the next fiscal year. Now, to your point, what we should do is properly encumbrances at the beginning of the year, each year, and then subtract from that when the invoices come. It looks like that did not happen through FY 23, just based on that highlighted row that's there. If you notice on there, there's a reflection of actual being only 60,000, when in theory, it should have probably been closer to 128.5. If that was whatever the contracted amount was.
Yeah,
25 or not.
again, for me, it's not, I don't believe that, I just believe we have to get better at our accounting, not our financial accounting, but how we take those numbers and how we share those numbers with our residents.
There you go.
And the processes we use. If that's true, then certainly this council should have been alerted, you should have been alerted that in the fiscal year 2023, we still have roughly about a $60,000 payment that we have to make.
Correct.
Wouldn't that have come through in a budget amendment? Should have seen that as a budget.
Budget amendment?
At FY 23.
Y'all through with me, aren't you?
Yes. Well,
Mayor, that concludes what we need to talk about as far as revenues.
thank you for helping us. Again, we just have to get tighter with our numbers.
Okay.
We just have to get tighter with our numbers.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'm going through this. And we may have taken that extra million. I do remember this discussion. The year that we approved it we were still in a federal declared disaster for COVID. COVID was a federally declared disaster.
Mhm.
And we received in excess of
You're
$2.2
right.
million in COVID funds.
COVID funds.
COVID funds.
You're right.
That's where we made up the difference.
Because we were expending.
That's where we made up the difference. And Cesar, just a lesson. It's not just, you're accurate when you said disaster, but that's not how it was COVID.
I'm not saying it was disaster, but the
You-
fund, Mayor, bear with me if I can. The fund that it was deposited, those funds were deposited into back in 2021 were disaster fund.
I see
Again,
that, but it was COVID related dollars that we had received from the federal government. And we used that to make.
That's
up the
exactly,
difference.
and that's an entirely different story than this council passing a budget with a budget deficit and us using storm funds to cover it. That's not the story. None of us did that. Now, what we did do, because we were expending resources to battle COVID, right? And we received those monies from the federal government, to Joe's point, we did do that. I can see us doing that. I believe that there was discussion because our costs were increased because of COVID, right? I see us doing that, but that's a horse of an entirely different color, right?
That's where that came from.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
my apologies for not properly
That's okay.
articulating that.
At this point, this is from me, once again, I'm a lay person, but I have been around the block on these, but I don't think that the entry here in this general fund budget summary is accurate. It should not have reflected this negative here. It should have indicated here that allocation in this here, so that it would have been 18, it would have been equal, right?
It would have been
It
balanced.
balanced without showing this negative.
You are
Which-
absolutely
which
correct,
I
Mayor
thought,
Pro
Joe,
Tem.
surprised me.
Right.
You're absolutely
With that,
correct.
So.
But yeah, the first thing I did was ask Mayor Pro Tem, and because he was the one that was leading that discussion, and if he didn't remember, then I knew we had a problem.
Thank you.
We're okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Exact difference is the difference that needs to be reflected here to make a balanced budget
No, I'm not.
for budget.
This was going back to last year's
Oh,
budget. This 23, well, this is 23, 24.
Mhm.
I'm just saying that I'll get together with you. We can do
Okay,
that.
okay.
I'll demonstrate. Thank you.
Very
So
good.
We're fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Not really.
Well, that was
We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot.
that was helpful. That was definitely helpful. We'll get through this. Mrs. Miller.
Thank you, Mr.
Miss Miller. All the wonderful things at the library and all the books you want to buy. Welcome.
Mayor and council, please refer to tab 15 in your budget books.
What was the number?
15.
Our org chart changed just a little bit from this time last year. We changed the title of one of our employees from youth librarian to youth services coordinator, and we were successful in filling that role with someone. And we did that in order to be able to have that person offering more community programs, not just for children and youth, but for all ages of people in the community. And we're already starting to see a big difference from that. That's one of the things that I neglected to mention in our list of accomplishments. And that was a significant accomplishment this year. We've already seen a major increase in our program attendance as a result of her efforts. And just some of the other things that we accomplished this year, of course, the Library Excellence Award from TML, we were really proud of that. We did some additional MOUs and got some community partners. And one of the things I'm really proud of is we added over 30 additional programs on top of the programs that we already do monthly, just in the months of June and July, just for summer. So at the time of this, when I wrote this, it was around 26 additional programs, but I think we ended up with 30 additional programs both in June and July. So really proud that we were able to to do that. As far as looking ahead to next year, my budget is not, I would like to get an air conditioner repair. We keep having consistent problems with some of our AC units. So I've requested that. Also wanting to do more programs for seniors in our community and work with council on establishing that tutoring program that we discussed briefly and getting that going maybe this winter or early next year.
Are you gonna take volunteers for the tutoring program?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we will be doing that. I had someone call me just yesterday who is a local artist, and she's interested in doing some mixed media art classes for the community. And I said, this is a great timing because we're looking at having not only a tutoring program going on for the youth, but simultaneously having some classes going on for adults who might be parents or guardians of those youth, maybe taking place here in the community room.
Amy, I noticed you asked for in your packages, you asked for an air conditioning unit. Forgive me, I don't see where there's an estimate associated with it.
Yeah, I was looking at that this morning too. I thought that I had attached the quote to this, but it is $11,000.
$11,000.
Is that this 12 then for repair and
Where are you
maintenance on the proposed budget?
The repair and maintenance is 12,000. What is that, Amy? Is would that be it or no?
It's normal wear and tear.
That's normal wear and tear?
Wait, what page are you?
She also needs, is one of the facilities that the roof.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we ordered, what we did was we purchased temporarily to get us by right now. We purchased some temporary units. Y'all have seen them, the big units that are on wheels. I know we have
Yeah.
one over there blowing. If she has other AC issues, we bring them over there. That's once again, it's all in the process of trying to get the roofs fixed because, and in my eyes, I shouldn't put a $15,000 AC on a roof that now a roofer is going to have to remove that AC to lay the roofing down. And you see what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I want to kind of do it, have it coordinated to try to do all at once and bring that packages to y'all.
So does that AC unit cool the library down? The portable unit that we have?
Oh, it does.
It
It
does.
does. It's just a little unsightly. You know, I think you saw it the other day when you were there for the small business class. It's just a big yellow thing. It's effective, but
Does it make a lot of noise?
Yeah, it's noisy.
yeah, Mr. Lowry saw it the other day too.
Council, do we have any questions for Amy? The library?
I do have a question there.
Go ahead.
The library, number one, doesn't restrict like League City, the patrons that can come and make use of the library.
No, sir.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we have a welcome policy.
Everyone is
With
welcome
regard-
at Lamarque Library.
Lamarque Library.
Yes.
You come and get your card as well. That works at the Rosenberg Library and Texas City Library.
League City has had a very unique set of circumstances around that, but it's not normal.
Okay,
But no, Lamarque Library, everyone's welcome.
okay, that's number one. Number two, the access to training classes, or is there online? That's something that's available at our library. If you wanted to go at something on your own, come in and take Coursera classes or things of that nature.
Absolutely. There are some databases and some websites that I'm aware of that we could definitely direct people to. But we also have something from one of our Texas State Library databases. It's called Learning Express.
Yeah.
We have people use those as students who are studying for the GRE or the SAT or the ACT, they can come in and get on that database and take practice tests and things
At
like
no
that.
charge, as opposed to paying for that if you're prepping for those classes.
Correct, yeah.
Okay,
So that's.
and that includes language classes as well, correct?
I don't know if we have a language component. We have looked into getting something like Mango languages. Those courses are very expensive. And there are other libraries in Galveston County that do offer those. And if you are a Lamarque resident or live anywhere in Galveston County, you can get a library card at any and all of the library locations. So that's something that it's not like they don't have access to it, but just maybe not through Lamarque Library.
Okay, Berlingo, by the way, is free. And
Oh, okay.
the Goodwill site as well too offers a whole variety of.
What was the name of the first one you said?
Berlingo.
Okay, let me look into that.
Urlingo, I think. I'm taking a Portuguese class right now,
Oh.
online on that one.
I'll look
And,
into that.
And then the other one is the Goodwill Industry site, has a variety of free classes as well. And I just saw something at the, I'll forward this to you, to the Houston Galveston Area Council, their resource page. And I'll
Okay.
forward you that link as well too. And those are all available.
Well, somewhat related to that, I want to make sure that you are aware that we have had a lot of customers coming in. We are assisting them with insurance claims, with FEMA documents and things like that. So please, if you hear of anyone in the community, I want the library to be the first place you think of.
That's outstanding. Any way I can help out, I'll come by and help out
Thank
with
you.
regard to that. Or
Okay.
You have a fax machine there that people are able to send faxes as well too,
We
right?
do, and you wouldn't believe how much use the fax machine still gets.
Yes, yes.
I came to Lamarque from San Antonio Public Library, and we had done away with fax services
Yeah.
probably, I don't know, 8 years before I left.
Yes.
But here in Lamarque, we are one of the few places that still offers that service. And it's part of our fees. We charge $1 a page for it.
Yes.
But, well, we haven't been charging people for FEMA faxes lately. But no, it's still a very much used service. And if they have a lot of fax papers to send, we offer to scan them and email them for free.
Yeah.
But some people and some organizations still require fax. So yes.
Well, I do know if you're appealing a FEMA claim, which I encourage everybody to do, and you can do it personally, of course, there at the Coastal Health Center there. But if you're submitting documents, if you purchased a generator, for example, they got rid of the state of Texas agreed that you could get reimbursed up to $699 for a generator purchase, and you don't have to have a health reason for that. You just submit your receipt. So that has to be faxed into that side.
Yeah.
Over there. So thank you. Thanks for all of that.
Welcome.
Amy, I didn't see in your budget any monies for the summer program. I believe this council, right, directed you through Mr. Garcia to be the coordinator of our first summer camp for our children. I believe that the council, and clearly the council will have to vote, but I believe that the council will probably direct you to, through the city manager, be the point person and the contact coordinator of next year's summer program. There's been a lot of trouble around this summer program. We were able to get 2 weeks at the end of it all, and I believe that you oversaw that. So my question is, where is that reflected in your budget?
I have it in the package details, but I don't have a dollar amount attached to it because I felt like that was a conversation that we needed to have.
Package details.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
In the tab.
Summer camp
after-
support, there it is, right?
Mhm.
But there's no, well, there's yeah, there's no money for this year. Is what I'm looking at. You have the line item for 26, but you don't have anything for this year. Is the point that I'm trying to make and the question I'm trying to ask. Why?
For the current fiscal year that we're
For
in,
24, for 24, 25. You just completed it for 23, 24, yes?
Yeah.
So 24, 25, you have zero in that line item.
That's a mistake then.
And then 26, you have another 5,000.
Yeah, that's probably my mistake. I meant to have at least 5,000.
Okay, for 25. Okay,
Mhm,
gotcha.
correct.
Well, that makes sense. That was my question. Thank you. Would you like to elaborate on how the summer program went? I know that you take a lot of pride in it.
Mhm. Well, as far as the summer camp program, we did end up having, well, like you said, there were a lot of factors this year, the main one being the hurricane that kept having the summer program delayed. And so by the time we were finally able to offer that, we were down to about 20 children that were able to participate. And we got from about 18 to 20 every day that we did that. The issue with it, and the reason that I need some funding for subsequent years, is because I have, as you know, I have a staff of 4. And summer during the summertime is our busiest time of year. Summer is like the Super Bowl for public
For
libraries. That's our busiest time of year. Like I said before, we added 30 programs for the library. And then to the necessity to take, of our 4 staff, 2 of us completely out of the library to run the summer camp was quite debilitating. And I have to leave everything on the library calendar because we've already advertised that, but I've got Tom and Princess running a skeleton crew over there. And I'm just really thankful that nobody got sick or had to call out, because it was a bit of a house of cards. It could have fallen apart at any moment, but we made it through. But that's definitely something that we need to consider. Where we want our priorities to be around summer reading programs for the whole community versus, or in addition to, more of a day camp atmosphere.
Okay. Council, do we have any more questions for Amy?
Yeah, I don't know if you got a chance to look at the scores for TCISD. They were very low as far as in reading. So I think this summer camp is necessary to help offset that. And I don't know, I think there was a multiple factor that is happening, but across the line, there was the student scores went down big time. And I know we were very helpful. The city was in helping about, I think 2 years ago, I think when we first got with principals. And I think, Cesar, that's something we need to, because I can see that summer day camp being just focused on reading and our math, right? And the schools may be willing to bring volunteers for you, so you won't have to have a skeleton crew. I think we'll have better planning for the year, because retired teachers are always looking for something to do, right? And there's an association of retired teachers that you can tap into to start working on that. But our reading scores were horrible this year, and everybody's a little alarmed by that. And we are going to need cities to partner with schools and things of that, which you've done a very good job of doing that. So I was kind of surprised when I saw the numbers. But again, that COVID just knocked so much things back. There's so much regression that's happening. So
Well, and also, yes, the day camp atmosphere can address that, but that is something that we do through the summer reading program every summer, just as part of the library offerings. So please, yes, remember that. And maybe perhaps we need to do a better job of connecting with the schools prior to summer reading to make sure they have our calendar and know when we're offering our programs. Because we encourage reading, but also do a lot of STEM-based programs and fun experiments and things like that too, just through regular library programs.
Right, right. Yeah, and I'll try to get that data to you, Cesar, about the reading, so Ms. Miller can have it. But I love the library. I'm a proponent of it. And I've been doing a lot of research on smart technology, right? And because kids learn differently. We learned in a linear fashion. Kids today learn like a compartment, boom, 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 boom. So everyone's teaching them differently, and they have different programs and things of that nature. And I'm wondering if we can see what kind of software that's out there that can help you, because a lot of kids are just used to being in front of the computer now without pencil and pen. And maybe that can help the schools too, if we have something like that. So, and I haven't gone through your budget just yet, but I will, to see if maybe there's some software.
One of the things we did, and it doesn't get as involved as separate software, but we did work with one of the middle schools, the English teacher, in getting all of her students signed up for a library card so that they could have access to our online resources, our ebooks and audiobooks, of course, with parents' permission. We don't want to just make library cards for any and everybody. We want there to be parental oversight with that. But that was something that we were able to do.
And it could, kids always work well with incentives. So it's like, if you get a library card, Marque, we can get with A&R Entertainment, another Lamarck business in District A, to get a free pass for a day or something like that too, to encourage the kids to be a part of the library. Because they're spending so much time on their phones, it's ridiculous. We have to find ways to use that technology, because they're using it. They're just not using it for what they need to be using at the moment. Right. So just trying to see what we can do to help engage. And then that brings more traffic too, because you're able to see who's online, right? Because y'all count those numbers as well.
We do.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Any more questions for Ms. Miller and the library? Well, thank you, ma'am. It was painless, yes? Ms. Turner, would you approach, please? We had 5 minutes. We're gonna get Mayor Pro Tem home and get him some rest. He's just exhausted at what you all done to him today. He's exasperated. No, I'm just teasing. But I do have a question for you as it relates to a document that you and Mr. Garcia distributed. And I just want to use this moment to clarify something, because we've been getting a potentially different picture. I wanted to say false narrative, but I'll say different picture. So we've been hearing about this issue that we supposedly have been having with sales tax. So you all gave us a sheet, and you said this. And so I have to give you your credit and your kudos. You said remain calm, right? Sales tax is a funny thing. It usually works out. So we've been in a panic when we saw December's numbers be 5% less and February's numbers were 5% less. March numbers were 4% less, which put us at about a 14% deficit on our sales tax from the year prior. And then in April, we had a 12% increase. In May, there was a 2% increase. In June, there was a 20% increase. In July, there's a 2% increase. And it looks like we are on target with 2 months left to have at least a 3.8% increase in our sales tax. That's what the sheet shows over last year. Is that accurate to say?
I would say if that's what it shows. Yes, there's a little explanation to that whole sales.
And then when I look at the what do you call these things?
Barbara, I mean, well,
Yeah.
trending, trends.
Yeah. So then if you look at the blue line, which is last year, it's, even though we've supposedly had trouble, the blue line is still above the purple, the green, and the red lines, which means even in our troubles, we're still at this point tracking and trending a little bit ahead, right?
Yes, sir.
And you look at what normally happens historically in August and in September. August, it looks like there was from 21 to 22, an $80,000 increase in that month alone. From 22 to 23, it looks like a solid $12,000 increase. And in September, looks like from 21 to 22, there was a over $100,000, like $120 some odd $1,000 increase. And from 22 to 23, it looks like there is probably a $55,000 to $60,000 increase.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that we as a council, because we've heard this drumbeat from administration, oh, sales tax is down, sales tax is down. And I'm saying this because one of the things that I believe in with all of my heart is that you drive property tax down by using sales tax. I believe municipalities ought to be based on and ran on usage primarily, user fees, sales taxes, right? We want to keep as much money in residents' pockets as possible. We don't want to dip into and allow our government to be ran on property. This is just my opinion right now.
Okay.
To be ran on property tax. We would rather our government, like the state of Texas, to be ran on fees, right? And services and things of that nature. So I said all that to say, I wanted council to see when we look at whether or not we're gonna have a 41 cents tax rate or a 39 cents tax rate or a 30-cent tax rate or whatever this council is gonna fall on. I don't want it to be a false narrative that this council hears about lagging sales tax revenue, because that gives this council a different perspective, and it might require them to want to lend themselves to a 41 cents tax rate. And if they choose to do that, then that's fine. But I want them to do that with accurate information. So I just wanted to make sure that I was reading that we are above last year's sales tax revenue this year. Looks like you say we're at 3.8%.
Right, that is correct.
Okay.
But there's a little caveat. We budgeted, from what I was hearing, city manager, we were talking about this whole sales tax thing, that maybe last year we were just slightly a little over ambitious at 5.7 million.
So last year we budgeted for a
24 FY, fiscal year 24.
What was the percentage increase?
I don't know. I would have to find.
Probably.
I could,
You got,
give me a second, I can figure that out.
And then we'll go
my calculator.
because
Let's see.
I promised Mayor Pro Tem we would go at 6.
Let's see.
Mayor, roughly a shade over 5%.
Last year.
From FY 22 to FY 23, it is $7,000 short from being, it's 5,000, it's 5%. 5 point.
So here's my point, Mr. Garcia. We budgeted last year, we increased our sales tax revenue projections by 5%, yes? Last year?
Yes.
And so we are tracking now at 3.8%. Looks like we may have a couple of good months and we might end up at 5%. So our sale, according to what we're talking about, seems like our sales tax projections are gonna hit.
If it's did what it's done the last 2 years, the last 2 years in the months of August and September,
Yes.
we'll be really close.
And my point is, as this council tries to navigate how we pay for things, one of the things that we were worried about was whether or not our sales tax revenue projections would fall short. It appears as though they may not fall short.
I've looked at 21, 22, 23, and I've noticed those last 2 months of the fiscal year, we tend to receive somewhere between 1.5 and $1.7 million.
Right.
So.
Okay. So look, it's looking pretty good.
Yes.
And yeah, go ahead, Cesar, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mayor. What I wanted to say is by the next week's budget meetings, we may be really close to getting the next month, and we'll have a more accurate
Yes.
beat on that.
I just wanted to make sure as we start the process of what stays, what goes, and how do we pay for it, the council is aware that there is no longer talk of a major shortfall in our sales tax, which means we're tracking and we're trending, and that's another resource that we might be able to take advantage of instead of always burdening the taxpayer with more property tax.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to say. Council, I would like to thank you for today. It has been a very intense day, but it should be whenever we are dealing with taxpayer dollars. The people want receipts. They want to look at the checkbook and they want to know with certainty that the numbers are accurate. And when they believe the numbers are accurate and then the needs are articulated, they respond according to those needs. They've done it for 20 years, the 20 years that I've been here, and they will continue to do it. The caveat has always been, do the people believe the numbers? And so I hope that this council has set a tone today that if there are any numbers presented to us, they have to be verified. And if they are inaccurate, this is a process. We ought not defend inaccurate numbers. We ought to allow them to be pointed out, get the information, bring it back in real time so that we can present to our community members a budget that has been thoroughly investigated and discussed, debated, and all of the numbers in the budget has been looked at more than once to make sure that they are as accurate as we possibly can present to them. And so all in all, great first day. I will step back and allow for final comments from our council.
Very quick question. Your young lady there with you, is she part of your staff or is she
Yes.
part of that company?
No, she's
The
she's
company that
my
was-
accountant one.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Holly Lawrence.
Welcome. We are going to hear, are we going to hear during this budget process some sort of report from that sales tax auditing company?
They
that-
sent their first report. I need to put it on the next council agenda so we can take a look at it, but we have received it.
Okay, oh, thanks.
Any other comments from council? Did you want to go, Councilman?
Good job, learning a lot.
Okay.
It's a good experience. I waited my whole life for this. But no, I'm learning a lot
Yeah.
and thank you, Mayor Bell, everybody. So-
Absolutely, Councilman Blower. Anyone on this side?
No, just we have a lot of reading to do, right? A lot of reading. And like the mayor said, it's about trying to make sure that we do a thorough job. And I know it's been, y'all spend a lot of time and all and working and with the directors and everything. But if we have questions, because if I'm not sure, I'll look it up myself before I ask, right? Because I know that this is the workshop that we fix it. So that's if we all come with that to say, hey, it's not about who's right or wrong, it's like,
Right.
let's just try to get the best budget that we
Yes.
can.
Yeah.
Because once it goes online, it's live. So then you have people, and this council has been pretty transparent, wanting feedback, right? And that's why we won the All-American Award, was because of the inclusiveness that we have in the city. So that's just part of the grilling, so to speak.
Yes.
But thank y'all so much for the time. Go get some rest and let's get ready for tomorrow.
Okay.
Very good, very good. City Manager, did you have anything?
No, sir. We have some homework.
We appreciate you, sir, and we are mindful that this is your third year of being a city manager. Again, if we don't ask the hard questions and we don't show a level of concern and intensity, then we're not doing what we've been elected to do. And anytime you're dealing with other people's money, those folks want you to be thorough. And those folks want you to advocate for them in the same way that they feel when those tax dollars are coming out of their bank account to support the municipality or county or state or federal government.
Mayor, I could not agree with you more. As a resident of Lamarck, I can honestly tell you that if I wasn't sitting in this seat, I would expect nothing less from whoever five were up here. As a resident, I too have to deal with the same burden of our taxes, and probably as residentially one of the higher tax people probably in the city, I fully understand and respect any time that taxes go up. I'm definitely understanding of that. I was that way before I lived, took this seat, and I'll be that way after. I completely understand that. I don't take that in any which way, but as a resident, I really do appreciate that perspective. You all have a job to do. We have a job to do. And I have fully comprehend and feel that we'll get to a bottom of it. We got it through our first 2 years of a rollback. We got through what folks said we couldn't make it. We have a bigger challenge this year than we probably have had last year, but we know that together we can address it. So whatever that lies, it was here before we got here, it's going to be here afterwards, and we're going to our donors to get there. And that's speaking for me, Christine, and anybody else that's here.
Very good.
We will do what we can with what we're given.
Ms. Turner,
And
final thoughts.
I thank you all for the feedback with me also. I'm a first-year finance director. I was a controller, so I'm used to being part of a budget team. So to actually have to sit down and work through the budget, the entire budget on my own, it's been an experience, and I appreciate that experience, because to learn something like this is so beneficial. It's gonna help me, and it's gonna help y'all, because now I know where everything is, when you go through it line by line. So
Absolutely.
we're gonna get it together. It's gonna be good.
Absolutely. Thank you for keeping a cool head and for understanding that we're voicing the concerns and frustrations of 20,000 residents. It's slow drip for us. We get calls weekly, but it culminates in this one budget process. These are 365 days worth of questions about money and taxes and services and things of that nature, all being boiled into a few dates that we have together. And so it's a very intense time. All budgets are. It was like this with your predecessor. It was like this with Mr. Garcia's predecessor. And long after we all are gone, if Lamarck is still a city, it will be like this for whomever has these positions and these responsibilities. And so it's just part of the process. Very good. Mayor Pro Tem, I will entertain a motion to adjourn until 10 a.m. this morning. Tomorrow morning. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We till 10 a.m.